Defying Zeus by Catherine West. Chapter 1. In an alien spaceship on the far side of the moon, Teresa Croft, formerly of Earth, took a moment to regret her life choices. She regretted none of the choices that had led her to Solace Station, hanging in space like a jewel. She regretted none of the choices that had led her to this moment, really, except the last one. The one that had led to her quite literally hanging in space, snagged only by her sweating hands on a pipe above a void, the floor far, far below her, exactly the same distance away as her imminent death. "Stay where you are," her sister shouted from far above. Where else would I go? Teresa wondered. We're trying to get to you. What? She turned her attention to someone beside her. Hushed voices far above Teresa collaborated for a moment. Then Maggie's voice rang out again in an explosive curse, followed by, "Don't you tell me that?" She softened her voice. "Teresa, honey, hang in there. You're going to be fine." Well, that's it then, Teresa thought. Maggie never swore. "I'm dead. We'll get you, Tania, I swear." That was Kairn, speaking inside her mind, using his own sweet name for her. Teresa could see his face peering over the ledge worriedly. "Don't lie to me when I'm dying," Teresa thought back fiercely. She could feel his terror. Between them, Mac was trying to climb down the broken pipework, but the pipes were flimsy, and as she watched, one bent in his hand, and he slipped a terrifying foot before he found a handhold strong enough to hold his weight. She kept her eyes on Mac. She could feel his laser focus on the task at hand. He wasn't even anxious. Emotion would come later if she survived. Right now, all he could see was the next handhold, and the next, and the next. Elizabeth's voice was softly pleading. If she strained, Teresa could hear Sarah crying. Sarah never cried. Maggie was swearing. Sarah was crying. Teresa was toast. Mac had nearly reached her, but the pipe that supported Teresa's weight would never support Mac's huge frame. He reached out for her. His shoulder-length dark hair was wild about his face, and his green eyes glittered as he reached out for her. Teresa stared at him. He wasn't going to reach her. No way was he going to reach her. Mac looked up at the network of pipes and selected one carefully before putting his weight on it. It bent. "No!" Teresa cried, her throat raw from screaming. Mac's face was intent. "It's the only way," Kairn assured her. He was always able to understand and interpret Mac for everyone around them when Mac preferred to keep silence. "It's the only way to get to you, Tania. Trust him." "I trust him?" she retorted. "It's the pipe I don't trust." The pipe bent slowly. Mac's body swung inexorably away from the wall. He reached out a massive arm for her and caught her around the waist. The extra burden of her weight was too much. The pipe snapped. They both hurtled towards the distant floor. Earlier that morning. "Would you like to join us for breakfast? Your sister and her mate are breaking their fast in the refectory this morning." To be honest, it wasn't what Teresa had expected Kairn to say. The way he'd been so gentle and protective when they were in Aphrodite's dungeons, and the positively X-rated thoughts he'd shared with her telepathically had led her to expect something quite different. Instead of, "Would you like to join us for breakfast?" she'd imagined the first time the tall, blonde warrior knocked on her door would be to say something like, "Hey, baby, wanna I'll be right there." She saw his lips twitch as she hurried back into her suite to fetch her sandals. That was the downside of falling in love with a man who could read her mind. She shuddered to think how he might use those abilities when they were intimate. No, wait. Shudder was the wrong word. Tremble in anticipation. Yes, that was it. Crap. He could probably hear her. Where in God's name had she put her sandals? She had a small suite, designed for one to stay short-term. She had a bedroom, a living room, a bathroom, a kitchenette. Where, in all of that, would she have left her sandals? She paused as she passed the fruit bowl to take up the hairbrush she'd abandoned there and swipe it through her dark locks. The suite was designed carefully, and everything was supposed to tuck away neatly into the walls. Tucking away neatly was not how Teresa operated. The sandals, like the hairbrush, were in the kitchen. One of them was tucked under the fridge, the other hanging by its laces on the back of a chair. Because why not? It's always in the last place you look, she thought. Which is a stupid thing to say, because why would you keep looking after you find it? Good point, Kairn murmured as she re-entered the living room and perched on the arm of a chair to try to force her feet into her sandals without undoing the laces. What? She asked, and nearly fell off the chair. He steadied her with one hand, then knelt before her, raising her foot to rest on his thigh as he untied the laces of the sandal and gently inserted her foot into the now open shoe. It's always in the last place you look, he explained in his deep voice. It's a silly phrase, really, but true, for all that, like the gods. True, for a given value of true. Teresa kept one hand on the couch behind her and rested her other hand on his shoulder, purely to keep her balance. Sure, that was the reason. Well, it was a reason. Kairn's lips twitched again and Teresa blushed. He'd definitely heard that. He finished one sandal, then the other, giving her a moment to adjust while she awkwardly swapped one leg on the floor for the other. As she lifted her other foot to rest on his thigh, it occurred to her that their position had all sorts of possibilities. He was kneeling before her. She had one leg raised so that she was completely open to him. All he'd have to do was lean forward to kiss her. She found herself letting go of the couch behind her so that she could bury the fingers of her other hand in his shoulder-length blonde hair. His fingers stilled on the laces of her sandal. He looked up at her, green eyes hooded. Tania, he whispered. She didn't know what it meant. It wasn't exactly her name, but she knew an endearment in any language. Teresa's hand tightened in his hair. Kairn's hand curved around her ankle, sliding up to the back of her calf. His hands were so large he could wrap one hand all the way around her ankle, even with her voluptuous figure. It made Teresa feel weak with desire. Kairn leaned forward. "Sorry I'm late," came a laconic voice from the door. Teresa gave a startled cry, flung her arms out, and windmilled her way backwards towards the couch. Kairn caught her, just as the other man caught her, and she found herself wrapped in both their arms. Kairn was on his knees in front of her, his face nearly level with her own, but his warm breath bathing her throat. The newcomer had caught her around the shoulders so that her weight rested on his massive arm until she found her balance again. He was built like a mountain, and he looked like a beast, Teresa thought. His black hair and beard were wild, and his green eyes, the same shade as Kairn's, glittered with a primal need. "Everyone else is in the refectory. Why are you still in your suite playing Spot the Dot with Kairn?" Teresa pulled out of Mac's arms. "I was putting on my shoes. I lost my balance." She knew that she was flushing bright red. She'd had boyfriends before, but she'd never felt so completely overwhelmed by the sheer physicality of a man as she had a moment ago. He frowned. "Do you need help to put on your shoes?" "No." Teresa brushed her dark hair out of her eyes and glanced at Kairn. "But that doesn't mean I didn't like it." Mac was still frowning. "You seem to fall over a lot. You should sit down to put your shoes on." Yes, I'll keep that in mind. What's Spot the Dot? We don't have that game on Earth." "It's where you—" "Never mind," Kairn interrupted, offering Teresa his arm. "The others will be waiting." Mac followed them out of her suite. Workmen were starting work not far from Teresa's suite. They didn't seem big enough to be guardians, who were genetically altered at their graduation to be the perfect warrior. Maybe there was a separate class of guardians who undertook trades rather than the art of war. Maybe they just hadn't graduated yet. One of them seemed familiar, though, so Teresa offered him a smile. He didn't smile back, but watched her as she passed. The transport hub nearest Teresa's suite wasn't really designed for 3, but since Teresa was much smaller than the average guardian, They could still all fit in if they squeezed a little closer. Teresa found herself facing Kairn, with Mac behind her. Maybe Mac was right. Maybe she did fall over a lot. But if she did, it was only because the nearness of the two of them made her giddy. She felt lightheaded now, at the press of the two large, muscular bodies around her. She felt the play of every muscle as Kairn pressed the button and told the transport hub where they wanted to go. His hand dropped to her hip to keep her pressed against him as the light around them flashed blue. A moment later, they arrived at their destination, just a short walk from the refectory. The refectory was a large dining room with long tables running down the center. While every room had a replicator and people could eat privately if they wished, the Guardians seemed to enjoy the communal aspects of sharing a meal. The room turned at one end into an L shape, where there were smaller tables and seating areas scattered about. That was where the others were waiting for them. And Mac had been right. Everyone was there. Teresa's sister Maggie and her mate, Brav, brooding beside her. Her cousins Elizabeth and Sarah, sitting together on a bench. Tarn and Jesson sat opposite them. Elizabeth kept glancing up to catch Tarn's eyes while Sarah resolutely kept her eyes down. The fact that they'd all paired off had been made abundantly clear while they were being held in Aphrodite's dungeon. Teresa glanced surreptitiously at Kairn and Mac. Everyone had their own mate, only, somehow, the universe had messed up and they had one extra guardian. Tarn was obviously smitten with Elizabeth, even if he hadn't said a word to her about it. Jesson had made it more than obvious that he believed Sarah belonged to him from the moment of their meeting. Brav and Maggie had a special bond, forged during their adventures as they hunted across the galaxy for Maggie's kidnapped sister and cousins. And here was Teresa with both Kairn and Mac seeking her out. Obviously, she would choose Kairn. I mean, obviously, I don't want a man who's a beast, do I? She let her gaze linger on Mac, and for a moment she let herself wonder what it would be like to let him love her. He would be rough, wild, passionate. Kairn would give. He would press adoring kisses to her most sensitive places until she lost herself. Mac would eat her alive, demanding that she surrender again and again, and goddamn, sometimes she wasn't sure what she wanted the most. She felt a little boneless as she slid into a chair beside Maggie. Chapter 2. The server arrived just as Teresa sat down. He looked flustered. "I'm so sorry we don't have something better to offer you, my ladies," he apologized. "We don't usually have ladies on the ship, and—" "It's all right," Maggie assured him. "We're quite comfortable. What have you got for us there?" He had 2 large earthenware pitchers on a tray. "Crith, my ladies. And for the Guardians. 1 for each of you. I know that people from Earth don't like their crith as strong as we do, so I made a special serving for you that isn't as intense." "That's so thoughtful," Maggie replied as the server placed the pitcher down in front of her. The server bowed. "I'll return with your breakfast in a moment. Excuse me." "What a lovely young fellow," Maggie commented. The server had to be at least 20 years old, probably a little older than Teresa, but Maggie had spent nearly a decade and a half pretending to be older than she was. Everyone was young to her, even if they were her own age. It had been an easy way to maintain her cover. Now that she was free to be herself, it was hard to change her habits. Brav took the pitcher and poured a cup of the slightly thick brown brew for Maggie. The scent of cinnamon and cloves and other spices she couldn't name came to Teresa's nose. Maggie took a sip and gagged. "That's disgusting," she choked. "How does he think this is less intense? It tastes like battery acid." Brav had already poured his own. He sipped his drink cautiously. "Tastes fine to me," he said. "Here, let me taste yours." He took a sip of her drink, then looked at her curiously. "It doesn't taste any different to me, sweetheart." It was funny, Teresa thought, how little intimacies showed so much. The thought of letting someone drink from her cup seemed a shocking intimacy to her. Ugh, well, I'm not drinking it. I'll get some juice or something. You stay there. I'll get it for you. Brav's large frame was out of the chair in a moment as he went to serve his mate. You're lucky, Teresa said very softly so Brav wouldn't hear. He clearly loves you so much. Maggie relaxed into the chair. He's always trying to find ways to do things for me. She glanced over her shoulder like she couldn't take her eyes off him for the brief moment it took him to snag a glass and fill it from the replicator. I've never felt so loved. She turned back to her sister. I hope you find happiness like I have. Speaking of which, thank you. Brav returned with a glass of a pale yellow juice and Maggie took it. Much nicer. Speaking of which, how are things going with... She glanced significantly over Teresa's shoulder. Teresa's face flamed and she didn't know what to say. Her wide eyes went straight to Brav. He swallowed a grin and looked away. Teresa looked imploringly at her sister and wished that she could share some choice telepathic words with her. But Maggie never seemed to hear Teresa's mental voice the way Kairn or Sarah, or even Mac, could. Kairn saved her. Can I pour you some krith, Tinia? He asked. I don't recommend it, Maggie advised. She was still swallowing, trying to get the taste out of her mouth. That's super encouraging, thanks, but I'll still have some, Teresa retorted. Maggie shot her a reproving look, but didn't say anything. Here, let me try it, Kairn offered. He sat on her other side, and Mac was just past him. He took the pitcher from Teresa and poured a small amount into his own cup. He smelled it before bringing it to his lips. It tastes normal to me, a little weak, but still tasty. Would you like some, Tinia? Yes, please. Teresa tried not to blush. She wondered if anyone else knew what it meant. He didn't seem shy about calling her by the nickname in public. He poured her a cup of krith and handed it to her. She took a sip. It was warm and spicy, and she felt its effects clear down to her toes. Nice, she complimented. You should make sure you don't drink any in the afternoon or you may have trouble sleeping. Kairn poured himself a cup from the other pitcher. It doesn't have that effect on me, Teresa reassured him. I haven't had it this strong before, but if anything, it usually makes me kind of sleepy. Like coffee. I think it's my ADHD that gives me a paradoxical reaction to stimulants. Any news from Earth? Sarah asked. Her sister Elizabeth was sitting beside her, sipping quietly at her krith. Elizabeth shook her head. Nothing good, she told them. More attacks by the Malias every day. They hide in the outer solar system and raid the planet daily. New York City was evacuated late last night. When the Malias attacked this morning, there may have been up to 1 million people still in the city. They all drew in a sharp breath. Do they know how many people survived? Elizabeth shook her head. Not yet. The damage was too extensive. The server returned, bearing bowls of steaming porridge on a tray. Hordeum, the server explained. A traditional breakfast food based on barley. He placed a bowl before each of them in turn, then bowed and withdrew. It wasn't exactly porridge. It was a rich gold in color, and when Teresa tasted it, it was savory rather than sweet. Still, it was hearty and filling, so she kept on eating. What do they want? Maggie asked. Why Earth? Why now? Elizabeth glanced at her sister briefly. Because I'm not as strong as Mom, Sarah answered. With red hair and fair skin, she was already pale, but she went even paler. I can't maintain the barrier the same way she did. Elizabeth put her hand on Sarah's for a moment before moving it away. They're attacking Earth because they want to find the other Alterans, Elizabeth corrected. They are wreaking as much destruction as possible on areas where populations are concentrated to try to force us to disclose their location. Many other major cities are being evacuated as we speak. We still don't know where the Alterans are, Maggie asked. No, Mom didn't tell us a lot about what happened after she woke. and we didn't know about the Alterans before your mother died, so she never said anything about it." "She didn't die," Teresa told them. "She just left us." As far as she was concerned, Meggie had been her mother since then. "What?" Sarah stared. She shook her head. "No, never. I was 18 when she died. I remember her well. She would never have left you." "Well, she did." "She must have had a good reason," Meggie suggested. "All we know is that she left us," Teresa insisted stubbornly. Ever since she'd found out that their mother wasn't really dead, she'd struggled to forgive. Meggie was always making excuses for their mother, but Teresa couldn't find it in her heart to do so. "We know that she left us with a father who—" She cut herself off. She couldn't tell everyone at the table how much she'd hated their father. "If he really is our father," Teresa added. She was astonished to see Meggie nod. "I've been thinking—" Meggie began. Brav reached out and took her hand. She looked up at him gratefully. "I've been thinking about Dad, to be honest," she finished. "About Lewis Croft, that is. He and Mom were polite to each other, but I don't remember them ever acting like they were close. After falling in love with Brav and looking back, I don't think she loved him. But he changed when she went missing. It was like everything good was switched off inside him. Everything in him that was worth respecting died the day she disappeared." While Meggie was eager to forgive their mother, she couldn't extend the same privilege to their father. She'd made it quite clear that she'd cut ties with him forever. Even if he was genetically their parent, she would never acknowledge him as her father again. He'd turned her away for the last time. She wasn't upset about it. She'd just moved on. Teresa wished that she could be as mature. She hated him for the way he'd ignored her, hated the way he should have loved her and didn't. She'd felt unworthy all her life because her own father didn't love her. And now, perhaps he wasn't even their father. She felt a surge of anger towards him. He'd hurt her so badly. And maybe all for nothing. "Why don't you get a test done?" Brav asked. "It's just a mouth swab." "But how could they know?" Teresa asked. "They don't know Lewis Croft from Adam." "I've got an old letter from him that they could compare it to," Meggie offered. "Why would you keep a letter from him?" "He gave it to me to take to school," Meggie answered, "to explain why I wasn't allowed to go on an excursion." "But why do you still have the letter?" "Because I was earning my own wage by then, and I didn't feel he had the right to make that decision. I faked his signature on the permission slip and went on the excursion." "Why did you keep the letter, though?" Teresa insisted. "To remind me that I didn't need his permission to do anything." They all finished their breakfasts. The guardians went to their work, Meggie going with them. Both Meggie and Brav were employed teaching the boys training to be guardians when they grew up. Seeing that Kairn and Mac were preparing to walk her back to her suite, Teresa quickly joined Sarah and Elizabeth. She wasn't sure what she'd do if she had the two of them in her room alone. Probably jump them. Or fall over again. "Please, let us walk you home," Mac implored. He brushed the hair on his arms that was standing upright, and Teresa thought that he was nervous for some reason. "Something's not right today. You shouldn't be alone." "I'll be fine. I'll be with my cousins," Teresa insisted. Teresa was just as nervous about walking with Sarah and Elizabeth, though. Elizabeth was lovely, gentle, and patient, always choosing her words carefully and trying to think the best of people. Sarah didn't give a shit. She said what she thought, and she was not forgiving. Still, with her immense powers, Sarah could protect Teresa from anything. The three of them made their way to the transport hub and were transported in a flash of blue light to the hub nearest Teresa's suite. The workmen were still there. Teresa had only a moment to recognize the one who hadn't smiled at her before Sarah's powers blasted past her and killed the man. "Sarah, what?" Another man came at them from behind and clipped a silver collar around Sarah's neck. Her eyes, usually green, had flashed gold when she was using her powers. As soon as the collar clipped around her neck, her eyes went back to green again. She screamed and went for the man with her fingernails. There were other men, though. They weren't as big as guardians, but they were still bigger, stronger, and better prepared than the women. In moments, they had them bound and gagged and shoved them down the hall to Teresa's room. They had planned for this, Teresa realized. This was probably what they were doing to the wiring outside her room. The door was only supposed to open to her palm print or her voice print, but their captors didn't even bother to push Teresa's palm to the panel. It opened for them. They shoved the women onto the floor in front of the fire. As she went down, Sarah kicked out, tangling her legs with the nearest man's ankles. He fell heavily against the sofa, then turned to give a vicious kick to Sarah's prone form. She cried out as his booted foot made contact with her ribs and contracted into a ball to protect her belly. Protecting her baby, Teresa realized. The man threw a half-hearted kick at her legs before standing back. Bound and gagged as she was, Teresa couldn't even ask what they wanted, but words weren't her only means of communication. "Kairn, help!" she screamed mentally. "Mac, help me!" Kairn's presence filled her mind, and Teresa found herself responding to the calm he infused into her, even as she sensed him racing towards her, calling the others. "Tell me what's going on, Tania," he urged. "I'm coming." "Men," Teresa replied. She was so frightened she could hardly think the words. "We're tied up in my suite. Kairn, please, I'm so frightened." Not a week ago, Teresa had been tied up as well. She'd been taken from her bed, bound and dragged aboard an alien spaceship. She'd been sold as a slave. She'd been imprisoned in a dark dungeon. Now, with her hands bound behind her and more men standing over her, she was so frightened that she was afraid her heart was going to stop. "Nearly there, Tania. Be brave, sweetheart." There was a thump against the door and the sound of distant swearing. Then, from the bedroom, male laughter. The door to the bedroom opened and a man strolled out, tall and lean with scars across his cheeks. This one Teresa recognized instantly. Baelor, Avarius's henchman, the man who had abducted them in the first place. Beside Teresa, Sarah went wild, writhing on the floor, trying to get away. Behind her gag, she made distressed noises that Teresa knew she'd never forget. Baelor was the father of Sarah's baby. He had assaulted her the last time they were abducted. "I think they'll find the door is locked very securely," he gloated. His eyes roved over the three of them, lying back on the rug in front of the fire. His insolent gaze lingered on Sarah. "My bride," he murmured. Baelor crouched down beside Sarah. She wriggled, trying to get away from him. He stretched out his hand over her and she froze, no part of her moving but her frantic eyes. "Hello, sweetheart," he crooned. "Miss me?" He was lucky Sarah was collared and bound. Even Teresa knew that. Baelor knew it too, and he thought it was hilarious. His thin lips stretched in a vicious smile. "I'll get to you in good time, my bride," he assured her. "First, though, I have a job to do." He sat back on the sofa and looked down at them as he spoke to his men. "Bring the locutus." "We'll get you, Tania," Kairn said. "We can't get through the door. Jessen is going to teleport in." There was a sudden loud noise like a thunderclap. It reverberated through the room. Baelor glanced at the door, then back to the women. He smiled. "They're not going to get through my barrier," he assured them. "Avarius himself showed me how to build this one. It was designed to hold an Alteran. Not even a guardian can get through it." One of Baelor's men approached him, holding out a small item on his palm. It looked like a tiny pillbox, oval in shape, no more than an inch long and half an inch deep. The top was adorned with the biggest ruby Teresa had ever seen. "I'd like you to open this for me, please," Baelor said. "Roll them over." The men shoved at the three women until they were lying on their bellies. Baelor bent over each of them and pushed the locutus into their bound hands behind them. Teresa felt it, cold and smoothly angled in her palm for a moment. Try their faces, Baylor said. Roll them back over. His men did as he bade. This time, he pressed the locutus all over each of their faces. Teresa wasn't able to move, but she wished she could scream as Baylor pressed the locutus to her lips, eyes, cheeks, and brow. Then he did the same to Elizabeth, then to Sarah. He took his time rubbing the locutus over her lips in an obscene manner as she whimpered. Well, next we try blood. Baylor drew a knife from his belt. Kairn, help! Please, please, please! There was a sound like a thunderclap again as the Guardians tried to teleport in again. Stop it, Teresa thought. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! This time, she threw the thought at Baylor. He was bending over Sarah, one hand behind her neck, cradling her head almost tenderly. The other hand held the knife to her cheek. I like the idea of you wearing my mark on your face, he murmured. Teresa stretched out to him mentally. She'd done this before, when she was training service dogs. She'd been able to make the dogs do what she wanted them to do, until the day that one of them didn't obey. Thanks to the protective gear she'd been wearing, she didn't have any scars, but she was still terrified of dogs. She had to try to use this power. She'd seen into Kairn's mind a little when he'd spoken to her mentally. Baylor's mind was different, though. What Teresa saw in there terrified her more than anything she'd ever known. Skin-chilling, she pushed forward, placing pressure between Baylor and Sarah. Baylor went still and frowned. He moved the arm holding the knife back, then towards Sarah's cheek again. Once more, it didn't make contact. His hand shook with effort as he tried to cut her but was prevented from doing it. He frowned into Sarah's face. You can't possibly be using your powers while wearing a Romian shock collar, he mused. It's not possible. One of the others must have powers, too. His gaze slid to Elizabeth. Is it you? Are you the one preventing me from putting my mark on my bride? Elizabeth closed her eyes as the knife approached her cheek but didn't make contact. Or is it you? Baylor asked, moving to Teresa. The knife so close to her cheek was terrifyingly close to her eye. She watched his hand shake as he strove to move. Teresa knew it was her. She'd felt the power surge inside her and knew that it was working. But it was hard. She'd never done this deliberately before, and it was taking every bit of her energy. Kairn, Mac, help, please, she sent to them. She wasn't going to be able to hold Baylor off for long. Oh God, please! A new sound whispered through the room. The low groan of protesting metal. What the hell? One of the men whispered. They watched as the door started to buckle. Mac was sending thoughts back to Teresa. She'd felt his emotions before, but had never heard words from him until now. Soon, he sent. Promise. Even Baylor looked worried. He stood up, sheathing his knife again. Quickly, he ordered. Up into the ducts. Now. They must have a beast with them. No man is that strong, not even a guardian. Moving swiftly, Baylor's men set up a ladder and opened a panel in the ceiling. Each of them threw a captive over their shoulders and climbed the ladder. Once up in the crawl space, the men sliced the bonds on the women's wrists and ankles. It was dark up there. Dark and narrow, with just enough light from the strip lights to see, and just enough space for each of them to crawl, but not enough space for them to move with the women over their shoulders. The force binding her limbs released even as the ropes around her hands fell away. The ladder was pulled up behind them and the ceiling panel closed. Crawl, Baylor commanded. Sarah made two distinct noises around her gag that Teresa was nearly 100% sure meant, F you. Crawl, or I'll kill the one who stopped me marking you, Baylor gritted. He left his knife in its sheath and reached for his blaster. He pointed it right at Teresa. Crawl. Sarah started to crawl, sobbing at the pain in her broken ribs. Elizabeth followed her, then Teresa. As they moved away, she heard the scream of metal again, then Mac's victorious growl. Then silence, as they moved further and further away from the men trying to rescue them. Baylor knew where they were going. Teresa wondered how long he'd spent preparing this. He knew the layout of the crawl space so well that he never hesitated when they came to an intersection. At every step, Teresa sent the information back to Kairn. "We're right behind you, Tania," he assured her. "There is some kind of barrier between us, but we'll get to you, I swear." Mac's mental voice joined them. "Close," he promised. Then a surge of possessiveness overwhelmed Teresa. "Mine," he growled. "You're getting close to the reactor that powers the ship," Kairn went on. "He won't be able to use his powers when he's right above it. That's when we'll get to you." Further and further in the dimly lit crawlspace. Sarah's head was hanging down, gasps of pain coming from her throat with every movement. Suddenly, there was a scream from behind them. Teresa looked back, but the space was too narrow to see much past Baylor right behind her. He was looking back, too. He must have seen something Teresa couldn't, because he ripped his knife from its sheath and slashed at her thighs. The sharp edge of the knife bit through the fabric of her dress and sliced through her skin. Teresa cried out and jerked away. Baylor laughed. "What's the matter, girl? Did you forget to use your powers that time? Look at all that pretty blood on your dress." There was another scream from behind them, followed by panicked cries, half swallowed by a mighty roar of fury. Behind them, not far away, was Mac. "Move!" Baylor shouted. Trembling all over, Teresa tried to move forward while deliberately being as slow as she could. "Move! Move!" Baylor repeated. He slashed the knife towards Teresa again, and she screamed around her gag as the knife tore her flesh again. Baylor glanced behind him, and when he looked back at Teresa, she saw the fear in his eyes. "Down," he ordered. "There's an access panel right ahead of you, Sarah. Go down, or I'll slice your cousin's ass to pieces." Sarah and Elizabeth were both in front of Teresa, and they went down the access ladder that pulled out from the crawl space. Teresa was nearly blinded when she went through. It was astonishingly bright. They were in a circular area on a metal grating that ran around the room, protruding into a central void. The walls beside and above them were covered in blue and green glowing striations that it took Teresa a moment to realize were pipes. The ceiling was so far away that Teresa couldn't make it out. When she dared to look down, the floor was also so far away it was indistinguishable. It looked like the glowing pipes ran into infinity, both above and below them. Elizabeth's fingers were already busy on the collar around Sarah's neck. Baylor dropped behind them. "Get your hands off that collar," he shouted. He extended a hand towards Elizabeth, clearly meant to send a blast of power her way that might have killed her. It did nothing. The grating shook with a heavy thud as Mac dropped from the access panel. His hands and sleeves were covered in blood, and there was a spray of it across his face. Teresa couldn't help but quail. For a moment, she wasn't sure if she was more afraid of Baylor or Mac. "Give us the locutus," Sarah said suddenly. She had to work hard for every breath as the pain of her broken ribs stabbed into her. No, you're supposed to come with me. There wasn't supposed to be a beast." Kairn dropped behind Mac, followed by Jessin, Tarn, and Brav. Mac's gaze flickered to Teresa, and she saw him note the blood on her dress. "You hurt her," Mac growled. "You die." "The locutus," Sarah repeated. "Now." Baylor's panicked gaze went from Mac to Teresa to Sarah. "Catch!" he snarled. Then 3 things happened in quick succession. He tore the locutus from his pocket and threw it at Sarah as hard as he could. Then he lunged towards her. Sarah was momentarily occupied by catching the locutus. Teresa threw herself to intercept him. She stopped him from grabbing Sarah, but he shoved Teresa in the chest as hard as he could, pushing her away from him even as there was a brief mechanical noise. Jets fired from beneath Baylor's boots, and he shot into the air, like twin stars rising high and swift above them. Teresa stumbled. There was a railing behind her, but Baylor had pushed her hard. Her arms windmilled. Mac was only inches out of reach, horror painted over his face as he reached for her. And she went over the railing into the void. Chapter 3. Teresa screamed as she went, watching the faces of the people she loved get smaller and smaller as she fell into the void. Baylor had pushed her so hard she didn't fall straight down. She'd already drawn several breaths to scream before she realized her momentum wasn't just carrying her down, but sideways. She managed to twist her body to face the direction she was moving. Teresa crashed into the glowing pipes that ran the length of the void on the other side, hitting her face hard and cracking something she was pretty sure was a bone. Her hands curled instinctively around the pipes. One of the pipes broke immediately in her hands. A shower of blue and green sparks enveloped her as she quickly grabbed another one. The one in her right hand was starting to bend. Her panicked gaze assessed the pipes in front of her. One was slightly thicker than the others. She wrapped her right hand around it just as the pipe she'd been holding with her left gave way. More sparks showered around her, and she watched them as they fell down into the void. Down to a spot below her where another metal grating ringed the void for access. It was at least 20 meters below her. From this distance, the ledge looked impossibly small, but it was there. Its purpose was clearly for access. It had to be wide enough for a person to walk on, Teresa reasoned. If she allowed herself to fall, she might fall away from the wall and over the edge, so an uncontrolled fall was out of the question, but the pipes ran all the way down. What if she just slipped down there? As if in answer to her question, her hand slipped around the thicker pipe. It held her weight better, but it was harder to wrap her hands around it. Teresa tightened her grip. Her arms were aching by now, but letting go wasn't an option. "I'm going to move down," she told Kairn. "Wish me luck." "Tania, no, don't move." Mac didn't say anything. Teresa glanced upwards and saw that he had already swung himself over the edge of the safety rail. "Mac, no, don't. They won't hold your weight," she cried. The first pipe broke off in his hand, sending a shower of sparks into his face. Kairn's voice was grim in Teresa's mind, and she knew he was preparing to lose them both. "We've sent for help," he said. "They're bringing climbing equipment, but you're slipping, Tania. We have to try. Mac is a better climber than I am." The second pipe Mac wrapped his massive fist around seemed to hold his weight steady. It was even thicker than the one she was holding, but with his larger hands and greater strength, he could hold himself easier. When the pipe seemed strong enough to hold him, Mac let go of the grating above him and trusted all his weight to the glowing pipe. "I'm still going down," she told Kairn stubbornly. "The closer I am to the access ledge beneath me, the safer I'll be. Please, please, tell Mac to go back up." Kairn's mental voice was agonized now. "I can't do that, Tania." Teresa kept herself on the larger pipe, moving slowly downwards. Sparks showered around her as Mac broke pipes above her. Every time she saw the green and blue sparks, she looked up at him, terrified that he would fall. He wasn't looking down at her. He was completely focused on climbing. "I'm nearly there," she called back up to Kairn. And so, what if it wasn't exactly true? She was halfway there. She tried to slide one hand down and realized that the larger pipe was ending. It curved back into the wall. She looked down. The access ledge looked so close now. Too far to fall, but close enough that she was willing to risk grabbing one of the smaller pipes. It didn't break. It pulled out of the wall, silver rivets popping. Teresa tried to grab for another pipe, but the one she was holding swung suddenly away from the wall. She managed to keep her grip as her balance shifted, but the pipe bent from a point beneath her. She ended up hanging by her hands, dangling over the very center of the void. Mac climbed faster. Sparks went everywhere as pipe after pipe broke off in his hand, but he was coming closer. And then the pipe in his hand didn't break. It bent. "It's the only way," Kairn insisted, but she could feel his terror. "It's the only way to get to you, Tania. Trust him." "I trust him," she retorted. "It's the pipe I don't trust." The pipe bent slowly. Mac's body swung inexorably away from the wall, just as Teresa's had. He reached out a massive arm for her and caught her around the waist. The extra burden of her weight was too much. The pipe snapped. They both hurtled towards the distant floor. Mac's left arm was tight around her waist, but he didn't bring his right arm around her as she thought he would in their last moments. She had her face buried in his chest as she wrapped both her arms tight around his taut waist. She reached out to Kairn. Tell Maggie she was a wonderful mother. Then the whole world shook. Teresa screamed again. Had they hit the floor? But she was still hanging. She looked up. Mac was looking up too. Up to where his right hand had caught the edge of the safety railing on the ledge that had been below them. "Oh, Mac," Teresa whispered in a tiny voice. "You're okay." His voice was gruff and deep in her ear. Mac was a huge man, even by Guardian standards, but pressed so close to him as she was, Teresa felt every muscle in his body strain as he pulled them upwards with one arm. Mac levered her under the safety railing and onto the grate. The metal scraped along her body, but she was alive, and that was all she cared about right now. Mac added his other hand to the safety railing and pulled himself up. Once he could brace his feet against the edge of the grating, it was a simple matter to swing himself over the rail. He was beside her in an instant, leaning over her. "You're hurt," he murmured. His eyes flicked up and down her body, but there was only compassion and concern, not lust in his eyes. There was a small sound, and as Teresa watched, Maggie, Sarah, Elizabeth, and the Guardians all appeared around them, just outside the exclusion zone where their powers could work. Jesson was holding a weeping Sarah in his arms, and once he had teleported all of them there, he took them to the infirmary. She heard him walking away and speaking to a doctor, Sarah still in his arms. One floor was much the same as another. Teresa was still lying, with Mac kneeling beside her. Kairn knelt beside Mac and lay his hand on her knee. "Tania, you're hurt," he whispered. Teresa didn't have time to stop and think why everyone kept telling her she was hurt before Maggie was on her knees and gathering her into her arms. "Oh, Teresa, I've never been so frightened in my life." Maggie's hug was warm and comforting and familiar. Teresa had found comfort in those arms for as long as she could remember. She buried her face against her sister and shocked herself when she started to cry. Eventually, Kairn took her from Maggie. "We have to heal you, Tania. You're hurt." She wiped her eyes with the back of her forearm. Her hands were stinging. "Why does everyone— Oh." She looked down. There was blood on her dress. As soon as she saw it, she felt it. It was as though there had been too much going on and she hadn't even had a chance to feel the pain. When Mac had thrown her up onto the grating, she'd scraped her front through the thin chiton. There were the cuts on the backs of her thighs where Baylor had swiped at her with his knife. Her hands. She looked down. They were raw. "Oh," she said, unable to find words. Kairn lifted her in his arms. "Let's get you into a bed, Tania. We need to heal you." Everyone followed as Kairn carried Teresa into the small private room that the nurse was indicating, but once Kairn and Teresa were inside, the nurse put out his arm. "Wait a moment, please." The nurse went to stand beside the bed where Kairn had laid Teresa. "We're going to have to remove your chiton to examine you. Who would you like to stay?" Despite the stinging pain getting worse by the second, Teresa blushed at the thought of being naked with all the Guardians there. "Maggie," she replied. The Guardians bowed and left the room. Maggie took her hand. "I'll stay if you want me, honey," she said. Since she'd been the nearest thing to a responsible adult in Teresa's life, she'd been present for nearly all Teresa's medical appointments until Teresa was grown up. "Tania." Kairn took her other hand. She'd been looking at Maggie and hadn't realized that he and Mac were on her other side. As she watched, rosy color flushed along his high cheekbones. He swallowed. "Tania, Mac and I are able to heal you if you will permit it. The medical staff here are wonderful, but as your mates, we are designed to heal your wounds. Teresa thought back to when Elizabeth had been shot by Baylor, back on Earth when all this had begun. Tarn had healed her of a wound that should have taken her life. Kairn went on. We won't have to take off your clothes, but we will have to touch your wounds. We will be very gentle, I promise, Tinia. Yes, please, Kairn Mac, Teresa said. I'd love for you to heal me. The nurse slipped quietly from the room. Teresa glanced back at Meggie and saw Meggie's eyes go wide. Of course, she said. I'll leave you three alone. You can stay, Kairn assured her. We're only going to heal her wounds. Meggie put Teresa's hand down and patted it. No, I think it's best if she can concentrate on getting well. I'll be right outside if you want me, honey. Teresa watched her sister go, confused. Why is she leaving? She asked. Mac moved around to the side Meggie had vacated as Kairn said, She's trying to give you privacy, Tinia. She doesn't want you to be embarrassed. He glanced down at her dress. We're going to have to touch you in some intimate places. Are you happy for us to do that, Tinia? God, yes. Okay. Kairn took her hand and brushed a kiss along the back of it. You honor us with your trust, Tinia. His hand was suddenly warm around her stinging palm. Mac took her other hand in both of his. Oh! Teresa exclaimed. The warmth that Kairn had been generating was magnified tenfold as soon as Mac touched her. A golden glow shone between their hands cupped around hers, and in moments, Teresa's hands weren't sore anymore. When they released her hands, she turned them this way and that. They were perfectly fine again, the skin as unmarred as if it had never been injured. That's amazing, you two. Thank you. Don't thank us yet, Mac rumbled. Why? We have to heal the rest of you. Teresa's heart skipped a beat. She'd scraped all along her front. In a minute, they were going to be touching her there with their big, warm hands. Okay, she murmured. Let's start with your legs, Kairn suggested. He and Mac moved further down the bed. Can we take your sandals off, Tinia? Yes, please, Teresa replied. It had an odd sense of rightness to it as they took off her shoes. They both stroked her feet, cupping them in their big hands. She'd never had a man, or men, pay so much attention to her feet before. As Mac bent to press a kiss to her foot, there was so much tenderness in his gesture, inexplicable tears sprang to her eyes. Your legs now, Tinia, Kairn said. We'll be very gentle, I swear. And they were. They each laid their hands so gently higher on her legs that she could hardly feel them, except for the healing warmth that they exuded. She closed her eyes to enjoy it. They were so gentle and careful with her, their hands so warm, their healing spreading health into her very bones. The pain from the knife wounds Baylor had given her disappeared, like it had never been. Your belly now, Tinia, Kairn said. Their hands traveled up to caress the soft curve of her belly. Teresa instantly sucked it in, wishing suddenly that she had the smooth, flat abdomen possessed by every underwear model ever. She found herself apologizing. I'm sorry I'm so big. Mac's hand left her belly as he pressed a finger to her lips. Don't say that. The silencing finger turned into a caress. Mac looked down at her body, letting her see him drinking her in. She watched as his gaze devoured her face, moving down her body all the way to her feet and back up. There could be no mistaking the appreciation in his look. Beautiful, he husked. So beautiful, little one. You make me ache. His hands went back to her belly and the healing glow settled into her skin, healing the scratches. Teresa drew in a deep breath and relaxed. Both men seemed to enjoy the feeling of her soft belly beneath their hands. Kairn looked up at her. Are you ready for us to heal the rest of you now, Tinia? Teresa's heart skipped a beat. Yes, she whispered. So ready. As As before, they moved their hands up her body in a gentle caress. As Teresa tried to keep her breathing even, she took a moment to be grateful that Meggie had left the room. "Easy, Tania," Kairn murmured. "We're just going to heal you here." "Okay," she gasped and closed her eyes tightly. Teresa had always been self-conscious about her figure. She was a short, curvy girl, and she'd developed all her curves early. She'd been the first girl in her class to have to wear a bra, and instead of being special and exciting, it was humiliating. Meggie hadn't been able to afford the pretty lingerie that other girls sported, and there were few options for pretty lingerie in bigger sizes anyway. The other kids at school had poked fun at her, and the boys had spent years trying to cop a feel. She'd had several boyfriends she'd allowed to explore and had enjoyed their hands on her, but nothing had ever prepared her for how it felt to be touched by Kairn and Mac at once. She was healed already. She knew that. She didn't care. She just wanted their hands on her body. And then they stopped touching her. "No," she said, the words slipping from her lips before she could call it back. "Wait." Kairn reached up to smooth her hair away from her face. "You're all healed, Tania." "No," she repeated. She couldn't think of a single excuse, but she wanted their hands on her again. "When I was a cub, my dam used to kiss my wounds better," Mac said. Teresa had never heard him talk about his mother or his childhood before. It seemed a strange way to describe them, but she didn't want to be judgmental about the words an alien culture used to describe those things. She caught his meaning, and right now, that was all that mattered. "Maybe you should kiss it better," she whispered. Kairn's eyes were suddenly heavy-lidded. "Anything you want, Tania," he murmured. And then there was a knock at the door. Chapter 4. "No," Teresa whispered again. "Just a minute," Kairn called. He went to the wall where a replicator was installed in an open space. He generated a fresh shit-on for Teresa to wear and came back to her side. "Will you allow me to dress you, Tania?" Teresa sat up so Kairn could remove the golden cord that crisscrossed her chest to serve as a belt and pull the remainder of her dress over her head as Mac raised her arms high above her head. She hadn't realized how dirty and bloody it was until she saw it next to the fresh, white chiton. Teresa pouted as the new dress fell over her curves. Kairn belted it the way she liked to wear it and smoothed it over her legs so she was completely covered. "Ready, Tania?" he asked. Teresa sighed. "If I have to be." She raised her voice. "Come in." When Teresa saw who was there, she was immensely glad that she was properly dressed. It wasn't just her sister and cousins. It was Station Marshal Drax, the man in charge of Solace Station and leader of the Guardians. He was even taller than the other Guardians, surely close to 7 feet tall. His hair was silver, flowing over his shoulders, even though his face and body looked like he was in his 40s. He bowed to Teresa. He greeted her. "My lady, forgive my intrusion. I hope I haven't interrupted your healing." No, they, healed me." Teresa's face flamed as she spoke, but Station Marshal Drax was the consummate gentleman. He acted as if he didn't see it. "I know that you will need to rest, so I won't detain you long. I need to speak with you, as well as your sisters and cousins. Lady Sarah is still recovering from her wounds. Do you think you are well enough for Commander Mac to carry you to Lady Sarah's bedside? Or would you prefer I spoke with you individually?" Still blushing, Teresa said, "Mac can carry me." Kairn spoke up. "By your leave, sir, I'll carry our mate. Mac's shoulder was injured while he was rescuing her." "What?" Teresa cried. She sat up straighter. "Why didn't you tell me?" Mac shrugged, but it was only one shoulder, Teresa noticed. "Your healing was more important, little one." "Oh," Teresa sighed. "Mac, can I heal you like you healed me?" "I don't deserve." Kairn interrupted. "You can heal him if you choose to, Tania. And if the station marshal doesn't mind waiting." "It's just a dislocated shoulder, sir," Mac assured the superior officer. By all means, the station marshal said. Feeling shy, Teresa focused on Mac as he knelt by the bed to bring himself to her height so she could reach his shoulder. How did it happen? She asked softly. When we were falling and I caught us on the rail. Oh, Mac. Her hands were just as gentle on his shoulder as his hands had been on her wounds. She'd worried that it would be difficult to access this power, especially with Station Marshal Draex waiting, but it flowed from her as naturally as breathing. Mac had been right. All she had to do was want it, and the golden light flowed freely from her hands to bathe Mac's distorted shoulder. He rotated his arm experimentally. Thank you, little one. He reached out for her mentally. Gratitude, respect, adoration. Washed with his beautiful feelings, Teresa leaned forward and pressed a small kiss to the shoulder that had been wounded, saving her life. She didn't say anything, wasn't even sure what she could say in this moment, but she felt Mac's response. Wonderment. Mac rose smoothly to his feet. I will carry our mate to Lady Sarah's bedside as you commanded, sir. Teresa put out her arms for him to lift her, and she felt his utter humility at the way she trusted him. He cradled her to his chest like she was the most precious thing he'd ever held in his arms. And in that moment, Teresa realized that she really was the most precious thing he'd ever held. She hugged the thought to herself as he carried her to Sarah's room, just a short distance further along in the infirmary, and laid her on an empty bed beside Sarah. Teresa understood why Draex had requested her to go to Sarah and not the other way around. Sarah's face was white and pinched. She was clearly still in pain. They caught the tail end of a conversation that had clearly been going on for a while. Jessen stood beside Sarah's bed. Wish you'd let me heal you, he said. No, Sarah gritted. It was clear it hadn't been the first time she'd said it. On the other side of the bed, Elizabeth opened her mouth to argue with her sister, then realized that the others had entered the room. Forgive my intrusion, Station Marshal Draex said again. I will be as brief as possible. Lady Sarah, do you still have the locutus that Baylor carried? Sarah nodded and drew it out of a fold in her chiton that served as a pocket. It was very clever of you to insist he give it to you. Station Marshal Draex's voice was warm with approval. That locutus may save all our lives. Several of them uttered soft gasps, and Elizabeth laid her hand on Sarah's wrist. Sarah, how did you know? Sarah met her gaze stonily. I didn't. I took it because he wanted it. I don't even know what it is. What is it? It is a locutus. We use them for transporting messages that are too sensitive to be carried over the usual channels, Draex answered. Each locutus is keyed to a different signature. There is no way of knowing what that signature is unless we can ask the original owner or a locksmith. To be honest, I had hoped that it would activate once one or all of you had handled it, since we believe the message inside was sent by Lady Megara. Mom, Meggie whispered. Teresa reached out to take her sister's hand. Behind her, Brav laid his hand on Maggie's shoulder. Teresa barely remembered her mother. She'd been 6 years old when Megara disappeared. Their father had told them she'd died, and they'd only recently found out that she was alive. Meggie was the one Teresa remembered caring for her. She remembered Meggie cooking for her, tucking her into bed at night, making sure she had breakfast in the morning and lunch to take to school. Meggie had only been 14 at the time, but Teresa still remembered watching Meggie dress up in their mother's clothing and go out to get a job. Though she'd never told anyone, not even Meggie, Teresa also remembered the day Meggie came home from her new job, stockings torn and a button ripped off her blouse so roughly it left a hole in the fabric. Meggie had stayed in the bath for hours, crying, while Teresa, 6 years old, had stuck her finger in the torn fabric and wondered what had happened to rip it. She'd stored each detail in her memory so that she could figure it out when she was older. She'd been much, much older before she'd figured out what had happened. Meggie had mentioned her first boss's name once or twice. had mentioned that he'd been fired, with a fierce gladness in her eyes that it took Teresa until she was 16 to understand. As far as she was concerned, Meggie was her mother. It seemed almost disloyal to inquire what had happened to Megara. What does Mom have to do with Baylor? She's been gone for years. Is she still alive? Meggie asked, holding Teresa's hand very tightly. How old is this message? Station Marshal Drax shook his head. It's impossible to say until the message is opened. The lock provides perfect privacy. Don't you have locksmiths for this kind of thing? Sarah asked. Surely this isn't the first time someone's lost their keys. Don't you have contingency plans? For messages as private as this one? Station Marshal Drax replied. Lady Megara made sure that only one worthy of hearing her message would be able to open it. Fine. Sarah clasped her hands in her lap in a businesslike manner. So, what sort of thing can open it? Let's go through a list. So, Station Marshal Drax, the leader of the Guardians, sat down with them and went through a list. It seemed endless. It might be keyed to respond to a different word, although it seemed that in the galaxy at large, as well as on Earth, using a loved one's name was a very poor password. It might be keyed to a particular person's voice, although that person would have had to participate in setting up the key in the first place. Meggie, the only one whom Megara might have used to speak the words to open the lock, went through a range of phrases from her own name to their birthdays to the little names she'd had for her daughters. Bright eyes, Meggie said, repeating the name her mother had for her with a fond tenderness that shot a spear of envy through Teresa. Then, reluctantly, Little Bug. As far as loving nicknames go, it didn't go very far. Teresa hated it, so she might have been a forceful, stubborn 6-year-old, but she didn't like to remember that when her mother had stroked her hair, she'd called her an insect. They moved on to different words, but Mac knelt beside Teresa's feet. For the first time, she heard his voice in her head. It wasn't as clear and effortless as talking mind to mind with Kairn, but it was obvious he was putting everything he had into it. Beautiful, he said. Kind. Strong. He was giving her new names. Teresa was touched and tried not to show it. Mac's face was impassive beside her when she glanced at him. No one knew what was passing between them. They tried other means of opening the locket, handing it around between the 4 women. It might be the touch of a certain body part, so each of them kissed it and pressed it to their foreheads with no effect. It might open to a particular time of day or a particular place. Some, Station Marshal Drax went on, only opened when they came in contact with blood. Some required a life to be given before they would open. Teresa was holding the locutus when he said that and handed it back to him hastily. We wouldn't let that happen, Kairn assured her. Beside her, Mac let out a little growl, just the faintest rumble, deep in his heavy chest. A message from Mom would be nice and all, Teresa said, but I'm not going to die to hear it. Station Marshal Drax's face was serious. I didn't want to alarm you while you were trying to open the locutus, but there is more at stake here than a message from your mother. One of Baylor's men managed to survive, and he has given us both troubling news and vital information. His expression was set, and a shiver of fear ran down Teresa's spine. What is it? She asked. Baylor's goal in coming to Solace Station was threefold. Firstly, to retrieve Lady Sarah, whom he believes to be his bride. Teresa glanced at Sarah's set, stony face. Standing beside her bed, hands gripping the railing, Jasan's face was like a thundercloud. Secondly, Baylor wanted to open the locutus. Lady Megara is powerful. In ancient days, her name was Nemesis. If Baylor could find her whereabouts, he might be able to harvest her power, as Avirius did to Reganus until we freed him. Teresa's eyes slewed to Meggie. If Meggie had known that their mother was also known as Nemesis, she gave no sign. If their mother hadn't even told them her real name, what else hadn't she told them? Thirdly, once he had retrieved his bride, Baylor planned to release a deadly plague onto Solace Station to destroy the Guardians, once and for all. We have already found traces of a toxin in the ventilation system. Within minutes of his departure, every single person on board this ship was exposed. There was silence. Exposed? A deadly plague? A toxin? Teresa frowned. I'm sorry, but if we're all going to die, why did you just waste 15 minutes of our precious time with this stupid trinket? She wished she still held the locutus so she could throw it at him. I've got better things to do with the rest of my life. How long are we going to live? How are we going to die? Station Marshal Draex was unmoved by her outburst. The toxin is called Cerathius anomaly. It works slowly, attacking the nervous system. Some will succumb sooner than others. We can expect the first deaths in a matter of days. At best, we have a week. Well then, why don't we do something about it? Teresa shouted. Mac put his hand on her knee. We are, Station Marshal Draex answered, still cool and calm. Our medical staff are working at this very moment to develop a cure, or at least a treatment. And I am here with you, because Lady Megira was one of the greatest healers the world has ever seen. If we could hear her message, we may be able to discern her location. Well, it looks like you need a plan B or we're all going to die, Teresa sniped. You're our plan B, Station Marshal Draex answered softly. You and Lady Meggie, Brav, Kairn and Mac. Will the 5 of you consent to travel to Clavis Prime? It's a planet where the leading educational institutions for locksmiths are located. There are more master locksmiths there than anywhere in the galaxy. Meggie nodded at once. I'll do it. Teresa nodded reluctantly. Why aren't Sarah and Elizabeth coming? Lady Sarah is needed to maintain the barrier around Earth. Without her power, the Malias would decimate your planet. Baylor probably plans to return once the toxin has had a chance to work on the warriors aboard this station. Lady Elizabeth is necessary as our ambassador to Earth. You, Lady Teresa, and Lady Meggie are the daughters of Nemesis. If you can find Lady Megira, you stand the best chance of convincing her to return. No. Are we going to infect the rest of the galaxy if we leave? She asked. The general shook his head. No. The toxin is contained within your system. It cannot be transmitted person to person. You will need to leave as soon as possible. As soon as Station Marshal Draex left, Sarah swung her legs off the bed with a wince, ignoring the hand Jessen reached out to her. I'm going back to my room. I'm tired. She looked at Meggie and Teresa, but didn't quite meet their eyes. I won't see you again before you go, so goodbye. I'll come with you, Elizabeth offered. No, don't, Sarah replied quickly, then lowered her voice. I'm really tired, Bess. Anyway, if we're all going to die, you should at least spend a few minutes doing something nice. Go for a walk with Tarn in the gardens. Let him hold your hand and sneak a kiss behind the shrubbery. You deserve it after all the shit you went through with Kevin. I want you to be happy, Bess. Elizabeth blushed, and Teresa watched as she tried desperately not to slew her eyes to the big guardian behind her. I'll take you back to your room, Jessen began, but Sarah cut him off. I'm sore, she said firmly. I'm tired. I've had a very bad day by anyone's metric. I want to be left alone. Why can't you respect that? Jessen drew back in dismay. A moment later, Sarah vanished, teleporting herself elsewhere. Elizabeth looked around. Still blushing, she took the few steps that separated her from Tarn. Sarah suggested I go for a walk in the gardens with you. Would you like to come with me? Tarn's heart was in his eyes as he instantly held out his arm for Elizabeth to take. She threaded her hand through the crook of his elbow, and he escorted her from the room. Well, I'll go pack, I suppose, Teresa said, hopping off the bed. Mac was still kneeling at her feet, so she put out a completely unnecessary hand to steady herself. Oh my, she murmured. I do seem to fall over a lot. Mac looked up at her, and that's how she learned that seeing his eyes alight with laughter gave her joy. It bubbled up inside her. Mac rose to his feet, and suddenly he was so close that she was breathless. Her hand brushed down from his shoulder across his washboard abs beneath his uniform. Behind her, she heard the smallest whisper of sound, then Brav's sharp cry. "Meggie! No!" Teresa whirled, just in time to see her sister crumple into the arms of her mate. Chaos reigned for a few minutes as Brav lifted Meggie and placed her on the bed. He bellowed for the doctors as Teresa went to race from the room in search of them. Kairn stopped her with a swift hand on her arm and hurried away in her stead. Meggie's face was as white as the pillow she rested upon, her hair seeming shockingly dark against the pallor of her skin and the bright white pillowcase. "Meggie gods, no," Brav whispered, again and again. He stroked her hair, rested his hand on her chest where tiny breaths still moved it up and down. "Sweetheart, come back to me. Gods, please." It was only moments, but it seemed like a lifetime before Kairn returned with doctors and nurses hot on his heels. "Are you her mate?" the doctor asked. "Give her your energy to heal her." "I'm trying," Brav uttered hoarsely. His hands were moving restlessly over Meggie, pausing at her belly, her chest, her brow. "I can't find an injury to heal." "It must be the Saratheus anomaly," the doctor muttered. "It works faster in some than others. Bring the crash cart quickly in case she stops breathing." Teresa backed away from the bed to give them room to work. Behind her, Mac wrapped his arms around her and Teresa buried her face in his shoulder as she shook from head to foot. She whirled when she heard Meggie's voice. "Ow, what are you doing?" Her voice was slurred, but if she was talking, she was breathing, and if she was breathing, she was alive. "Meggie!" Teresa cried. She hurled herself at her sister as Meggie struggled to sit up. "Stay on the bed, please. We need to place this IV," the doctor ordered. Meggie subsided and Brav buried his face in her shoulder. "What happened?" she asked. With her free hand, she reached up to cradle Brav's head against her. "Darling, what's wrong?" "You fainted," Brav explained. "The toxin." His throat worked and he couldn't go on. "Darling." Meggie's voice was soft and warm as she carted her fingers through Brav's hair. "Ow, stop that!" Her voice turned sharp and she glared at the doctor. "IV in situ," he said as though Meggie hadn't spoken. "I feel fine now," Meggie assured them. "Well, apart from the fact that I was just stuck with a needle the size of the harbor tunnel." Meggie consented to the doctor's running tests. It took nearly an hour before they had finished poking and prodding and observing her. Kairn and Mac had gone to pack for their mission to Clavis Prime, and Teresa had asked them to stop by her suite and pack for her. They wouldn't have a problem getting past the lock on the door. The door was probably wide open after Mac had literally torn it apart with his bare hands earlier that day. Brav was still with them, and Jessen had stayed as well. He was still distressed and restless after Sarah's rejection of him earlier. Finally, the doctors agreed to let Meggie go and took the cannula out of her hand. Meggie, Brav, Teresa, and Jessen were at the desk finalizing discharge procedures when all of a sudden Jessen fell silent. "Jessen?" Brav asked. The next moment, Jessen had vanished, teleporting elsewhere. "Where did he go?" Meggie asked, astonished. Before anyone could answer, there was a massive thud. They looked around. Jessen had suddenly reappeared behind them. He must have teleported in so rapidly he'd landed a foot in the air. "Help!" he shouted. "Help!" Ignoring the others at the desk, he sprinted into the emergency bay, yelling, "Help! Help!" The others took off after him at a run. He'd been carrying Sarah in his arms, limp and covered in blood. Chapter 5. They ran into the emergency bay in time to see Jessen lay Sarah on a bed. The doctors and nurses were already crowding around them, and Teresa could barely see Sarah on the bed, just her shoes and blood-stained jeans. So much blood. "What happened?" the doctor demanded. "Is it the Saratheus anomaly? It shouldn't cause bleeding." She cut," he said hoarsely. "Bleeding. No. Sarah." He thrust his hands into his hair. He was too distraught to even speak. "How did it happen?" Jason's breathing was a ragged gasp for air. She tried. He couldn't finish the sentence. "Yes, I see," the doctor said, finding Sarah's wounds. "Are you her mate?" He'd asked the same of Brav earlier. "Yes." The word was broken. "Then I want you at the head of the bed. Put your hands on her face. Do what you can to heal her while we do what we can." Jason stumbled to the head of the bed, falling to his knees in the open space behind it. Teresa maneuvered so she could see him place his blood-stained hands on Sarah's paper-pale face. He bent his head so that his forehead rested against hers. She didn't even move as his hair brushed her face. "Come back to me, baby, Sarah, please, please, Sarah, I'll do anything, anything." A golden glow started to seep from his fingers into her skin, but nothing changed in that pale, pale face. Maggie caught Teresa's hand and pulled her forward. "We need to help too," she said. Teresa had no idea what her sister meant. She had to push her way in so that they could even reach the foot of the bed. Maggie reached out and touched Sarah's bare ankle above her sock. All of a sudden, the golden glow coming from Jason's fingers intensified. "Give him your power," Maggie instructed. Brav laid his hands on Maggie's shoulders, and the golden glow passed from him to her, to Sarah's limp form. "Help me, Teresa," Maggie urged. "Let Sarah feel your love for her." Teresa didn't even know what she was doing, but she felt like her heart was wide open. She barely knew Sarah. Their families had parted ways when Teresa was 6 and her mother disappeared, and they'd only met again a week ago. Even in that short time, Sarah was the most powerful person Teresa had ever known. Strong, forceful, a little scary. But she was family, and she lived inside Teresa's wide-open heart. Teresa gave her everything, even as she called out with her mind for the second time that day. "Kairn, come to the infirmary quickly." Then, to her cousin, not even knowing if she could hear her, "Bess, Tarn, quick, come to the infirmary, Sarah's hurt." And she called as well. "Mac, the infirmary, I need you now." Mac was only moments away, sprinting into the infirmary. He took in the situation at a glance and placed both hands on Teresa's shoulders, just as Brav was holding Maggie. His power flowed through her and into Maggie. She leaned back against him, feeding from his strength at her back. The glow grew brighter. While the golden glow from Jason's fingers was nearly blinding now, nothing about Sarah was changing. She was still so white, still limp and unmoving. Her eyelashes fanned out on her cheeks. Kairn was only seconds behind Mac. Elizabeth and Tarn were with him, for some reason looking like they'd run through a rainstorm. Kairn took Teresa's hand. Elizabeth and Tarn joined him, and all of them fed their power into their sister and their friend. "We're losing her," the doctor snapped. "She needs more." At the head of the bed, on his knees, Jason wept. "Sarah. No. No." Kairn and Mac exchanged glances. "Do it," Mac growled. Suddenly, he let go of Teresa and strode from the room, closing the door behind him. Even in the busy room, Teresa heard the click of a lock. "What?" "Just wait," Kairn murmured. His eyes were suddenly no longer green, but a dazzling, shocking silver. He gave a great groan and fell to his knees. The light flared like a supernova. Half the room cried out in shock, but there was a new voice beneath it all. "Sarah." "No," she moaned. "No, please. No." "Sarah, baby, I'm here," Jason replied instantly. As the light faded and her vision returned to normal, Teresa saw Jason move to sit on the bed beside her. He took her hands that were still limp and cold in his and chafed them. "We can get through this, baby. I'm here. I love you. Gods, Sarah. I love you." He bent over her until his head rested on her breast, and there he wept in front of all of them. After a moment, Sarah's hand raised, as though it was a great effort, and cradled his head against her breast. They left Jesson and Sarah with the medical staff and went into the waiting room. Kairn's hand slipped down to take hold of Teresa's. "What happened back there?" Teresa asked. "Why did Mac leave?" "Mac is incredibly loyal," Kairn said. "He loves with his whole heart. And he loves you like I do. Kairn took a deep breath. "I have to go. Tenia..." He pulled her a little distance away from the others and lowered his voice. "I love you. I need you to know that." Still reeling from how close they'd come to losing Sarah, Teresa wound her arms around his neck, burying one hand in his hair to bring him down for a kiss. Kairn kept the kiss gentle, family-friendly, as he caressed her lips with his. Teresa's eyes drifted shut, and she melted against him as his hands circled her waist. She wished the moment would last forever. His warm lips soft and sweet against hers, the press of his hard body, the glow in her heart roused by his beautiful words. Then Kairn stepped back from her, bowed, and vanished. Teresa turned to her family. Meggie was wrapped in Brav's arms, her face buried in his chest. Tarn was looking at Elizabeth with eyes that shone with silver fire, the same silver that had glowed in Kairn's eyes a moment ago. Tarn was looking at Elizabeth so intently that for one wild moment Teresa thought he was going to drop to one knee and propose. Then Elizabeth sank back into a chair. She buried her face in her trembling hands. "This is my fault," she said. "Oh God, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault." Meggie sat beside her and put an arm around her shaking shoulders. Teresa sat on the other side and did the same. Tarn crouched at her feet, reaching out to caress her knees as she wept. It's not the first time," Elizabeth admitted, when she could finally speak again. "She did the same thing when she was a teenager. Mom suddenly disappeared from the kitchen, then I heard her in Sarah's room. I went to go in and the door slammed in my face. Mom called through the door for me to stay where I was." She shook her head. "I didn't even realize any of that meant that Mom had powers. I just thought she'd left the room really quickly without me noticing." "Do you think she did it this time because of Baylor?" Teresa asked. "Or because she doesn't want to be pregnant?" When they'd been abducted, Baylor had assaulted Sarah, and now she was pregnant. What Teresa didn't understand was why she'd chosen to keep the child that had been forced upon her. She knew, via Meggie, via Elizabeth, that the Guardians had offered Sarah a quick, painless procedure that would have ended her pregnancy, but she'd refused. Elizabeth shook her head. "Definitely, Baylor. Sarah wants this baby. She won't talk about it to me much, but I know she wants to be a mother. Sarah. She's never been one to share her emotions with anyone, not even me. She won't tell anyone how she's feeling. She won't let herself be vulnerable. She's always had to be the strong one, and that takes a toll. I think a baby. She could give all her love to a baby without feeling like she was weak. But Baylor, she's terrified of him, and she despises herself for being frightened because she's never been in a situation in her life where she wasn't the strongest and most determined. After everything that happened this morning, I should have known this would push her over the edge." "It's not your fault, sister." They looked up to see Jesson in the doorway. His face was haggard. He looked like he'd aged 20 years from the time he got up this morning. "It's mine." Elizabeth shook her head. "You couldn't have known." "I'm in her head, sister. We even share dreams. She's a part of me now. When Drex mentioned that Baylor claimed Sarah to be his bride this morning, I heard her mind go still. It was like everything went white. By the time she left the room, she was screaming inside. She screamed inside until the moment everything went quiet. Gods, I think my heart stopped. I teleported into her room even though I knew she'd never forgive me for intruding without permission." He swayed on his feet, and Brav leaped to his feet to support him. Jesson was shaking all over. "I thought she was dead. She was... Gods! Sarah!" He closed his eyes, and Teresa was sure he was reaching out for her with his mind, making sure she was still there. She's sleeping right now. They gave her something, I don't know. Gods! Brav managed to turn Jessen so that the chairs were behind him when his knees went out from under him. He collapsed next to Meggie. He stared at the door across from them, unseeing. If I lost her... He buried his face in his hands and shook with sobs. Sarah slept. The others sat in the waiting room, unwilling to leave her alone. When Maggie's stomach rumbled, Brav stood up and offered her his hand. Come on, sweetheart, he urged. You need to eat something. I can't have you fainting again. Meggie got reluctantly to her feet. Teresa stood too. I need to check in with Kairn, make sure they're ready to leave, she said. Does anyone know his address? He and Mac are in 527 Gemini, Tarn answered. Teresa nodded. She'd never been in the Gemini sector before, but the transport station could take her straight there. She looked at Jessen. You'll call us if she wakes up? Jessen nodded. He'd hardly said anything for ages, absorbed in his own dark thoughts. I'll get the rest of us something from the replicator, Tarn offered. Elizabeth, would you like a sandwich? Jessen? Jessen stood up suddenly and looked at them like he hadn't realized they were there. I have to take care of something, he announced. While she's asleep. He left the room, striding quickly to the door, and didn't look back. The transport stations made it easy to get anywhere on the ship, so it was just a few minutes before Teresa stood outside the door of Suite 527 Gemini. She pressed the doorbell, and a moment later, Kairn opened the door. He sighed when he saw her, but she stared. He was a mess. His hair was messy, his clothes looked disheveled, and there was a rapidly swelling bruise under his left eye. You look like you've been in a fight, she exclaimed. Kairn pushed back his hair and straightened his clothes. I guess I do. He glanced over his shoulder. I packed your things. Mac's not ready yet. Teresa hesitated on the doorway, not from uncertainty, but from rising ire. Am I welcome or not? She snapped. The way you kissed me, the way you... She glanced down the hallway to make sure she wasn't being overheard and lowered her voice. The way you spoke to me, I thought you'd be glad to see me. Of course I'm glad to see you, it's just that I'm trying to deal with a problem right now. Still not completely mollified, Teresa set her chin. Then let me help you. Kairn thrust his hands through his hair again. There is absolutely nothing you can do about this problem, Tenia. Then talk to me about it. Her tone wasn't exactly inviting, but she wasn't giving up on this. Where's Mac? She followed Kairn's glance to the closed bedroom door. She drew in a steadying breath. I don't want to fight with you. From the looks of you, you've already been in a fight. Talk to me, Kairn. What's going on? She reached out a tentative hand to his cheek. Kairn closed his eyes as she touched him, and she was surprised to see golden light coming from her fingertips, the same way it had when she'd healed Mac. I didn't know I could do this until this morning, she confessed in wonder. The bruise on his cheek disappeared beneath her questing fingers. Some of Kairn's agitation seemed to drain away, and he caught her hand. It's because you're my mate, Teresa. Our mate, Mac's and mine, because we're a bonded pair. He sighed and stood back from the door. Come in, Tenia, and I'll explain. Where is Mac? Was he the one who hit you? I can't believe he would do that. But if he is the one who hit you, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Kairn placed his hand over hers where it rested against the light shadow of a beard on his cheek. I can't let you see Mac right now, Tenia. He isn't safe around anyone but me. If he regains his right mind, he will never forgive himself if he hurt you. Teresa pulled her hand out from Kairn's. Not safe? She asked, her voice trembling, but her hand steady. Hurt me. Kairn sighed and ran his hand through his hair. I'll start at the beginning, if you'll allow me. Only let me say that you are safe. He is locked away. He will not harm you in any way. Keep talking. He guided her to a long leather sofa, draped in a golden fur, and they sat down together. My father was from an aristocratic family, but my mother fled from him before I was born. My father learned of my birth and did everything possible to find my mother and convince or coerce or force her to return to him. She found shelter on a desolate, storm-swept planet called Apira Magna, home to very few sentient beings. On this planet there lived a race of humans called the Beasts. Cursed by the Furies with madness, the Beasts had all the appearance of humanity, but their minds were no more than the minds of animals. To keep me safe from my father, my mother arranged for me to form a soul bond with a beast my own age. He would be my protector and my salvation, because once bonded to a beast, my father could not use me for his ambition. I would be forever beyond his reach. I would be safe, and the beast would gain a rational, thinking mind, like any other human being. Teresa tried to keep her expression neutral when inside fury was rising. You're telling me that Mac is less than human? On my planet, we have a particularly filthy name for the attitude that one kind of person is more human than another. This is not about racism. In his natural form, without the soul bond, Mac does not have a rational mind. All he knows is what he wants. He is not capable of thinking. I know, because I've been inside his mind today, and the person he has been for the last 17 years isn't there anymore. What? Right now? What happened to the soul bond? She'd come back to the ridiculous, offensive assertion that Mac was less human than Kairn later. But then, when Mac had mentioned his childhood earlier, he'd described himself as a cub. He'd described his mother as his dam. He severed the bond to save your cousin. That's also why my eyes changed color. The soul bond inhibits my powers. Without it, I had enough power to help save your cousin. And now Mac is in that room out of his mind. He gave up his sanity for your sake, today. Teresa stood up sharply. I don't believe it. I want to see him. It might not be safe. I want to see him. Teresa, you were designated as our mate after the soul bond was already established for 17 years. That was what made you Mac's mate as well as mine. Since the bond has been severed, you are no longer his mate. You are just another female. And if you go in that room, there is just one thing he's going to want from you. She tossed her head. You say that Mac is like an animal right now? Well, animals are driven by instinct, but they aren't the brainless automatons you seem to think they are. They don't just eat and breed. Animals are capable of nuanced behavior. Some follow sophisticated social rules and form complex and lasting bonds within their own kind and with humans. A thought occurred to her. All this time we've spent together has been away from Earth, hasn't it? Away from normal life. Well, do you know what I do for a living, Kairn? He shook his head. No, Tania. I train animals, Kairn. Service animals for people with special needs. I see the intelligence and dedication and devotion that animals are capable of every day. What she didn't tell him was the way she'd suddenly changed careers after one of the dogs attacked her. She went on regardless. I want to see Mac for myself. You'll be there to keep me safe, won't you? Kairn still looked troubled. He shook his head again, but said, You are very stubborn. I wish I didn't love that so damn much. He took a deep breath. All right, but I go in first, and you don't let him get between you and the door. Teresa nodded. Fair enough. Her heart was beating faster as they approached the bedroom. Kairn stopped outside the door and surprised Teresa by knocking on it. Mac, it's me, Kairn. Teresa is here too. She wants to see you, Mac. She cares about you. We're coming in. His voice was gentle and even. Teresa had used the same sort of voice many times when trying to calm an anxious animal. Kairn slid the door open, then went ahead of Teresa into the room. Chapter 6. She couldn't see Mac at first. She could tell that the room wasn't always such a mess, but it was an absolute shambles right now. No wonder Kairn's clothes had been messed up. The bedclothes were strewn all over the floor. A lamp was smashed in a corner. A tray of food had been thrown against the wall, then eaten off the floor. Mac was crouched behind the extra-wide bed, completely still. Nothing visible but his eyes and the top of his head as he surveyed them from a safe distance. He sat up a little straighter. Something was certainly different about him. His eyes glittered wildly, but he looked at Teresa like he'd never seen her in his life before. Like he wasn't even sure what she was or what he was supposed to do with her. His black hair was a mess and blood trickled from his lip into his beard. "Hi," Teresa whispered. She held out her hand towards the man crouching behind the bed. "Hey there, big guy. Remember me?" She took a step towards him, and it was only sheer willpower that stopped her from flinching. "Careful," Kairn whispered, taking a step to keep pace with her. "He can still hit like a man, but he bites like a beast." Teresa kept her voice even and soothing. "I know what I'm doing. Hey, Mac." He recognized his name. She could see the change in him. He was paying her more attention now, focusing on her. "Hey, Mac. You know how to be gentle, don't you? I know there is a good man in there somewhere. Why don't you come over here and say hello?" All the while, she was inching closer. Mac rose to his feet slowly. God, he was absolutely enormous. It was hard to comprehend how huge he really was until she saw him close up, and in his current state, it was a little terrifying. He approached her cautiously, and she didn't need reminding to keep him from getting between her and the door. Kairn was right by her side, every muscle tense, every nerve on alert as Mac approached. Teresa reached out to Mac with her mind. Although there was no sentience in the mind she met with her own, it wasn't empty. There were feelings in there, sensations, fears, hopes. He was a mess, as much outside and in. He was roiling with an anger he didn't understand. He knew he'd lost something and he wanted it back, and he was willing to break everything and everyone around him until he found what he'd lost. There was a ragged edge to his emotions where he'd been torn away from Kairn. He wanted so much to come back to himself. He was desperate. Teresa was careful. Desperate animals were dangerous. She knew that. But she couldn't walk away from him when he needed her so much. She kept her hand outstretched as he came closer. "Come back to me, Mac," she urged, her voice soft. Mac sniffed the fingers of her outstretched hand, then came closer, bending his head and shoulders so he could press his face into her neck. For one horrible moment, Teresa was afraid he was going to bite her. He didn't. He just drew in a deep breath, inhaling her scent and exhaling on a low growl. He drew back and looked deep into her eyes for heartbeat after heartbeat. Then he fell to his knees, settling back so he rested on his heels and his head was at the level of her waist. He wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his head against her. He was trembling all over. Teresa wrapped her arms around his head and cradled him. "There now," she soothed. "You've had a terrible day, haven't you? But I'm here. I'll look after you." She wove her fingers into his long dark hair and finger-combed it. "You're such a mess, but we'll get you looking presentable again." She was deep in his mind now, gently probing at the ragged edges where he'd once been linked with Kairn. He growled when she probed a tender spot. Teresa jumped as Kairn's hand touched her shoulder. "You've done an amazing job," he said, "but this is so risky. Maybe you should try the rest another day." Could he feel what she was trying to do in Mac's mind? She wondered. How far did Kairn's powers go, anyway? She didn't even know. But she was so deep in Mac's mind that she couldn't stop now. She was entangled with him. Holding the ragged edges of Mac's mind together with her own, she reached out for Kairn. Mac felt her presence shifting in his mind, and he growled warningly. "Teresa," Kairn began. "Nearly there," she soothed. Kairn let her in cautiously, opening his mind to her only by degrees. There was so much about himself that he kept walled off. She'd never realized that he kept so much of himself, so much of his past, locked away, behind high, well-guarded walls. "You have to let me in," Teresa pleaded. "I can't help you if you don't let me." Mac growled again and rose to his feet, pulling away from Teresa's calming hands. He focused on Kairn as the one who'd interrupted his silent communion with the soft, sweet-smelling female he wanted to drown in. And now that female's voice was high. Panicked. Rage rose within him, and he faced the blonde man who had upset his female. She felt it all, enmeshed as she was with Mac's mind. She sought desperately in Kairn's mind for the ragged edges that matched Mac's, but he wouldn't open himself all the way. Desperately, she flung herself at the walls he'd erected in his mind. Mac drew back his fist. Kairn raised his hands, glittering with lightning. She wasn't ready. She didn't have all the edges yet, and Kairn was retreating from her even further as he squared off with Mac. She wove the edges together as best she could, a hasty, hurried job, and where the ends were left trailing, she melded them with her own mind. Mac stood up straighter, looking from Kairn to Teresa. Kairn's silver eyes changed until they were the same bright forest green as Mac's, but they remained edged with silver fire. The lightning faded from his fists. Kairn turned to look at her too, and Teresa found herself the focus of both of their attention. They weren't just bound to each other now, they were bound to her, both of them. Teresa didn't know what to say. She found herself breathing hard, both from panic and exertion. She looked from one to the other. Mac fell to his knees again, this time kneeling high and resting his face against her shoulder as his arms went around her waist. Her arms went automatically around his neck. "You saved me," he rasped. "Gods, Teresa, you're so completely perfect." He held her tightly and his shoulders shook beneath her caressing hands. Kairn wrapped his arms around both of them, bringing them into a tight embrace. He buried his face in Teresa's hair. The outpouring of devotion from both of them made Teresa want to drown in it. They loved her. They adored her. They desired her. Kairn's hand came up to turn Teresa's face towards his. She looked up at him, unaware of anything but the overflow of adoration in both his mind and Mac's. Kairn lowered his head and brushed her lips with his, softly, gently. She thought it was Mac who lifted her, but she was so out of her head with wanting them that she didn't even know for sure whose hands lifted her and carried her the few steps to the bed. She was caught up in her own need, Kairn's need, Mac's need, and the triple beat of desire in her blood was overwhelming. She was tumbled onto the bed with more speed than finesse, and both of them came down after her, Mac still on her left, Kairn on her right. Her mind raced. She was out of control. She'd had other boyfriends, and she knew what she liked, but this was so far out of her realm of experience that her mind was spinning. What was going to happen? She'd never even considered anything like this before. She didn't even know how this was going to work. Was this something to do with the bonding? Something to do with the stress they'd all experienced? And God, how would she ever explain this to anyone? It would be humiliating, admitting that she let not one, but two men take her. In the middle of the day, no less, on a bed that didn't even have a pillow left on it, much less any sheets. She reached out to both of them mentally for comfort. Mac gave it instantly, reassurance coming off him in waves as he returned to take her mouth again. This kiss was gentler, and through their bond, she felt him savor the sensation. He offered her reassurance, passion, and all the devotion his heart could offer. Kairn was still closed to her. She heard his voice in her mind. "I want you, Tania. I need you so much, my beautiful, beautiful girl." He pressed an adoring kiss to the inside of her wrist. "Be mine forever, beautiful girl. Give yourself to me. Give yourself to us." She probed at those mental walls, but they were as solid as ever. Teresa found herself growing cold. If he wasn't going to let her in, then this wasn't a joining of hearts and minds and souls and bodies. It was just bodies. A sudden, urgent need, sure, but just bodies. They both felt her withdrawal. Mac rose up on his elbow to look wonderingly down at her. He touched her cheek gently. "What is it, little one? What's wrong?" Kairn rolled away from her to sit on the edge of the bed, his back to her. All of a sudden, Teresa wanted to cry so much that tears stung the backs of her eyes. She blinked quickly to clear them and ignored their bitter taste on the back of her tongue. I need to go back to my family," she said. It wasn't until she said it that she realized it was true. They were all at the infirmary, waiting for Sarah to wake, being there for her. And where was she, while her family were supporting each other through a hard time, she asked herself. With two men at once. She felt sick as she sat up, clutching her chiton to her aching breasts. Mac's arm went around her to support her. "Let me clean up a bit and we'll go with you," he offered. His voice was warm and deep and so gentle that it just made her eyes sting some more. Kairn didn't even turn to look at her, so she swung herself off the opposite side of the bed. She was unsteady for a moment. Mac reached out for her and she caught his hand to steady herself. Kairn finally turned to look at her, but she averted her eyes quickly. He'd made her feel dirty, cheap. She hated him for it. Deep inside, she knew that they were meant to be together. While she was frightened of what that might mean, she knew it in her bones. Mac stood. He ran his other hand through his hair, pushing it back from his face. "I'll just take a second," he said. Teresa pulled her hand away from his. "No, I'll go," she said quickly. I really need to get back to the infirmary. Please don't follow me." Her shaking hands fastened the brooches at the shoulders. Her stumbling steps took her out the door. Mac called for her, but Teresa ignored him, knowing that he was standing in the doorway, watching her go. She could feel his longing for her, could practically see herself retreating through his eyes as she ducked into a transport station and disappeared. Chapter 7. In the infirmary waiting room, Elizabeth greeted her with wide eyes. "What happened to you?" she asked. Tarn glanced at Teresa, then looked away immediately. Jessen was back. He had his head in his hands and didn't even look up. Elizabeth stood up and put her arm around Teresa's shoulders. Teresa didn't know she was shaking until she felt the steadiness of Elizabeth's arm around her. Elizabeth steered her towards the bathroom. "I think you need some time to get yourself together," she said, her voice gentle. Elizabeth knew how to keep her cool in difficult situations, how to say the right thing to cover an embarrassing moment. Teresa wasn't sure exactly what she did for a living, but she knew it was something to do with foreign affairs, and she spent most of her life traveling. She didn't even mention the fact that Teresa's chiton was awkwardly pinned and her hair was wild. She just pulled a comb out of a voluminous handbag and wet some paper towels so Teresa could wash her face. There was nothing either of them could do about the massive hickey on the left side of her neck. Finally, after Teresa fixed the brooches and belt that held the chiton together and gave it shape, Elizabeth spoke. "How are you feeling?" she asked. Teresa burst into tears. Elizabeth held her like Maggie had held her when she was a child. Elizabeth was curvy, though not as much so as Teresa, and she gave wonderful hugs. Elizabeth soothed her with gentle words and a soothing touch on her back. When Teresa had control of herself, Elizabeth handed her some more damp paper towel to clean her face. "Did one of them hurt you?" Elizabeth asked directly. "If any of this was without your consent, just say the word and I will have him nailed to the wall." Teresa shook her head and swallowed hard. "No, it wasn't that. I wanted everything. But he just wanted, the physical stuff." Elizabeth scoffed, and Teresa was surprised. She'd never seen such an open look on Elizabeth's face before. "You mean he wanted to take everything you had to give, but wasn't willing to give you anything in return?" Elizabeth asked, derisively. "If that isn't just typical. My husband, ex-husband, was just the same. I bet it was Mac. He never opens his mouth, but he looks at you like he wants to swallow you whole." "It was Kairn," Teresa admitted. "Mac. God. He demanded everything, but he gave everything, too." Elizabeth's eyes went wide, though she clearly tried to control it. "Both of them?" she asked. "At once?" Teresa blushed to the roots of her hair. She hadn't meant to tell anyone. "Please don't tell Maggie. She'd be horrified. Brav, too. They're both pretty conventional." "I won't tell a soul," Elizabeth promised, making a gesture like she was locking her lips with a key. "How long do you think you're going to keep it a secret, though? If you're in love with them and they're in love with you, you should celebrate it. Tarn told me that when the Guardians give their hearts, they're given forever." Teresa lowered her voice. "We're not going to be together forever. Kairn won't let me in." Her lip trembled. "I didn't think it was going to be just physical. I really thought he'd open up to me. And then I felt so horrified when I realized that I was off, enjoying the two of them, when the rest of you were here." Elizabeth stroked Teresa's hair. "There's nothing to be horrified about. When Tarn and I went for a walk in the garden, well, we didn't exactly walk a long way." Teresa's mouth fell open. It gave her an odd sort of hope to hear that Elizabeth's relationship with Tarn was progressing when her own had crashed against the solid walls around Kairn's heart. Elizabeth looked Teresa up and down. "There. You look a bit more under control now. Are you ready to come out?" Teresa took a deep breath and nodded. Time went past very slowly in the infirmary waiting room. Jessen finally lifted his head from his hands, only so he could pace from one end of the room to the other. "She should be waking now," he stated grimly. "I can feel that the drug is gone from her system. Her body wants to wake, but she's fighting it." Maggie and Brav returned. Maggie looked distinctly green around the gills, but she insisted that she was fine. She sat beside Teresa, but she didn't say anything. Teresa felt sick looking at Maggie, who was clearly trying to keep it together. Days, Station Marshal Dreyex had said. A week. And it looked like Maggie was going to be the first one to succumb. "Please, wake up," Teresa thought, pushing the thought out to where Sarah was unconscious in the next room. "Please, Maggie's sick. We need to open this Locutus and find Mom, or Maggie might—" She couldn't even finish the thought. A few minutes later, a nurse finally opened the door into the waiting room and called them. "She's waking up," he said. "She wants to see you." Jessen's head came up sharply. "She's awake?" he asked. Teresa could feel him reaching out for Sarah. "Why didn't I feel it?" He strode towards the door. Understanding hit Teresa long before it hit Jessen. He stopped sharply just in front of the nurse as he realized that he wasn't able to feel the fact that Sarah woke up because she was shielding herself from him. Teresa had felt the same thing from Kairn. The nurse held up his hand. "I'm sorry. She has asked to just see her sisters. She was very clear." Jessen jerked like he'd been gut-punched. Teresa heard the air escape him. He stood aside, letting Teresa, Maggie, and Elizabeth pass, but his face was as pale as death. Sarah was pale too, but she was sitting up in bed. Elizabeth gave a low cry and flung her arms around her sister. Sarah lowered her head for one moment into her sister's embrace, then pulled away. Maggie sat down beside the bed and put her hand over Sarah's. Standing behind Maggie, Teresa suddenly felt outside of the scene. She hardly knew Sarah. Before they'd been abducted together, she'd barely spent more than a few hours in the woman's company since she was a child. Teresa felt like a fraud for even coming into the room. "I'm sorry I frightened you all," Sarah said softly. She pulled her hand out from under Maggie's to clasp both hands tightly in her lap. "I'll be fine. Please, don't worry." Elizabeth sat on the bed beside her sister. "Of course we're worried," she insisted. She kept her arm around Sarah's shoulders. Sarah was so much taller than her sister, that Elizabeth could comfortably rest her head on her sister's shoulder. "We love you, Sarah. We're here for you." Her voice lowered. "Please, don't do anything like that ever again, Sarah. I couldn't bear it." Sarah shook in her sister's embrace. Her jaw was clenched tight. "You're going to lose me anyway," she predicted, and there was a faraway light in her eyes that shifted from green to storm gray. "He's coming for me, and he'll take me." Her lip trembled, despite her best efforts to control it. "He's going to take me to hell. I've seen it." Elizabeth put both her arms around her sister. "Sarah, that isn't going to happen. It was a dream. Just a dream, honey. It wasn't real." "Not yet," Sarah agreed. "But it was a true dream. You know I dream true. It's going to happen. And when Station Marshal Draic said Baylor had claimed me as his bride, her whole body started to shake. I can't let him find me." Her hand lay over her flat belly. "I'd rather kill myself and my child than let him get either of us." She drew back to look Elizabeth directly in the eyes. "His name is Baylor now, Elizabeth. But he's had different names. Baylor, Belial, Lucifer. He's the devil, Elizabeth. And he's coming to get me." Sarah clung to Elizabeth so tightly her knuckles went white and she wept in her sister's arms. Maggie rose to put her arms around both of them. Feeling awkward, but wanting to give comfort, Teresa went with Maggie into the embrace. What Sarah was saying sounded like she was crazy, but Teresa had seen into Baylor's mind, and Sarah wasn't wrong. He looked like a man, but he wasn't, not completely. There was something else in there, something that drove him, and it was dark. Teresa laid her head on Maggie's shoulder blade and tried to offer them all reassurance when she was desperately afraid that maybe Sarah was the only one in the room who really understood what was happening. When Sarah was released from the infirmary, Jessen was still in the waiting room. He bowed to Sarah, then bent to lift her in his arms. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice suddenly high and tight. "Taking you home, baby. You don't have to talk to me, but let me carry you. Please." Sarah closed her eyes tightly and buried her face in his shoulder. Her hands looked very small as they curled and clung to his massive neck. After her initial outburst, Sarah had refused flatly to refer to what had happened that morning. The only time her hard shell seemed to crack was when they first approached her suite, and she flinched in Jessen's arms. "No," she gasped. Elizabeth put her hand on Sarah's shoulder. "What is it, Sarah?" Sarah turned suddenly wide, dark eyes on Elizabeth, then back to Jessen. Teresa stared. Sarah's eyes had been green at first, and then gray just this morning. How did her eyes change color like that? Her throat worked. "I left a mess." Jessen's hands flexed as he held her, but his face was stoic. "I cleaned it up for you, baby. There's nothing to be afraid of." Sarah closed her eyes, though, her face hidden against him. Jessen lay her gently on the bed, then knelt beside it to remove her blood-stained shoes. He held her bare feet in his large hands and looked up at her. "You should have a bath, baby. Get yourself some fresh clothes." His hand encircled her ankle and his voice lowered to a whisper that Teresa was almost embarrassed to hear. "I wish you would let me take care of you." Sarah turned on her side away from him and bent her knees, pulling her feet from his gentle hold. Teresa heard the clicking sound as Jessen swallowed past a dry throat. He turned to Elizabeth. "You'll make sure she gets a bath and some clean clothes? And something to eat?" Elizabeth's face was filled with compassion. "We'll look after her," she promised the giant. He nodded, throat working, then bowed and left them alone. Elizabeth refused to leave Sarah alone. Sarah fought her, but Elizabeth, quiet, soft Elizabeth, was implacable. "Absolutely not," she stated. "You can shower in your shift like a medieval nun for all I care, but you've given up the right to privacy as of this morning." And then quiet, soft Elizabeth stuck her head forward aggressively so she was in Sarah's space. You nearly broke my damn heart this morning. And look at Jessen. That man adores you and you nearly broke him. I've never seen a man so frightened in my life. Elizabeth went to the replicator and brought back a full slip, made of green silk. She handed it to her sister. "Come on, Sarah," she urged, her voice soft again, like it usually was. "Let's get you out of those clothes and into a shower." They were in the shower a long time, but that was hardly a surprise. The showers on Solace Station weren't just for sluicing off the day's grime, but for sheer pleasure. They had water coming from a handheld outlet, but if you wanted, you could also have water fall from the ceiling. It was like being caught in a warm rain. They had steam settings, too, so you could luxuriate in the warmth, sitting on the little bench provided in every shower. "I won't be able to go with you to find Mom," Maggie said as they waited for Sarah and Elizabeth to come out of the shower. "I wish I could, Teresa. It looks like this thing is working quickly inside me." Teresa wrapped her arms around her sister. "I know that, Maggie. I'll go to Clavis Prime with Kairn and Mac and we'll open the locutus. We'll find Mom and bring her back. You just stay well for me, do you hear me?" Maggie held her tightly and didn't answer. Chapter 8. An hour later, they were ready to go. Kairn activated the chime on Sarah's door. "It's time to depart," he told her. "The ship is ready. I'm so sorry. I wish I could give you more time." "I'm ready." "I'll come with you to say goodbye," Maggie said. She swallowed hard, and Teresa wondered if she felt sick again. "We'll come too," Sarah said unexpectedly. "We'll see you off." "I'm sorry," Kairn said in a low voice as she passed him, and she knew he wasn't talking about the fact that they had to leave now. She gazed at him without emotion. "That isn't enough," she replied. "I can't let you in if you won't let me in. It hurt when I found out how much of yourself you'd been holding back." Kairn's expression twisted wryly. "There are things I can't tell anyone, not even you, Teresa. My mother, my father. My family has a lot of secrets. People would be put in danger if I revealed those secrets. As it was, using my power to save your cousin was a terrible risk." Teresa's eyes narrowed. "Well, I hope you think it was worth it." She swept past him. Mac was waiting for them in the hallway. "Did he apologize?" "Yes, I didn't accept it." Mac frowned. "Why not? I know he's really sorry. He cares for you, the same as I do." "Sorry isn't enough. There isn't any point behind an apology when he has no intention of changing. I can't accept half of him, and that's final." Mac's face filled with consternation. "But if you won't bond with him, I can't bond with you either." It hurt Teresa to say, "I wish it could be different, but it's all or nothing. I'm not just going to be a warm body in the bed of the men I love. I need to be loved. I deserve that. If Kairn can't give me that, then I'll find someone who can." Grief shivered over Mac's weathered face. A nerve ticked in his jaw. "Can't I love you for the both of us?" He was offering her everything. Everything. She felt it all in his heart, clear through to his soul. He was wide open to her. And it just made it more obvious that while Mac loved her, Kairn didn't. If he loved her, he wouldn't shut her out like this. There were no tears threatening. She'd cried all the tears she had to shed right now. She faced Mac bravely and touched his bearded cheek. "No, Mac," she said gently. They arrived at the docking bay only a few minutes later. Station Marshal Draex was waiting. His expression was somber as he bowed to them. "Travel safely and be well," he said. "May the fates grant you success." The ship was ready. Salvation was a small vessel compared to Solace Station, but it was large enough to carry everyone Teresa wished she could take with her and couldn't. Maggie hugged Teresa tightly. "Please be safe," she begged. "You too," Teresa replied, feeling like her throat was about to close. Elizabeth gave her a hug and whispered a very sweet goodbye. Teresa had expected that. What she didn't expect was for Sarah to do the same. "I remember Auntie Meg," she said. Probably better than any of you, because I'm older. I was 17 when she died, went missing. But I could see into people's hearts even then, and I know how she felt about you. I know you're feeling uncertain and alone, but you need to know that she adored you. She loved you every bit as much as Mom loves Bess and me. Don't doubt that. Sarah's hug was fierce. If I'm not here when you get back, Teresa, I want you to know that you'll always be in my heart. You're my family, and I don't have a lot of family. Even though your father kept us apart most of your life, you're still one of the most important people in the world to me. Teresa gripped Sarah's arms. Don't talk like that, she admonished. You have to keep safe, too. If anything happened to you, it would break all our hearts. Don't you dare forget that. Sarah smiled grimly. I've learned my lesson. I felt how much I hurt you all, and I can't do that again. Next time I leave you, it won't be my decision. As Teresa watched, Sarah's eyes shifted from green to storm gray again. How do your eyes change color like that? Teresa asked. I've never seen it before we were on Solace Station. My eyes have always changed color depending on how I'm feeling or what powers I'm using. She shrugged. I used to wear colored contacts to hide it. Now I don't have to hide. Teresa gave Sarah another impulsive hug. She didn't know what to say, but she held her heart wide open so Sarah could feel it. Sarah hugged her fiercely, then stepped back. She looked over Teresa's shoulder at Kairn, who had retreated to allow them some privacy to say their goodbyes. Be careful with that big blonde one, sister, she said in a very low voice. I may have been unconscious earlier, but I tasted his power while he was unleashed. You have no idea what he really is. Teresa turned to look at Kairn. His back was to her as Mac, Jessen, Tarn, and Brav engaged him in low conversation. He's closed off to me, Teresa admitted. Sarah nodded. I don't know exactly what's wrong, but his secrets are powerful. Don't let them swallow you up. A few minutes later, Teresa was aboard Salvation and buckled into her chair. Kairn and Mac were either side of her, doing things that were probably very important to very complex instrument panels. They exchanged terse words that made Teresa wonder if they'd had a fight. Teresa watched Earth shrink rapidly on the view screen until it was just a small, twinkling dot against the velvet night, then was gone. She hadn't seen that before, when she was taken away from Earth the first time. She'd been locked in a hold, her hands tied, her arms bruised from where they'd held her so roughly. Elizabeth had been crying. Sarah had been stony. And as far as she'd known, Meggie was dead. They'd seen her on the floor in the kitchen, lying still and bloodied as a Malia warrior kicked her limp body. Sarah had thrown a blast of power at him that killed him where he stood. The Malias clamped a collar on her neck that inhibited her powers, and then Sarah was as vulnerable as the rest of them. Teresa shuddered. Are you cold? Kairn asked. I can change the ambient temperature. Not cold, she replied. Mac rose from his seat and held his hand out to her. I'll show you around, he offered. Teresa's hands fumbled on the harness. When it was undone, she realized that she'd missed an opportunity to have 4 big hands moving around her body and regretted her life choices again for a moment. Then she remembered how it had felt to have Kairn push her away mentally, and she steeled herself against the longing to feel his hands on her skin. Teresa had her own cabin. It was a small, compact room with a single bed, a chair, a table, and some storage. Mac or Kairn had already brought her bag and placed it on the bed before she boarded. She hadn't brought a lot. There was nothing she couldn't make in the replicator, but she wanted some of her own things with her. Meggie had always teased her about her big handbag, but she'd always been happy enough to borrow a tissue, or use Teresa's makeup mirror, or scribble a note in Teresa's notepad. Meggie had teased her playfully again, and Teresa was so afraid it might be for the last time, when she saw the small bag she was taking. After the truckloads you had us bring from your flat when you moved to Solace Station? Feeling very mature, Teresa stuck her tongue out at her sister. I've got everything that matters. That wasn't quite true, though. There had been one item she'd wanted desperately to get from their father's house, but he hadn't let them in the door. She'd wanted it for years and hadn't had the courage to go back without Maggie. And then he hadn't even let them in. She hated being away from Maggie. Hated it. The only time they'd ever been so far apart was when Teresa had been taken, first as a hostage, then as a slave. Mac's gentle fingertip on her temple roused her from her unhappy reverie. "I don't know exactly what you're thinking," he said, "but I know these thoughts make you unhappy." Teresa took a deep breath and let it out. "I'm fine." Mac's sensual lips twitched at the unconscious hurt. "I'm not the one keeping you out," he reminded her. "Yes, but you're a pair, aren't you?" She shook her head. "I don't want to talk about this anymore. It won't do any good. How long until we get to Clavis Prime?" 6 hours. Teresa nodded. "Let me know when we arrive." She knew she was hurting him. She felt it through their bond, but he just bowed and left her alone. She fished a book out of her bag and tried to read, but she couldn't get into the story. All she could feel was Mac's aching heart and the faintest echo of Kairn's fear and regret. Clavis Prime was an artificial planet. Unlike most planets inhabited by humans, it wasn't a blue and green dot in space. It was small and covered in a single enormous city. Some parts of the city were for trade, selling the best locks in the galaxy. Some were for locksmith education and training. Some, seedier, sections were for those who wanted the locks to open without a key. Teresa hoped they didn't have to go through there. "How do you know where to land?" Teresa asked, buckled into her seat for landing. "We've already made some inquiries," Kairn answered. "There is a locksmith at the university who is a master at identifying the keys that activate a locutus. He's nearly 100 years old, but they say he can identify the work of any of his students at a glance. He's our first point of call." Teresa felt stupid. It hadn't even occurred to her that they might have called ahead. It felt like the story of her life, jumping in feet first, and only then realizing that she wasn't equipped to land safely. The university campus was enormous, and Kairn was only allowed to land beyond the grounds. Once they got inside the university, they had to catch a tram-like vehicle to get to their destination. Teresa was wearing a chiton since she'd been told that it was universal women's wear. It was a simple, long white dress, belted with a gold cord that she crossed between her breasts to show off their full curves. Kairn and Mac, as always, looked dashing in their black Guardian uniforms, to which they'd added a long, black cloak and black leather gloves. Everyone else on the tram was wearing the university uniform of tan trousers and a beige shirt. Most of them wore heavy tool belts, and some had scopes hanging from a chain around their neck. The tram was crowded, and they had to stand. Kairn and Mac positioned Teresa against a wall and surrounded her with their bodies. When the tram stopped, it jerked, and Teresa nearly fell. It was just for safety that she put her hands out to wrap around their waists, just for safety that they moved closer, until their big, hard bodies pressed her against the wall. The tram stopped and started a lot, every time her body was thrown against theirs until she was shaking. The master locksmith was busy when they arrived. They had to wait outside his office. She badly wanted to pace, but she didn't want to reveal how agitated she was feeling. In a minute, they were going to find out how to open the locutus. She'd learn why her mother left her. She didn't know how she felt about that. She hardly remembered her mother. Megara was just a name and a memory of cuddles in the morning. If it wasn't for the fact that they had photographs, Teresa wasn't even sure she'd know what her mother looked like. And to be honest, she really wasn't sure she wanted to find her. Why would she want to find someone who'd abandoned her? Why would she want that person back in her life? If it wasn't for the fact that Maggie needed her, Teresa wouldn't even be here. Mac caught her hand. His big palm nearly engulfed her whole hand, and his fingers were slightly rough on her skin. "It's okay," he said softly, and she remembered that they could sense her emotions. Finally, the door opened and a tearful student emerged. He ducked his head down and hurried past them down the hall. "Next!" the master locksmith bellowed, not looking up. Chapter 9. Teresa was expecting a desk, books, and papers, but the master locksmith didn't deal with books and papers. He was seated at a desk covered with dozens of tiny devices. Some of them Teresa recognized as locutus. Locutuses? Locuti? She didn't know what the plural was. She'd only ever seen one, and the master locksmith had dozens. On the wall there was a board with lots of little implements, some long and thin, some complicated little mechanisms that obviously had a very specific purpose. The master locksmith himself looked like he was about 1,000 years old. He was a wizened old man with enormous ears and an enormous nose almost hidden in a bushy white beard and mustache. The top of his head was shiny and bare, his bald spot not completely covered by the worn leather cap that perched on the top of his head. A few strands of white hair drifted down to his shoulders to graze the patched leather jerkin. "No extensions!" the master locksmith bellowed, still not looking up. There was a scope in one eye, the skin around it so crinkled that it looked like the scope was part of his face. He took a long, thin metal probe with an end so fine it was invisible to the naked eye, and held it an inch away from a small device that gave a snick noise. "We're not your students," Kairn informed him wryly. The master locksmith looked up. His only visible eye blinked rapidly to adjust his focus to the people standing in front of him. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I am Commander Kairn of the Guardians of Valor. This is Lady Teresa and Commander Mac. We have an appointment with you so that you can help us open a locutus." The master locksmith scowled. "If you don't know the key, then the message isn't for you." He turned back to his desk. "It's from my mother," Teresa offered. "She went missing. This is our only clue. I thought they said you could help us." The master locksmith went right on scowling. He still hadn't even removed the scope and was obviously having difficulty switching his focus. He pursed his lips, then eventually held out a wrinkled, weathered hand. "Fine, give it to me." Feeling reluctant to relinquish the locutus, Teresa dropped it into his hand. He raised it to his face, then made a disgusted noise. "Filthy thing." He shoved the locutus back into Teresa's hands. "That woman's all over it. I'm not going to open this for you. But we need to hear the message. Get out of my office." "But my mother," he sneered. "Your mother was a tart, my dear." "Watch your mouth," Kairn snapped, suddenly looming over the locksmith. Mac put an arm around Teresa's shoulders. The master locksmith didn't even rise from his seat, facing Kairn squarely. Desperate, Teresa tried something she'd never tried before. She'd done it with animals often enough. Always before, it had been something subtle. A nudge here, an encouragement there. She'd never done it with humans before, if the master locksmith was human. She reached into his mind. He was distracted, facing off with Kairn. He wasn't paying any attention to her at all. He didn't notice when she took control. She let him look away from Kairn and sneer at her, and then made a space for what she needed to hear. He spoke reluctantly. "Go find Avaris. He has an office in Corsulum. He'll tell you how your mother keyed her locutus, and then come back here and tell me she wasn't a tart." Mac growled. "It's okay," Teresa said hurriedly as she withdrew from the master locksmith's mind. She was eager to get out of there in case he realized what she'd done. He was starting to look confused, looking at the three of them intently, twisting the scope still in place around his eye. "We don't care about his opinion. He doesn't matter. Let's go find someone who can help us." Kairn turned. As he reached the door, the master locksmith said, "Come back here, boy." Kairn turned, but didn't take a step back. The master locksmith got out of his seat and padded towards the massive guardian warrior. The locksmith wasn't more than 3 feet high, but his sharp gaze took in every inch of Kairn's physique. "Who was your father, boy?" the master locksmith asked. "None of your business," Kairn retorted, and strode from the office, shutting the door firmly behind him. Kairn and Mac exchanged worried glances. Teresa sensed their emotions through the bond. "What's going on?" she asked. "Why did he ask about your father?" For a minute, she was desperately afraid that he'd respond the same way he had to the master locksmith, with a curt, "None of your business," and it was going to hurt. He didn't say it, just took a deep breath. "My father is no more a part of my life than your father is a part of yours." "He wasn't my father," Teresa said as they began to walk down the hallway. "Even if he was our biological father, he wasn't our real father. He isn't a part of our lives anymore." "Lucky you," Kairn retorted. Teresa started to lengthen her steps to match theirs, then realized that she usually didn't have to hurry to keep up with them. Why are we running?" Kairn answered. "Because I'm willing to bet that foul-mouthed locksmith recognized me as my father's son. He's going to call it in. He knows where we're going. We don't have a lot of time." "Kairn? Who is your father? Why are you running away?" He wanted to answer, "None of your business." She could feel it coming off him in waves, his reluctance, his bitterness, his resentment that she should even ask, but he controlled himself and simply said, "I have my reasons." There was no more sexy back and forth on the tram this time. It wasn't as crowded, and they found 3 seats together. They kept Teresa between them, but the walls in Kairn's mind were higher than ever, and Mac was preoccupied, looking around warily. Kairn spent the time looking up the details for Averis's office on his wrist device. They had to change to another tram to take them to Corsulum. The buildings by the tracks became shabbier and shabbier, and the people more numerous. When they exited the tram at Corsulum Station, Kairn surprised Teresa by taking her hand. "I want you holding on to at least one of us at all times," he ordered. "This part of town isn't safe." "What do you care?" Teresa sneered. She was surprised again when she felt her words hurt him. His lips thinned as he tried to hide it. "I care, Teresa. Just because I can't tell you everything doesn't mean I don't care." Teresa wanted badly to argue, but they were already moving again. Averis's office wasn't far from the station, in a tall, narrow building with tall, narrow windows that let in narrow bands of light that weren't enough to properly illuminate the small rooms and dingy hallways. Mac knocked on the door, then stood back so Kairn could be the one to speak for them. Kairn let go of Teresa's hand as Mac took her other hand in his. "We have a locutus we need to open," Kairn explained when the door opened a cautious slit. "We were told that you were the person to see." The door opened further. This locksmith was the opposite of the master locksmith. This one was tall and thin, like the tall, narrow building he lived in. He was middle-aged, a scope in his squinted eye, and a shock of salt and pepper hair on which perched the same kind of leather cap that the master locksmith had worn. "Come in," he invited. "Fee is 3 viles to inspect the locutus, then 10 to 20 viles to open it, depending on the type of key I have to manufacture. Do you agree to pay the fee?" He held out a small, flat box that fit in the palm of his hand. Kairn lay his hand on the box and said, "I agree." The box glowed a sickly green. "Contract confirmed," the box said. "Very well," Averis said, returning the box to his pocket. "Let's see the locutus. Where did it come from?" "My mother," Teresa answered. He didn't cringe like the master locksmith had when he inspected the locutus. He blinked, slowly, then raised it to his face and inhaled deeply. He made a low, appreciative noise, then looked back up at them, focusing on Teresa. 3 viles to inspect the locutus," he repeated. "But this one I'll help you open for free, pretty lady." Mac growled again. Averis laughed. "Well, it was worth a try." He handed the locutus back to Kairn. "Payment for the inspection, please." Kairn handed over the 3 copper coins Averis had requested. "How do we open it?" This locutus was sealed by a woman in desperate times. Women use this method sometimes, when they're having man trouble. It's a cheap but effective key. "Well, what is it?" Kairn was glancing out the window and shifting restlessly. We don't have all day. Avaris looked back at Teresa. The locutus is keyed to honey. Honey? Teresa repeated, confused. Female orgasmic secretions, Avaris clarified. Teresa's mouth fell open. Why would my mother use something like that to seal the locutus? It's private, is what it is. Avaris didn't look either disgusted or shocked. If a woman is fleeing a man that she knows to be cruel, then she knows that he will never open this locutus if it is keyed to her honey. Your mother was desperate, my lady, but she was also smart. He handed her back the locutus. A determined, resourceful woman. I hope that the message gives you what you are looking for. There was the sound of a door opening on the lower floor. We have to get out of here now, Mac growled. His hand was tight on Teresa's. She slipped the locutus into her pocket. Avaris nodded and stepped to the side. Even now, they could hear feet pounding, running up the stairs. Avaris pressed a button on his desk and a section of the wall slid open. This leads to the roof, he said. Once you leave, I'm going to lock down this office. You won't be able to return. Teresa's eyes were wide as Mac hurried her to the door. What if they heard him? She caught one last sight of Avaris's rueful, bitter face. This is every day in Corsalum, my lady. I am prepared. Then Mac was pushing her up a flight of narrow stairs, Kairn right behind her. The area looked even more grimy from the rooftop. It was full of odd angles and equipment and machinery. Mac dragged her forward like he knew where he was going, so she hurried along with him as best she could. Need to get to another building, Kairn told her. Then to the ground. If we need to separate, stay with Mac. Don't try to stay with me. Who are they? Teresa asked. My father's men. This way. He took off at a run. Teresa's heart shot into her throat as he reached the edge of the roof and jumped right off. There was no way he was going to make it. The next building was across a narrow alley, but it was further than any man could jump. She made a horrified noise as he jumped anyway. He was airborne for the longest moment of her life, then landed sure-footed on the building opposite and turned to gesture for them to join him. I can't do that, Teresa gasped. Mac didn't even answer. In one smooth, fluid motion, he turned and inserted himself beneath her, taking her on his back, bringing her thighs around his waist. She nearly hooked her arms around his neck, switching her hands at the last moment to hold his shoulders so she didn't choke him. He prepared himself, taking a deep breath as he got ready to run. Teresa closed her eyes as he started to move. She wasn't tall, but she was curvy. She was heavy. Kairn had made the jump, but he was lighter than Mac to begin with, and he hadn't been carrying a woman on his back. Mac's muscles bunched beneath her. She cried out the moment they left the surface of the roof as he leaped across the distance between the two buildings, gripped his shoulders tight and prayed to not die. Kairn had made landing look light and easy. On Mac's back, Teresa felt their landing jar every joint in her body. Mac bent his knees so she could slip off his back. His hand came up to catch hers as she slid to the surface of the roof. She was just opening her eyes when she heard the first shout. There they are! Kairn was already throwing his shoulder against a locked door that led down into the building. It burst open beneath his weight. He stood back so Teresa and Mac could get inside, then followed them down the tight, winding stairs. Teresa had never run so fast in her life. Her breath came fast and tight. The staircase was so narrow and steep, and she was terrified that every rapid step would be the one to send her careening to the basement. The basement was a long, long way down. The only thing that kept her going was Mac's firm grip on her hand. Then a blast of ruby-red light shot down the stairwell, and Teresa couldn't help her scream. Mac's hand tightened so strongly around hers that it hurt. Above her, a male voice shouted, "We're here to capture him, not kill him, you idiot!" The next blast of light was green, which she supposed was better. Was it better if the people chasing you only wanted to capture you? But then they wanted to capture Kairn. What if the people with him were expendable? The next time the staircase opened up onto a landing, Mac pulled her onto it. They were in a warehouse. A large, open space, sparsely lit, filled with boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. Kairn was right behind them. The soldiers chasing them clattered onto the warehouse floor. Teresa heard the noise when Kairn was hit. It was a sound like a spark, and he gave a soft groan. She and Mac turned in time to see him fall to the ground. She felt him slip away from the bond she'd formed between them. An inhuman noise of fury rumbled in Mac's chest. Teresa looked up at him. His eyes were wild again. She reached for him through their bond and found only a few slim strands still bound him to her. The bond he'd had with Kairn had been ripped away. He advanced towards her, and for an awful moment she was frightened of him. He gripped her hard around the waist, then lifted her off her feet and threw her. She landed atop a pile of boxes, falling heavily onto her shoulder. He turned his attention away from her to the men chasing them. There was at least a dozen of them. They were dressed in white and gold uniforms, well-presented, clean-shaven. They looked like the good guys, but they were still shooting. The green blast struck Mac squarely in the chest, but he didn't even slow down. He started to run towards them, building up speed in the aisle between the boxes, the golden lights that hung at intervals highlighting red-gold strands in his dark, wild hair, black cloak billowing behind him. As he ran, he roared like a beast. "Kill him!" the captain screamed. Chapter 10. The lights from the soldiers' blasters changed from green to red, and Teresa, clinging to the edge of the pile of boxes, cried out in fear. Mac wasn't even trying to swerve. She reached out towards him, and beyond him, to the men shooting at him. There were so many of them that she was pushed to her limit. She felt her own mind fracturing as she fought to control theirs. Just something small, she told herself, as the strain in her mind built in her body. Her chest grew tight with exertion. Just trigger fingers. The men screamed as they realized two things simultaneously. They couldn't fire their blasters, and Mac was so close that they couldn't get away. Teresa watched in horror as he cannoned into them and started tearing them apart. There was more blood than she had ever imagined. The noises of the men dying in front of her made her gag, and visceral revulsion overcame her. She lost her control over them, but in moments there was only one left. The captain. He raised his blaster as Mac advanced slowly towards him, covered in the blood of the man's comrades. His face was set and determined. Lightning arced from behind Mac and hit the captain right in the heart. He fell to the ground and lay still before Mac could reach him. Mac turned with a frustrated growl to see Kairn still on the ground, arms stretched out towards him. The lightning was still sparking on his fingertips. The move had taken all Kairn's effort. He collapsed. Mac took a slow, threatening step towards Kairn. Teresa levered herself up onto her elbows. There was no thought in Mac's mind anymore. All that remained was animal. Want. Need. Rage. The desire to kill and bathe his hands and face in the warm blood of his prey. If Teresa didn't stop him, he was going to kill Kairn with his bare hands, and then he was going to go for her. Kairn was vulnerable, barely conscious, but it made it easier for her to reach into his mind now that he wasn't actively pushing her away. She gathered up the frayed ends of the bond and wove them with Mac's. She caught nearly every thread this time, leaving a single loose end that she wove into her own soul. Mac didn't take his eyes off Kairn's recumbent form. He didn't slow down. Teresa gripped the edge of the boxes. "No!" she shouted. "Stop! Stop!" He crouched beside Kairn and reached out for him. Teresa started to scramble off the boxes to try to save Kairn. Mac lifted the barely conscious guardian into his arms, then turned to Teresa. She froze as his eyes made contact with hers. "No." Her lips formed the word silently. Regret sheened Mac's forest green eyes. "It's all right, little one," he rumbled. "I won't hurt him." Teresa was shaking all over, every muscle trembling. He'd come back to himself. She'd done it. She closed her eyes in relief and realized that she was crying. She couldn't seem to stop the tears. Mac tended to Kairn, sitting him up until he regained consciousness. All the while, Teresa stayed where she was on her pile of boxes. Mac was still covered in blood, and she was terrified of him. She felt like she was back in the moment when the dog had attacked her in the service animal center. She'd been so confident in her abilities, and if it wasn't for her protective gear, the dog might have killed her. Mac was so big and strong he could break her with one hand. When Kairn woke up again, Mac said, "We have to get back to our ship, brother. Can you walk?" Kairn nodded, and Mac left him for a moment. He went to Teresa's pile of boxes and stood beneath it. He held out his hands. "Come to me, little one. We'll go home." Teresa couldn't have moved if it meant her life. She was paralyzed with fear. The big hands he held out to her were covered in dried blood. Mac followed her gaze to his own hands, and his face twisted, as though he hadn't even realized he was covered in blood. "It's all right, little one," he soothed. "I won't hurt you." Her soul was bound to his. She felt his sincerity. Still, she cringed away from him, backing across the surface of the boxes. A nerve ticked in Mac's square jaw. He dropped his hands, then reached out to slide a box from the stack across the aisle. Teresa curled into a small, terrified shape and whimpered as he stacked box after box beneath the pile she was lying on. "Come down now, little one," he urged brokenly when he was done. "I won't touch you." He'd built her a staircase, she realized. Still, it took every ounce of her courage to slide towards the edge and take that first step towards him. At any minute he might turn, snarl, growl, reach for her and tear her to pieces, just as he had with the guards he'd killed. He moved away from her first, going back to Kairn. Teresa looked to where the captain had fallen and saw an empty space. He wasn't there anymore, but she didn't care. Mac had already killed so many. It didn't seem to mean anything that one man had survived. Soon, Kairn was able to walk, and they all headed back to the tram station. Mac had wrapped his dark cloak around himself and pulled on a pair of gloves to hide the dark stains on his hands. The knowledge that he was still covered in blood burned in Teresa's brain, and she kept her distance from him. She could see a stain on his cheek that he probably knew nothing about and wanted to throw up. Her cheeks were still wet with tears, and she didn't know why. She wasn't sobbing. She didn't feel like she was crying, but still the tears slipped down her face. She kept wiping them away, head bowed. She had a seat on the train. Kairn sat beside her, his arm around her. Max stood, towering over them both. Once they reached the ship, Teresa headed straight to her cabin. "Teresa, wait!" Mac called. She stopped, trembling, and waited. Every line of Mac's face was marked with regret. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. "I swear you can go to your cabin in a minute, but right now we have to take off. It isn't safe if you're not strapped in." He reached out to her, but she dodged his hand. As she buckled herself into the chair, she took a moment to be grateful that she'd already demonstrated that she could handle the harness herself. If she'd pretended that she couldn't manage on the way out, she'd probably have to bear his hands on her, and she was afraid that if he touched her now, she'd throw up. Kairn was silent as the ship rose in the air and commenced its smooth journey through the blackness of space. Then he turned to Teresa. "We need to talk," he said simply. "I don't want to talk," Teresa retorted, hearing the high note of fear in her voice. "Please, just let me go." Max stood by, silent and regretful. Kairn gestured to him. "Mac isn't a threat to you, Teresa," he insisted. "He's bound to both of us, the same as he was before. He's the same man he has always been." That was before. Her voice was small, when she wished it was loud and powerful. "He saved our lives," Kairn insisted. "Don't punish him for that." "I'm not punishing him." At least that came out a little more forcefully. It was true. She wasn't punishing him. He was brutal. She swallowed hard. I've never seen anything like that before, not even in a movie. I didn't know anyone could be so violent. She looked up at Mac, whose face was shuttered. She reached inside him, where he was bracing himself against the hurt. She didn't want to hurt him. She wished that she could take his head and cradle it at her breast the same way she had done when he'd gone feral back on Solace Station. She wished she could comfort him. But he was still covered in blood, and she was frightened, so frightened that those big hands could be so gentle one moment and so violent the next. He'd thrown her up onto the pile of boxes like she was a rag doll. He'd torn full-grown men apart with his bare hands. He could hurt her without even trying. He was saving our lives. Mac put his hand on Kairn's arm. Let her go, brother. She's afraid of me. His jaw worked. She can see into my soul and she's still afraid of me. Don't frighten her more by forcing her. But it's not fair. Mac shook his head and looked over at Teresa. She sees me for what I am. I'm a beast, an animal parodying a man. I'm so sorry, she whispered, feeling her heart ache for him, but knowing that if he took one step towards her, she was going to run screaming. He shrugged, massive shoulders rolling. I'd better go get washed up. Even a beast doesn't like to be covered in blood. He rubbed at the hair standing up on his arms. I still don't feel like we're safe. Get us out of here, Kairn. He turned away to go to his quarters. Kairn called after him, but Mac ignored him. While Kairn was calling for Mac, Teresa turned and ran. When the door to her quarters slid closed behind her, Teresa engaged the lock. She turned her back to the door and slid down it until she was hugging her knees. She buried her face in her crossed arms and cried her heart out. Even at that distance, she knew that both Kairn and Mac knew she was crying. They could feel her distress, and it just hurt them more. Then the whole ship jolted around her. The shock of it threw her across the floor. She hit the sharp edge of a cupboard with the same shoulder she'd landed on when Mac threw her up onto the boxes, before rolling around the floor some more. She scrambled to her feet, disengaged the lock, and sprinted for the cockpit. Mac, his shirt off but still stained with the blood of the men he'd killed, was already in the cockpit, already strapping himself in. Kairn was in the hallway, heading for her room. He grabbed her and hurried her into her chair. His hands were swifter on the harness than her own, and he buckled her in with ruthless efficiency. "What's going on?" she demanded. "What happened?" Her shoulder was aching badly where she'd been thrown against the cupboard, but she ignored it ruthlessly. Something beeped. Teresa yelped, but Kairn reached out to punch a button, and a man's face filled the view screen. It was the leader of the men who had been chasing them. His white and gold uniform was stained with blood, his expression twisted fiercely. "You're coming home, Your Highness," he snarled. "The hell I am," Kairn rapped back. Teresa stared. "Your Highness? Your father has given orders, and I'll be damned if I don't fulfill them. My men will not have died in vain if I fulfill my mission." "Your men chose to attack us," Kairn retorted. "They chose their fate." The noise that ripped from the captain's throat was brutal. "That beast your mother bound you to is a menace. Your father will have him put down as soon as you return home." "No," Teresa whispered, and felt an answering surge of emotion from Mac. It mattered to him so much that she cared if he lived or died, even in this tense moment. "That isn't going to happen. I'm not going to my father's house. Get the hell away from us, or I'll finish you off the same as Mac did the rest of your men." The captain's hands tightened around the control column, his knuckles showing white. "I will bring you in, alive or dead, Your Highness, or die trying. I'm not afraid of death." He laughed. "I bet you're not afraid of death either, but I bet you're afraid of that pretty little girl beside you dying." Their ship jolted again, and Teresa's hands came up to grip at her harness. It held her steady, but the straps dug into her tender flesh. "The next shot takes out your engines. You have 1 minute to dock your ship with mine and transfer into my custody, or I will kill the lot of you." No. Kairn's voice was calm. Then Teresa heard him, low and desperate in her mind. Come with me, Tania. Lend me your power. She let her mind join with his. It was dizzying. He'd opened up a part of himself she hadn't seen before, and it was blindingly bright. It was like his soul was full of lightning. It was almost as scary as facing Mac after he'd gone feral. Kairn was every bit as dangerous as Mac, and seeing him with his barriers down like this, she knew why Sarah thought he wasn't completely human. Kairn pulled her along with him, her mind traveling in an instant to the captain's ship and into the captain's mind. Swiftly and efficiently, Kairn switched off the man's consciousness. Watching the man on the view screen go suddenly limp, Teresa worried that he'd killed him. But Kairn gave her the briefest of moments to feel that the man still had a pulse before withdrawing back to their own ship. "We've got to get out of here," he muttered. "He'll wake up in a few hours. We need to be as far away from here as possible before he does." He gunned it. They were outside the planet's atmosphere, so there was no sudden sensation of acceleration, but Teresa felt giddy at the sight of Clavis Prime disappearing from their view screen so rapidly. "What if he comes after us?" Teresa asked. Kairn nodded. "He will. He definitely will." He drew in a deep breath. "He saw my uniform. If we go back to Solace, he'll find us. We have to go somewhere he won't expect." "Make for the Shoros system," Mac advised. "Neither of your parents have any connections there, and I know some people who would give us shelter." "How far away is it?" Kairn asked, already looking up the information. 3 hours, fine. He glanced at Teresa. "Stay strapped in, baby. If he wakes up and comes after us, I want to know that you won't get knocked about." Teresa nodded. Her shoulder was really starting to ache, but she said nothing. She thought she'd sit there holding tight to her harness, staring at the dark, starry night around them in the view screen, but it was only a few minutes before she heard Kairn in her mind again. "Have some rest, Tania. You're going to need it." "I couldn't possibly sleep," she replied. "Not here and not now." "I can help with that, if you want me to." Knock her out like he had the enemy captain, she realized. Then she found herself nodding. She didn't want to face this. Didn't want to sit between them for 3 hours while she wondered if they were going to survive. If Mac was going to suddenly lose his mind and rip her to pieces, or if Kairn was going to transform into some kind of lightning being. "Yes, please," she replied, her mental voice soft and sad. The next thing she knew, it was 3 hours later, and she was waking up. Chapter 11. She woke more uncomfortable than ever. Her head had lolled back against the supportive back of the chair, but while it was safe, it wasn't pleasant. Her shoulder was killing her, and she made a soft sound of protest at the renewed experience of pain. "We'll be landing in a minute," Kairn informed her. She looked around. Mac was still shirtless, skin still stained with old blood. They must have stayed strapped into their seats, too. When they landed, Kairn said, "You can bring a small bag with you. Only what you can carry in case you get separated from us." Teresa hadn't even unpacked the things she'd brought with her in the first place, so it would just take her a moment to grab her carry-all. She reached up to unbuckle the harness and gave a gasp of pain. "Oh!" Mac was out of his seat and on his knees beside her in a flash. "You're hurt," he stated. He reached out his hand for her injured shoulder, and she cringed away from him. The movement made her cry out in pain again. Mac withdrew his hand before he made contact. "I'll unbuckle your harness," he offered. He was huge, even kneeling at her side. The fact that he still hadn't found a shirt in the time they'd had to get to the Shoros system only made him look bigger and more menacing. "Please, let Kairn do it," she begged, closing her eyes, trying to close him out, wishing for the first time that she wasn't bound to him and couldn't feel his need for her, or the way she seemed to hurt him every time she opened her mouth. Mac stepped away. "I'll get our things," he told Kairn shortly. You look after Our Lady. Kairn's hands were gentle on her harness as he smoothed the straps past her injured shoulder. Despite his best efforts, he hurt her. What happened, Tenia? It was when we were attacked, she answered, her opposite hand coming to cover her injured shoulder, as if that would ease the pain. Even now, fearing Mac as she did, she couldn't bring herself to tell Kairn that Mac had hurt her, throwing her to safety in the Corsalum warehouse. I hit a cupboard. She tried to make a joke. But you should see the other guy. He didn't laugh. His expression was somber. Are you in too much pain to walk, Tenia? Mac or I could carry you until we reach his friends. Teresa shook her head. No, I'm sure I can walk. It's just my shoulder, after all. Do his friends know we're coming? We called them on the way. They're waiting. He helped her stand, carefully avoiding her injured arm and looking down at her with concerned green and silver eyes. Mac returned, wearing clean clothes and carrying both Teresa's carryall and another one that held his and Kairn's things. Shoros was as different from Clavis Prime as it was possible to get. Clavis Prime was completely artificial, completely covered in cities and habitation. Shoros was nearly all jungle. Teresa looked around at the clearing they'd landed in. It was hardly any larger than Salvation itself. All around them, massive trees with dark green foliage enclosed them. Where do we go? Teresa asked, putting her hand up to her shoulder again. It was really aching. There isn't a road? No road, Mac agreed. But there is a path. Calling it a path was generous, Teresa thought privately. It was a track. She hadn't even noticed it until Mac pointed it out. How far away is your friend's house? Not far, Mac assured her. Are you in pain? Do you want me to carry you? She recoiled from him. No, thank you. He slipped the straps of the carryalls over his shoulders so that they crisscrossed his massive chest and hung either side of his hips. Let's go. They walked into the dark jungle. The tree canopy was so thick that it was like night had fallen. Teresa could barely see the track beneath her feet. If it wasn't for the white blur of Mac's shirt in front of her, she thought she might have wandered off the path and gotten lost forever. A few minutes in, they reached a stone pillar placed beside the path. Teresa didn't even see it until it was right next to her. What are we doing? Teresa asked. Are we going to meet them here? No, we'll meet them at the village, Mac replied. He raised his voice. I am Mac of Apira Magna, bound to Kairn of Pharisia and Teresa of Earth. We are here to greet Thenis and his family. The top of the column started to glow slightly, and Teresa realized that what appeared to be a large sapphire was set at its tip. It flashed bright, brighter than Teresa's eyes could bear. Without thinking, she raised her right arm to shield her eyes and screamed in pain. The next moment, there was noise all around them. Teresa's eyes were still blinded by the sudden light, but the pain in her shoulder was so great she didn't care. Her knees collapsed. She was caught before she hit the ground and swept into strong arms. She's our mate, she heard Mac explain, and hearing his voice, she realized that Kairn was holding her. She's injured. Please, let us hurry. They hurried. Teresa kept her eyes shut. She didn't lose consciousness, but she wished she had. Her shoulder hurt badly, but it was her bruised heart that hurt the most. Kairn had shut her out. Mac had become a vicious beast. She pressed her face into Kairn's shoulder, recognizing him by scent and feel alone, and started to cry. He laid her on a soft surface. A bed. She heard the low rumble of Mac's voice as he spoke with their hosts. She opened her eyes in time to hear Mac return and kneel at her side, close to the foot of the bed. Kairn was kneeling by her sore shoulder. Teresa dashed the tears from her face with her good hand. I'll be fine, she assured them. I don't know what came over me. Really, don't worry. I probably just pulled a muscle or something. I should greet our hosts. She started to sit up, but Kairn laid his hand on her stomach to dissuade her. I've spoken to Thenis, Mac said. He knows that you're injured. He has his own mate. He understands that we need to heal you." "I'm fine," Teresa said more firmly and sat up, ignoring Kairn's hand on her belly. "See?" She maybe spoiled the effect a little when her lip quivered. Kairn brushed his finger across it. "You forget, Tania, we still share a bond. We know how you feel. We know that you need healing, in both body and heart. Let us look after you, Tania. Let us heal you." She let herself open up enough to feel their emotions. The love she felt coming from them made tears spring to her eyes again. "I hate crying like this," she confessed. "I feel so pathetic." Mac put a gentle hand on her ankle. "We all cry when we're hurting, little one. Let us make you feel better." Teresa found herself nodding. "All right," she conceded. Kairn and Mac glanced at each other and exchanged a nod. Had Kairn said something to Mac telepathically? He must have, because Mac rose to his feet in a smooth motion that Teresa knew her thigh muscles wouldn't permit and left the room. "Mac will just be a moment," Kairn told her. "Then we'll be able to look after you properly." Teresa hadn't even noticed their surroundings. The room they were in was large, which suited the bed well because it was big enough. Teresa's eyes went wide. Big enough for 3, even if they were rolling around. The bed had heavy red velvet curtains that hung all around it, currently pulled back against the thick columns at the corners of the bed. The walls of the room were made of stone and were adorned with rich tapestries. "Mac's friend lives in a castle," Teresa commented. Kairn nodded. "This part of Shoros has experienced civil unrest for many generations. Thenis plays a vital role in keeping his people safe. That's how he and Mac met." Teresa wasn't sure that was an explanation, or if it wasn't geared to her understanding of the world, but she let it pass. Mac had already returned, a large wicker basket in his hands. He placed it on a table and came back to kneel at Teresa's feet. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. She saw the satisfaction in Kairn's eyes at her submission and felt it coming through their bond. "First, let us see your wound, Tania." He raised his hand to rim the neckline of her dress, barely touching her skin. "But I've got hardly anything on underneath it," she complained. Kairn's finger kept teasing that slow path across her neckline. "What are you wearing under this dress, Tania?" Her heart started to beat a little faster. His finger was slow and tender across her chest. "A bra and panties." "We've already seen you dressed that way, Tania. Would it be so bad to let us see your sweet curves like that again?" Kairn's finger drew a path down her breastbone, snagging the fabric of her chiton as his finger slid downwards. "First, let's have a look at your injury," Kairn said. "May I unpin your chiton, Tania?" Teresa nodded. Kairn opened first one, then the other brooch that held the shoulders of her dress together. She couldn't help the instinctive modesty that made her clutch the falling fabric to her body. Kairn didn't reprimand her for it. His eyes were on her shoulder. "Tania, your poor shoulder. I had no idea you were hurt so badly." She looked. No wonder it hurt. Despite what romantic novels said about women's delicate skin bruising instantly, it had always taken days for a bruise to come out on her skin. By the time she bruised, she'd usually forgotten how she'd hurt herself in the first place. Finding inexplicable bruises was just part of the roller coaster ADHD often made of her life. This bruise must have appeared instantly. It wasn't blue, it was a deep ruby red, covering the upper part of her shoulder and halfway down her arm. "You must have hurt the bone for it to bruise so badly," Kairn told her. "My poor Tania. No wonder you cried." "How are you going to heal me?" She felt a little weak looking down at the bruise that had been concealed by the draping fabric of her chiton. He bent to press a kiss to her hand. "We're going to love you, Tania." "What does that mean?" she asked. "That name that you call me?" He turned her hand over and kissed her palm. "It means my own. For us to heal you, you're going to need to let both Mac and me be very close to you. Can you do that, my own darling girl? Teresa's eyes met Mac's for a moment. Swallowing hard, she said, I can do that. That's my good girl. I want you to sit on the edge of the bed facing me. They both helped her swing her legs across. When she was sitting on the edge of the bed, Kairn knelt in front of her. Now, Mac is going to sit behind you. Will you allow that, my own precious one? God, if he kept talking to her like that, she'd let him do anything he wanted to her. She nodded. Mac got up onto the bed and carefully positioned himself behind her. His massive thighs bracketed her own, and she wanted to dig her nails into them, to feel the power in those heavy muscles. She kept her eyes on Kairn, but she knew they had to be as wide as saucers. What now? She asked, her voice a breathy whisper as Mac's hands stroked her forearms gently. His hands were absolutely massive. She remembered seeing them, brutal in violence, and ruthlessly pushed the memory away. Now we heal you, Tenia. They both raised a hand to her shoulder and touched the skin so lightly that she could barely feel it. Their gentleness moved her almost to tears again. She could feel them stinging at her eyes as the golden glow came from the two men's hands to warm her skin. The pain drained away and Teresa sighed in relief. Without realizing it, she leaned back against Mac's broad chest. His left hand came up to cradle her uninjured shoulder against him. He'd supported her like this in the hospital when they were healing Sarah, she remembered. That feels so much better, she told them when they withdrew their hands. She looked down at her arm. The bruise was completely gone. Experimentally, she moved her arm, rotating her shoulder. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. She looked up at Kairn. Thank you so much. She had to twist to look back at Mac. Thank you so much. She saw the muscle in his jaw work. He wanted her approval so much, she realized. Wanted to help her, to heal her, more than anything in the world. She'd always been sensitive to other people's energy, but her words had never meant so much to anyone before. What now? She asked. She drew a deep breath. We should probably go meet your friends now. Max surprised her by shaking his head. No, little one. Not yet. Not yet? But I'm healed. See? He shook his head again. The hand that cradled her shoulder slid forwards until it covered the left side of her chest. Suddenly, she was intensely aware of him, of his hand on her bare skin as she clutched the torn fabric of her dress to her. His hand was resting over her heart. No, little one. You're not fully healed yet. He leaned forward until his breath teased her ear as he spoke. You need to heal here, too. His palm made a little circle on her chest, and she knew he could feel the way her breathing sped up. How are you going to do that? She breathed and thought, oh God, please let it be what I'm hoping it's going to be. He bent and pressed a kiss to her newly healed shoulder. I think we should all take a bath, Kairn suggested. He stood up and pulled Teresa up with him. He was still standing close to her, so she was very close to him when she stood. He slid his hand around her waist and held her close. She forgot to hold her dress up, and only the press of their bodies together kept the fabric in place. Would you bathe with us, Tenia? He drew her forward a step, so Mac could stand up behind her. She was pressed between their two muscular male bodies, and so hot she might just spontaneously combust. Yes, she whispered. Kairn lowered his head to brush his lips against hers, so brief and sweet that her heart ached. Never forget that we love you, Teresa. Chapter 12. He swept her up into his arms, thrilling her with his strength, and strode from the room. Max stopped by the table and brought the wicker basket with him. Teresa was surprised that there was could you even call it an ensuite? It was the size of her apartment. She sat up a little in Kairn's arms and looked around. There even seemed to be a bed in here. What was a bed doing in a bathroom? There was a bathing pool at the far end of the room, at least 20 feet across, with steps going down into the steaming water. "This is different," she commented as Kairn lowered her to the edge of the bed. His lips twitched in a little grin. "I've heard from Brav that your bathing facilities on Earth are somewhat limited. This is what the bathing rooms on the station are supposed to replace." He gestured to one side of the room, where little wooden benches and copper bowls awaited. "A place to wash and get clean." He indicated a section of the room that was closed in with a wooden wall. "A place to steam and warm up. Then the bathing pool. And a place to soak afterwards. What are your bathing rooms like on Earth?" We just kind of strip off, wash off, and go, "Why is there a bed in here? Do you sleep in the bathroom sometimes?" Mac laughed and quickly smothered the sound. Kairn turned her face back to him. "This isn't a bed, Tania. It's a massage couch. It's the size of a king-sized bed. You don't massage someone on a king-sized bed. Not if only one person is giving or receiving the massage." She wished that she could stop her jaw dropping when he said things like that. This was for the two of them, or the three of them, to lie together, rubbing each other with oil. Holy crap. She looked away from his laughing green and silver eyes and slid off the edge of the bed, or massage couch, or whatever it was called. "I suppose we should wash up," she said, feeling nervous. Mac was already in the washing area, setting out towels and soaps from the basket. He stiffened as she approached and turned a little away from her. "You might want to turn your back as I wash, little one. I haven't had a chance to cleanse myself since... He was doing everything he could to reassure her. She gathered her bravery with both hands. "Stay," she whispered. He shook his head but couldn't take his eyes from her. "I should go," he said, his voice hoarse. I'm unclean, little one. I don't deserve your beauty." His hesitation gave her courage, even as it touched her heart. They'd brought her in here for healing, and she realized now that Mac needed healing too. She reached up to undo the string that fastened his shirt at his throat, but the rest of the shirt was going to have to come over his head. Even if he raised his hands over his head for her, there was no way she was going to be able to reach high enough to pull it off. "Bend over for me, Mac. Help me get this off you." He bent. When the white fabric left his body, Teresa saw the dark stains of blood on his skin. "I'll wash myself, little one," he said. "I wouldn't ask you to touch me when I'm unclean." He reached for a washcloth, dipped it in the water that flowed constantly through a trough that ran along the wall, and started to scrub at his arms. He scrubbed hard, the skin reddening instantly under his rough actions. Teresa put her hand over his. He stilled immediately. "No, Mac," she whispered. "You'll hurt yourself. You want to look after me? Let me look after you." His jaw clenched tight. "I don't deserve this." She pressed a kiss to his chest, and his shaking hand cradled the back of her head. "Yes, you do," she whispered. "I love you." She drew back. "First, if I'm going to wash you, you need to remove more than your shirt." Mac sat on the wooden bench to remove his boots, then stood and unfastened his trousers. Teresa watched him do it, since she'd never had clothes that fastened in quite the same way before. He undressed with practical economy, making no effort to impress or arouse her, but managed to do both with his pure, masculine beauty. "Sit on the bench so I can reach you," she instructed. He obeyed. Even sitting, he was still as tall as she was and more than twice as broad. She felt like a doll beside him. She wet the cloth in the water, as he had, and used the soap to create a lather. Going around behind him, she started on his shoulders. He was like a statue come to life, all bulging muscles and hard, warm flesh. "How long do you work out every day?" she asked. She was pretty sure that for a man this size there was no X times per week. It was probably more like X times per day. 2 hours or so, he answered, rolling his shoulders as she moved the soapy cloth over them. "It's my job to protect Kairn. I need to stay in shape." Teresa looked over at Kairn. He was sitting on the edge of the massage couch watching them with compassionate eyes. "You're in amazing shape," Teresa told Mac. She transferred the cloth to her left hand so her right could smooth over the enormous muscles in his shoulder. "I love that you're so muscular." "I love that you're so curvy," he replied. He looked over his shoulder at her. "So soft, little one." Once she'd filled the copper basin with water and sluiced the soap from his back, there was nothing left to do but come around to his front. She rinsed the cloth in the running water of the trough and applied more soap. A sober mood came over her as she rubbed the washcloth gently over his chest and arms. Mac seemed to catch her mood, whether through their bond or from her motions, but he let her set the pace. There was more blood on his front. Her hands trembled as she washed him now. He hadn't done it because he enjoyed violence. He hadn't killed for the sake of killing. He'd been protecting her and Kairn. It must have been terrifying, running into the hail of blaster fire, even before they'd switched them to kill. He'd risked everything for her and Kairn. He'd risked death for them. He'd dealt death for them. As she washed away the blood, she found the bruises on his skin. Those shots had hurt him, and he hadn't said a word. She let the golden glow that formed under her fingertips heal the bruises. He was a protector, this man, a warrior. But he was so gentle, and when she tentatively opened herself up to him, she found that his heart was wide open and bleeding for her. He'd run the events of the day over and over in his mind, trying to think what else he could have done, how he could have ensured their safety without frightening her and coming up blank. There had been no other option, no clean option, and now his heart was as bruised as her own. Well, maybe they could heal each other. Teresa bent to press a kiss to his shoulder after she healed a bruise beneath it. She'd kissed him there once before, when she'd healed the shoulder he'd dislocated, saving her life. His skin was warm, pulsing with life. It made a chill go through her to realize how close she'd been to losing him forever today. If just one of those soldiers had gotten off a lucky shot, if Mac hadn't been so fast, if he hadn't been so brutal, he wouldn't be here with her now, warm and living and loving her with his whole heart. He pulled away from her tender lips, but slowly. His hand came up to caress her hair, damp from the humidity in the room. "Teresa, I don't deserve you." She pressed a kiss to his lips. "Yes, you do." Another kiss found his bearded cheek. The lean flesh worked beneath her lips and looked up at him to see the tears gather in his eyes. "Yes, you do, Mac. I'm so sorry I hurt you. Let me heal your heart like you're healing mine." Her hand drifted down to hover over his left pectoral. "Your heart matters to me." His tears overflowed and he buried his face in her shoulder. "Shouldn't cry in front of you," he muttered roughly. Her hands cradled his head against her. "I cried in front of you," she reminded him. "We all cry sometimes, and when you cry, I want to be the one to hold you." His arms went around her waist and he held her close to him. "I love you so much," he groaned. A moment later, Kairn joined them and he echoed Mac's words of love. A wave of emotion swept through Teresa that she couldn't even name. It felt so right, the three of them together. When they were able to smile again, Mac lifted his face from the curve of her neck. "Let me return the favor, little one," he urged. He lifted her in his arms and took her into the bathing pool. Safe. Their time here had healed her heart, just as her men had hoped. She felt safe in Mac's arms again. He was gentle as he washed her, Kairn's hands similarly gentle on her skin. "So beautiful, Tania," he said as he kissed her bare shoulder. Mac didn't say any sweet words. He rarely did, preferring to show her how much he loved her. They'd spent their lives together, these two, and were so different. Before she'd had the bond with them, she would have thought that Kairn was the one who was open to love, and Mac closed off. Now she knew that it might be a lifelong battle to get through Kairn's walls, while Mac had already given himself completely. Just as fundamental a difference between them was the way they reacted to her love. Kairn adored her, but it might take a lifetime to convince Mac that he was deserving of her love. Neither of them had made a big deal out of saying "I love you" for the first time, like she should be astonished and grateful for their attentions. They treated it like it was a given, as though loving her was a part of their anatomy. When they left the bathing pool, Mac carried her back to the wide bed where they had healed her shoulder and laid her on it. "Will you sleep in our arms tonight, little one?" For answer, Teresa scooted into the middle of the bed and held out her arms to both of them. They came down beside her, Mac on her left, Kairn on her right. Teresa turned onto her side so that Mac could spoon himself around her. Kairn curved close in front of her, sharing the same pillow. Wrapped together for the first time, they slept, not knowing that it was the last time they would share a bed for a long time. Chapter 13. The castle room was bright with sunlight in the early morning. Teresa woke with a feeling of wellness that she hadn't had since she was a little girl, waking up in Maggie's bed. The two large muscular bodies bracketing hers, though, definitely didn't belong to Maggie. They were both still asleep, and she took a moment to enjoy them in privacy. Mac was like a mountain behind her, his arm wrapped around her so that his hand rested over her hip. They'd rolled over in their sleep, and Kairn now lay on his back, with Teresa's head pillowed on his chest. He was all smooth, polished muscles and warm, golden skin. His right hand cradled her head against his heart. She opened her mind and heart to them and woke them with her love. They stirred beside her and murmured sleepy words of love and praise. By the time they finally made it out of bed, Mac showed Teresa the replicator so she could make herself some more clothes. She opted for something a bit more practical than a chiton this time. The long, white dress was lovely, and it was nice to fit in among the locals, but if she was going to be traipsing through the jungle and getting shot at, she wanted something a bit more durable. She settled on jeans, and because she generated them using her own thoughts to guide the replicator, they not only fit perfectly the first time, they had just the right amount of stretch and didn't cut into her anywhere. To these, she added a dark blouse similar to the shirt worn by the Guardians. It tied at the neck and billowed like a pirate's shirt. A leather vest that made the most of her generous cleavage and gave a level of protection to her vitals joined high leather boots. It was the boots she was most proud of. For a curvy girl, shopping for boots is something you have to work your way up to, because no one seems to understand that calves are curvy too. She'd never had a pair of tall boots that didn't pinch at her legs or look like she was going to a construction site. Matt came past her and slapped her on the behind. "Stop admiring those gorgeous legs of yours, or I'm going to get between them again and you'll have to make yourself a new outfit." "Promises, promises," Teresa mocked. She shrieked as he bent suddenly and threw her over his shoulder. He took 3 strides through the room and she landed on the bed, his huge body coming down on top of hers immediately. His mouth found hers and she wrapped her arms tight around his neck and gave him everything she had. The kiss gentled until he was sipping at her lips with a sweetness she didn't expect from him. His green eyes were brilliant with emotion. "I love you," he whispered against her lips. "I love you too," she whispered right back. Then he was climbing off the bed and pulling her with him. "Come on, it's time you met my friends." Thenis was already having breakfast, sitting at the head of the table when they arrived in the dining room. Or banquet hall, Teresa thought, looking around. It was several times larger than the farmhouse Leona lived in, with a fireplace the size of her kitchen and a table that could seat 60. Many of the seats were full. Most of them were children, but there were at least a dozen women of varying ages as well, mostly occupied in managing the children. Thenis was an older man, silver beginning to speckle his hair and short beard, but Teresa could see the laugh lines on his face and trusted him at once. He rose to his feet as they approached. "My friends, I am so glad to see you all so well recovered." He threw his arms wide and embraced Mac, then turned to Kairn. "Brother of my brother, you are welcome in my home." He and Kairn clasped arms, sharing a genuine smile. He turned to Teresa and fell to one knee. "Mate of my brother, you are welcome in my home. Mate? She asked nervously. She knew that Maggie and Brav were mates, even though they hadn't yet married, but she didn't know exactly how the term applied to her and her partners. Mac's hand found hers. Mate, he replied, and his low, possessive voice sent heat flooding through her. Thank you, Teresa replied, not sure if she was supposed to curtsy, but giving it a go anyway. It ended up as a little dip, since Mac was still holding her hand, but Thenis didn't seem to mind. You honor me, my lady. He gestured to the table. Please, join us and break your fast. There were 3 empty seats at the head of the table. Teresa and Mac sat on one side of Thenis and Kairn on the other. Teresa laughed as a piece of bread, shot across the table by a youngster with terrible aim, landed on her plate. Why so many children? She asked. Is this a school or something? Thenis shook his head. They are all my children, my lady. Teresa's eyes went wide and she looked down the table. There were dozens of children. Are the women all your wives? She asked in a thin voice. Thenis nodded. Yes, my lady. May I serve you some krith? He picked up a large earthenware pitcher. Teresa put her hand over her cup. I'm not so good with the strong stuff. Do you have it weak? We have some quarter-strength krith we serve to the children, Thenis agreed, reaching for another pitcher. He noticed that Teresa was squirming. The women are war widows, Thenis explained. I look after them and give them a place where they can raise their children in safety. Many of the children are also orphans. I keep them safe. I do not expect payment in kind for my protection. They are my family now. Teresa looked down the table. So many women and children who needed protection. And Thenis offered it freely. She glanced at Mac, blushing a little. A good man has good friends, she sent him privately, and she saw his fork hover in the air as he treasured her message. He wasn't able to send back thoughts in complex sentences as Kairn was, but the one word he sent back warmed her more than the cinnamon and cloves-scented krith. Love. Straight after breakfast, Teresa took Kairn and Mac back to their room. I need to call Maggie first, she said firmly. Her hand was shaking around the locutus. She wasn't sure she even wanted to hear a message from their mother. She needed to see Maggie first. Kairn made the call from his wrist device, and when Maggie answered, it projected her image as a hologram above the device. Teresa sank back onto the edge of the bed. Oh, Maggie, you look awful, she breathed. I've been sick all morning, Maggie admitted. Her skin was pasty, but she tried to smile bravely. None of the others are throwing up, but people are getting really sick. I'm exhausted. Brav could barely get out of bed this morning. Oh, she blushed. That doesn't mean what you think it means. Oh, Maggie, I know, Teresa replied, feeling tears sting at her eyes. What about Bess and Sarah? How are they? Sarah refuses to admit she's not well, but she can still get around. Bess has spent the morning in her suite. I think Tarn is looking after her. And Jessen? Teresa asked. Maggie's lips pulled tight. I think he's taking Sarah's pain and fever on himself. He was one of the first admitted to the infirmary. Does he yet live? That was Kairn, still holding his wrist out so they could see Maggie's holographic image, but sinking down beside Teresa. Mac came to sit on Teresa's left side. He put his hand on hers where it rested on her lap, but the arm he stretched behind her extended to lay a hand on Kairn's shoulder, so he embraced them both. He's alive, Maggie confirmed. They've developed a serum that slows the toxin, at least, but there are several people in the infirmary who they don't believe will survive. Teresa's hands clenched tight around Mac's large paw. Maggie, I promise you we'll find Mom. We've figured out how to open the locutus. We'll be back with you as soon as possible, I promise. Maggie looked so tired it made Teresa's heart ache. When you find Mom, tell her I love her, okay? Tell her... Oh no, Teresa thought. Maggie's giving one last message. She tried to interrupt, But Maggie was already speaking. "Tell her I don't blame her. I would have run away, too, if I didn't have you to look after. Let her love you, okay? Can you do that for me?" Teresa was suddenly crying. She couldn't speak. Maggie might not blame their mother, but she did. Maggie had stayed to care for Teresa, but their mother had both of them to care for, and she'd still left them. "Maggie, I love you." She got out and could say no more. "I know, honey," Maggie replied. Through blurred eyes, Teresa saw Maggie reach towards the camera. "I love you too, honey. Whatever happens, I want you to be happy. Can you be a good little girl for me one last time and promise me that?" Teresa couldn't promise. She couldn't speak. She was shaking from head to foot with sobs. Kairn spoke for her. "We will make sure she's happy," he said, which just made Teresa cry harder. Maggie glanced over her shoulder, then hesitated. "Brav's calling me." There was a long pause. "Bye, Teresa." Teresa managed to choke out, "Bye." Then her sister cut the connection, and the hologram flickered out. "No," Teresa whimpered, then cried again. Max scooped her up and into his lap, enfolding her in his massive arms and holding on tight. She curled up against him, pressing her head against his heart as her own was breaking. Kairn wrapped his arms around both of them, and the three of them stayed there together a long time. "I couldn't do this without them," Teresa realized. "If I didn't have Kairn and Mac, if I lost Maggie, I don't think I could go on." She thought of Sarah's blood-stained shoes and swallowed hard, pushing back her tears. Mac's cheek rested against her hair, and his hands were smoothing up and down her back in long, slow sweeps. Kairn's head was bent, so his chin rested on her shoulder, and she could feel his cheek against hers. There were so many questions she wanted to ask, but none of them that she really wanted answered. Finally, she found a question that didn't stick in her throat. "Why aren't we as sick as they are?" Tension shivered through Mac even as he held her. "One of the few benefits of being a beast," he explained bitterly. "We, and those we are bonded to, at least have our health. Depending on how the bond is forged, it can greatly increase the strength of the bonded pair." Teresa sniffed. Kairn handed her a handkerchief. She blew her nose, then reached out to pull at Mac's shirt. "I cried all over you," she commented. He smiled gently, and she felt that smile heal her heart a little bit. "Let's make a deal, little one. All our lives, you and me, we share our tears together. We don't have to cry alone." Teresa rested her cheek against his damp shirt a moment, enjoying the feel of his warm, hard flesh beneath her soft cheek. "Deal," she murmured. She drew a deep breath and sat up again. "Okay. How do we open this locutus?" Kairn gave her the instructions, and despite everything they'd shared the previous night, she blushed as red as a berry. "Do you want us to help you? Or do you want us to turn our backs or go into the other room while you do it, Tania?" he asked. The thought of doing this at all was embarrassing. The thought of doing this in front of them. The thought of giving them permission to watch, to help even. Embarrassment wasn't her first reaction. She whispered, "Stay." Afterwards, they sat together. "Are you ready, Tania?" Kairn asked. She was still holding the locutus closed in her fist. He wrapped his large hand around hers, and it gave her strength. "I don't know why I'm so nervous," she admitted. "I mean, Maggie is my mother, really. She's the one who raised me and loved me. I don't even remember my real mother's face. Maggie is the only reason I'm doing this. I can do this for Maggie. I love her. I can do anything for someone I love." She was rambling. Teresa swallowed hard, pushing past the memory of every school teacher who'd criticized her for not being able to follow through with her plans. Maggie had been so pale. The memory gave her courage. She held the locutus in her left hand and reached down to gather the honey Avarice had told them would open the locutus. She touched the top of the locutus with her damp finger and said, "Talk to me, Mom." An image was projected at the end of the bed. It showed a woman with dark hair pulled back into a thick, messy braid, and midnight eyes just like Teresa's own. Her skin was pale, and her expression desperate. Teresa dropped the locutus with a shocked cry. Chapter 14. The image disappeared. Teresa clapped her hands over her face. "What is it?" Mac asked. "Did it hurt you somehow?" Both his hands and Kairn's came up to move her hands away from her face. Tears were already streaming down her cheeks. "Tania, what is it?" Kairn asked gently. "What did that thing do to you?" Mac demanded, not gently at all. Teresa's breath hitched on a sob, and then another. She folded her hands into theirs and drew them both to rest between her breasts. "I recognize her," she gasped. "I remember her." She burst into tears. For years, she'd told herself that she didn't remember her mother, and that it didn't matter, because Meggie was her mother. Seeing Megara and feeling that shock of instant recognition was shattering. It struck her right in her heart, and she physically hurt from it. She held their hands close to her aching heart. Kairn gathered her into an embrace, his hand still clasping hers against her heart, the other cupping her shoulder. She pressed her face against his chest and gave in to the sobs. Behind her, Mac lowered his head until it rested between her shoulder blades, his hand still against her heart. Being between them soothed her. She regained control of her breathing and drew away. Kairn pressed gentle kisses to her cheekbones. She drew in a deep, steadying breath. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "I lost it for a second there. I'm okay." Mac kissed her shoulder through her blouse. "I understand," he rumbled. "I lost my dam when I was 5. I don't remember her face. Never knew my sire. I don't know what I'd do if I saw her face again." "Really?" Teresa asked, turning to look at him. Although last night he'd been ashamed to cry in front of her, there was no judgment in his face. She looked back at Kairn. "What about you? Are you close with your mother?" Kairn shook his head, but a spasm of pain crossed it. "I was left with the guardians when I was 7. Old for a guardian, but very young to leave my mother." "Haven't you seen her since?" Kairn shook his head. "She sent me away to protect me. My father was hunting her. If he found me with her, she was afraid I wouldn't be safe. I've been on the run from my father my entire life." "How did the master locksmith recognize you then, if you've always been on the run from your father?" Kairn's lip twisted bitterly. "Because I look just like him. My eyes." He held up his hands. "My lightning. That's why I have Mac, to suppress everything in me that comes from my father. Come, Tania. Let's see your mother's message." He was changing the subject, she knew, but she let him. She opened the locutus once more. It was no wonder she recognized her, Teresa thought. Meggie looked just like their mother, and Megara had the exact same eyes as Teresa. She was in a dark tunnel, with a stone structure behind her. "I am Megara," she said, speaking quickly. "The Alterans of Earth must wake. The fate of my planet depends on it. Whoever finds this message, you must go to Earth. Find Leona Greatheart. Tell her that her sister has been abducted by Zeus and—" She glanced over her shoulder and lowered her voice. "I have 2 little girls, Meggie and Teresa. If I don't survive, tell them I love them." Another voice came through the locutus from behind Megara. "They're coming." The message ended. Teresa turned wild eyes to Kairn and Mac. "But that was no good," she cried. "That didn't give us any information at all. She's given us nothing to go on." She stopped. Kairn had gone pale. "What is it?" "She gave us enough," Kairn said. "She is on Tenebrae, a prison planet in the House of Zeus." Teresa's eyes widened. "How do you know that?" Kairn turned away from her, swinging his legs off the edge of the bed. Panic swirled through Teresa. He'd turned away from her like that once before. She'd thought they were getting closer. Even if he hadn't let her through all his walls, they were closer than before, weren't they? "Kairn?" she asked, tentatively. She reached out to him, but her hand dropped before it touched him. "I recognize it," he said shortly. He stood up, looking down at himself. Teresa wasn't able to gauge his mood as he said, "I need to clean up." She reached out for him mentally and found that his walls were back up. He strode into the bathroom. Teresa turned a distraught face to Mac and was taken aback when she saw his expression. He looked worried. She'd seen him run into a hail of blaster fire, taking wounds without a sound, and now he was worried. His hand came up to stroke her cheek. "Don't shut me out, little one. Please." She hadn't even realized that her own shields had risen when confronted with Cairn's. She was so closed off, she hadn't even known Mac was worried until she saw his face. She tried to open herself to him again and was rewarded with a flush of love. How was it that Kairn was the articulate one, the educated one, and yet Mac was the one who was able to freely communicate his feelings? Kairn put words to Mac's thoughts, Teresa realized, but Mac put words to Cairn's feelings. The thought gave her courage. She kissed Mac quickly and followed Kairn into the bathroom. He was pulling on a fresh pair of trousers when she entered. He frowned. "Don't you knock?" he asked. That would have hurt if she let it. She knew that he was lashing out, like a wounded animal. Something about Tenebrae had hurt him so much that he couldn't contain it. Teresa opened herself completely to him. He blinked twice when he felt her allowing herself to be vulnerable to him when he was in this mood. For a moment, his inner walls trembled before he shored up his defenses. "No, I didn't knock," she said, "because I think we've gone past that. I think we've shared enough that I have the right to comfort you when you need it." He wasn't expecting that. He'd expected her to keep pushing for answers. He hadn't expected that the first thing she wanted from him was himself. He shook his head. "You don't know what I am. I should never have allowed things to go this far. I'm no good for you. I'll only hurt you." He sat down on the massage couch to pull on his boots, not meeting her eyes. "I thought we had a chance back on Solace, but when the bond between me and Mac was broken, I realized how fragile a chance it really was." "I share the bond between you and Mac," Teresa insisted. "The three of us are bound together." Kairn shook his head. "We were bound long before that, Tania." He sighed. "I was 21 when I first saw you in the Mirror of the Fates. That was 3 years ago. You were barely more than a child, but I saw you as you are today. I knew that we would meet. I knew that I would love you. I knew that Mac would love you. But Mac loves so easily. He makes it look effortless." "What do you mean, the Mirror of the Fates?" Teresa sat beside him, her legs dangling off the edge of the massage couch. She felt a little silly with her legs dangling, but this seemed important. When a guardian completes his training, he's shown a vision of his future mate. After that, he is bound to her. There is no other woman for him, once he has seen the face of his future mate. "But what if we never met?" She put her hand on his thigh, to make sure he didn't misinterpret her next words. "What if I didn't fall in love with you?" Kairn still wouldn't look at her. "Then Mac and I would have been celibate, as we were while we waited for you." Teresa scoffed. She couldn't help it. "I think it's very unlikely that either of you are virgins." "Not virgins, no," Kairn admitted. "Although I almost wish we'd waited for you. But once we saw your face in the mirror, we were celibate." "Sure, you've gone 3 years without a woman." She couldn't help her sarcasm. With his muscular body, chiseled features, and spectacular eyes, not to mention his smooth manners, she was sure he hadn't gone more than a month without a partner since his teens. He finally looked up at her. "Yes," he answered. "How could we want anyone else after we'd seen you?" He opened up enough for her to feel his sincerity. Teresa looked away. "Then why are you shutting me out?" she whispered. "It hurts so much, Kairn." Kairn sighed heavily and was silent for a long time. Walls are all I know, Teresa. He used her name, not the beautiful endearment he usually used for her. Walls and guards and secrets. Fears. When I first saw your beautiful face, I stopped thinking about the past and only thought about the future. About you. And now my past is closing in on me. The guards who want to take you back to your father? Yes. If they take me back, they'll break the bond between me and Max so sharply that not even you will be able to mend it. He put his hand under her chin to raise her face, looking her directly in the eye. The fates matched you with both of us, Teresa. I can't be your mate without him. I won't be able to love anyone without him. I keep him from going feral, but once my father finds me, he'll unlock all that lightning you've seen inside me, and I'll be worse than a beast. I'll be a monster. And what if they don't? Teresa asked. What if they don't catch you? And you've turned your back on me anyway. What if your fears ruin your life, Kairn, and Mac's life, and mine? Are your fears more important than our happiness when we're the people who love you most in the world? His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. I would never be happy if I hurt you, Tania. With a shocking display of strength, he picked her up where she sat beside him and pulled her into his lap. He wrapped his arms around her and buried his face in her hair. Give me strength, Tania, because I need you more than anything. He was holding her so tightly she couldn't even get her arms around him. She let him enfold her and felt him tremble. He opened his mind to her, not all the way, and while she wanted it, she understood. He let down his outer walls and she felt the turmoil in him. The desire, the need, the fear. She met it with the steadfast brightness of her love. He pulled away to look into her eyes. I know Tenebrae, he said, his voice a low growl. I know it because I was born there. Chapter 15. An hour later, they were back aboard the Salvation and lifting off. They'd said their goodbyes to Thenis, and Teresa had promised that she would return one day to get to know him and his family better. And then they were among the stars again, heading for Tenebrae. Teresa knew that Kairn hadn't told her everything, but he'd told her a lot. His mother had been a concubine to a rich and powerful man. When she found out that she was pregnant, she had fled his harem, knowing that her master's wife had a history of making sure concubines didn't carry their babies to term. He'd caught her, but infuriated by her audacity, he'd had her imprisoned on Tenebrae, an asteroid where inmates were kept beneath the surface in naturally occurring lava tubes. On Tenebrae, she'd given birth to her son. On Tenebrae, she'd raised him. When he was 7 years old, she managed to escape, taking her young son with her. She traveled to Apira Magna, where she had him bonded with Mac to keep him safe from his father. Then she'd taken the newly bonded pair to Solace Station and left them there. Kairn told her that he didn't even know where his mother was anymore. He didn't know where she settled, didn't even know if she was still alive. All he knew was that she'd given him up, and she'd wept when she woke him that final morning. Tenebrae was 6 hours away. Teresa used the time to rest, curled up with Mac while Kairn piloted the ship, and then to get ready for her first ever prison break. Kairn was to stay up on the ship. He'd spent 7 years of his life on Tenebrae, and there was a risk that someone might recognize him. Teresa felt the emotions roiling inside him, and knew that returning to Tenebrae was one of the things he feared more than anything in the world. Kairn replicated their clothing. It didn't take him long to make Mac's outfit. He wore battered black leather trousers, boots, and a blaster. Teresa didn't wear much, either. Is it cold on Tenebrae? She asked, plucking at the dirty shift she wore. It came down to her knees and left her arms bare. It looked like it was made from a potato sack. Kairn was busy rubbing soot into her arms and around her neck. It was very fine and soft because it came out of the replicator instead of from a fire, but Teresa felt that Kairn was being unnecessarily thorough. Do you have to rub so hard? His face was grim. Yes. This has to get into your skin. You have to be so dirty that it won't come off without a lot of scrubbing. Ugh, I hate being dirty. I mean, I know it's just soot, but do I really have to look so awful? Yes, Kairn repeated shortly. He stopped rubbing in the soot for a moment. You're going to a dark, desperate place, Tenia, filled with dark and desperate people. You have to look as dirty and awful as possible so that you'll be safe. A chill ran down Teresa's spine, and not just because she was dressed in a gunny sack. I'll have Mac with me, though. We can't risk it. Gods, I wish you didn't have to do this, but there's no other way you can get to Megara. They wouldn't let a man within 100 yards of her. He went back to rubbing the soot into her skin. He insisted that he and Mac finish the job themselves, worrying that Teresa wouldn't rub the soot deep enough into her skin. Neither man was trying to seduce her, even though their hands were all over her. Their faces were grim, preparing themselves for what lay ahead, worrying about her already. Despite this, Teresa found the experience unexpectedly intimate. It wasn't just that their hands were all over her. It was the way she was giving herself over completely to them, to do with as they liked. She felt like she belonged to them more in that moment than ever before. When they arrived at Tenebrae, Teresa was pretty sure that not even a convict who hadn't seen a woman in decades would look twice at her. She was covered in soot, and a special compound Kairn had devised that made her smell worse than anything she'd ever smelled in her life before. Her hair was a rat's nest and her clothes were filthy. Kairn was to stay in the ship and wait for them. When they escaped, they were going to need the ship ready to run. He was fretting already, though. He had his mental walls back up, but Teresa could feel the anxiety seeping through them as he fiddled with the controls of the ship. He swung out of the pilot's seat so Mac could take his place. Kairn stopped by Teresa, his face grim, and then left the cockpit as Mac flipped on the communicator. Prison planet Tenebrae, this is the Guardian vessel Salvation. I have one prisoner to transfer to you. Stand ready. What? A man's face came on the view screen. He had short, thinning salt and pepper hair and a face that had seen too many hardships. He shook his head. No, that's not how it works. You don't just show up and hand the guy over. There's a process to be followed. You're up, Mac murmured. Teresa was sitting beside him, strapped into her harness, her hands bound in her lap. She nodded and reached out to the planet, to the man with the weathered face. His mind wasn't easy to manipulate. He'd spent his life controlling himself and others. Teresa was still deeply uncomfortable about the idea of manipulating another person. When she'd been using her power on animals, she hadn't known what she was doing. She'd just thought she was good at her job. Now she was forcing human beings to do things they didn't want to do. That was different. Very different. No, she told herself. I stopped men from killing my mate yesterday. That wasn't a bad thing. Today I'm freeing my mother from unjust imprisonment. I'm saving Maggie's life. She sat up straighter. She wasn't going to apologize for what she was about to do. She pushed further into the man's mind. It was blocked, but there was a way in. He'd followed the rules all his life. He was afraid that he'd get into trouble if he disobeyed procedures. Teresa fed the words to Mac, and he spoke them for her. You were told about this, Mac growled. Viseros ordered this, and he isn't going to be happy if he finds out that you didn't follow his orders. Teresa stayed within the man's mind. Arlo, she realized, finding his name like a coin found on a pavement. Arlo's mind. It was yesterday. He told you yesterday, remember? Do as you are told, she urged. Don't get into trouble. Arlo scowled. All right, keep your shirt on, he muttered, and Teresa was shocked at the sudden humor. Mac was bare from the waist up. It just slipped my mind for a minute. Who's your prisoner? Tessera of Arian, Mac answered. They'd agreed upon a pseudonym earlier. Kairn and Mac didn't want the prison to have any part of her, not even her name. They'd chosen something close to her real name so that she was more likely to respond to it when someone used it. A woman? Arlo's eyes widened. Guardian, I always heard that your lot respected women. He hesitated. Think about this, man. Women don't last long in this place. Teresa felt sick. Her mother had been here for years. If she was even still alive. She doubted it for the first time and anxieties flooded through her. What if Megira was dead? What would happen to Meggie then? Mac was thinking the same thing. Don't you have any female prisoners at all? 2, Arlo answered. 2 that survived anyway. But one is locked away in the dark and the other is someone you wouldn't want to mess with. You need to know that you're sentencing this woman to death if you bring her into this place. 2 that survived, Teresa thought. Her mother could be one of the 2. She glanced at the closed door where Kairn had left them, and a sudden hope filled her. What if the other was his mother? Her heart beat a little faster. What if she could give him that? Would he tear down his walls for her if she saved his mother's life? We are aware of the risk, Mac stated. This woman is a criminal. She needs to be locked up for the safety of everyone else. However, we Guardians are not barbarians. I am to accompany her, as her personal guard. I will make sure she doesn't escape. His voice dropped to an animalistic growl. I will make sure no one lays a hand on her but me. Arlo looked uncomfortable, but he nodded. All right. Landing pad 1 is free. Why we even have more than one, I don't know. It's not a bloody tourist destination. An hour later, and they were inside the prison. It was an hour that Teresa wished she could forget, but knew she never would. She'd known it would be bad, but she was shaking like a leaf by the time Mac pushed her into a cell that was little more than a cave with bars at its mouth. She'd been treated like a piece of meat. She'd never had her humanity stripped away like that. She'd always had people look her in the eye and call her by name. Now she was prisoner 9858, and she had no rights. No one cared how she felt about anything, and it was her job to shut up and take it. She was nothing, and she deserved nothing anymore. They'd taken fingerprints, dental scans, and retinal scans. They'd put her into a cubicle that examined her whole body, from her skin, all the way inside her. They didn't have to touch her to search her. The scan did it all for them. Teresa had thought it wouldn't be so bad since no one was touching her, but she'd felt stripped bare nonetheless. Arlo came down from the tower to process her personally. He'd seemed concerned for her safety, but that didn't stop him ogling her. Teresa wished she'd been able to wear something that disguised her body more, but she had nothing but ragged panties on under her shift. A prisoner wouldn't be allowed more, Kairn had told her. Anything more might be used as a weapon. Arlo touched her shoulder to steer her into the scanner, and she couldn't help the whimper that rose in her throat. Couldn't help the instinctive movement of her body that slinked away from his touch. Arlo frowned and reached out for her again, but Mac was there. He put himself between Teresa and Arlo and grabbed the man's hand. He bent Arlo's finger back as Arlo's eyes filled with fear. Mac stopped just before the finger was about to snap. Touch her again, and it won't be a threat, he growled. No one lays so much as a finger on her but me. Yes, sir, Arlo gasped. Mac tried to offer her mental reassurance, but Teresa was too frightened to be open enough to receive it. They were led through a prison hacked out of solid rock. The cells were located in crevices in the rock, almost like caves connected by a rough, narrow ledge. Beyond the ledge was a chasm, falling deep and dark into the distance. The processing area had been lit like it was daylight, but the light among the cells was a dim, sulphurous orange. When the bars closed behind them, she backed into the far corner of the tiny cave. Mac turned to her, his deeply shadowed face barely lit by the orange glow. Little one, he began. She lifted terrified eyes to his. In her fright, he seemed enormous, and she wished she didn't feel frightened of him again. But she did. With his chest bare, his bulging muscles, and his hands the size of dinner plates, he was as much a threat to her as anyone else in this place. Then there was a new voice, and that was worse. Is that a woman? Another voice. A woman? Here? Laughter. Coming closer. Been 10 years since I had a woman. They came into view. Max spun to face the door. Look at her, though, one muttered, looking straight past Mac at Teresa. His eyes roved all over her body, taking his time. Why aren't you in your cells? Mac demanded, hands clenching into fists. He took a step forward to make sure he was between Teresa and the bars. The men laughed. There were 6 of them, dressed in rags, dirty and unkempt. We run this joint, man. Guards know that if they try to lock us up, we'll finish them. Get out, Mac spat. I'm this woman's guardian, and if anyone touches her, he'll answer to me. The men looked at each other, then back at Mac. Then at Teresa. Their leader spoke for them. You're a dead man, guardian. And she's going to be ours, one after another. He opened his hand. In it was a set of rusted keys. One fit into the lock of the bars, and the door groaned open. Make up your mind, the leader urged quietly. You can die, or you can let us take her. Mac made an animal sound that skittered along Teresa's nerves. She watched as some of the men had the same reaction. That sound was death in the dark. One of them took a step back. Any man who steps into this cell is dead. Mac's voice was inhumanly deep, an animal protecting its mate, or its prey. The men came into the cell anyway. Teresa tried to reach into their minds to stop them, but couldn't control them. Many others had tried to control these men, and failed. The first swung a punch. Mac caught the flying fist easily, and squeezed until Teresa heard the crunch of shattering bone. The man fell to his knees, screaming. Mac let go of the man's hand and reached down to hold the man's head almost tenderly, then twisted it around. Teresa screamed as the man died right in front of her. All of a sudden, she was back in that dimly lit warehouse, and Mac dealt death right in front of her. She cowered back as the rest of the men tried to rush him. He dealt with them all until the last of them, who had been hanging around the door, turned tail and ran. Mac hadn't said a word as he'd murdered those men, and they all lay still on the stone floor of the cell. He turned to Teresa. All right, little one? He asked. He wasn't feral, but his voice was only barely human. There was more animal in there than man, and Teresa gave a small sob of fear. He turned his hand so it was palm up, pleading. There isn't any blood, he said, trying to reassure her, and that made it worse. Knowing that he'd killed 5 men so swiftly, and that he'd been able to keep enough of his wits about him to make sure that he didn't get himself dirty was worse than when he'd lost himself to his animal state. This time, he'd chosen to do this. Teresa backed up until she hit the rough stone wall of the cell. Mac lowered his hand, emotion flicking swiftly across his face. Teresa couldn't feel his emotions. He was completely closed off to her. What's going on here? A new voice demanded. Both Mac and Teresa looked up in surprise. It was a woman. Chapter 16. Her dirty red hair was pulled back into a tight bun, secured with a metal pin, and the arms displayed by her leather vest were tight with muscle. The last of the men who'd threatened Teresa stood behind her like a kid who had summoned teacher to stop a fight in the schoolyard. She looked from the bodies on the floor to Mac, standing over them. This time, he wasn't covered in blood, but it was obvious what had happened. She looked past Mac to Teresa cowering against the wall. Come here, girl, the woman said. Teresa shook her head. He won't hurt you, the woman assured her. She fixed startling green eyes on Mac, and her voice lowered. He wouldn't dare. He's not the one I'm afraid of. Stop lying, the woman snapped bluntly. It's coming off you in waves. Come with me. He was protecting me. You don't have to earn his protection. Now come with me. Teresa felt the woman in her mind, coaxing, reassuring. Teresa reached out to her. Can you hear me? She asked. The woman's green eyes went wide, then narrowed. You're starborn, then. I guess so, Teresa stuttered aloud. He and I are together. I can't leave him." "You can do what you're told," the woman replied. Teresa found her feet moving forward. Mac growled. Teresa noted that he wasn't just standing still. He was riveted in place, every muscle vibrating with effort. Startled, Teresa reached out to him mentally and found that he was being held in position and couldn't move an inch. Teresa followed the power from Mac to the woman standing in the door of her cell. So this woman had the same power as she had herself. She found herself walking past Mac. "You shouldn't trust him," the woman sent. "There is something in his mind that is difficult to control." Somehow, the woman probed at the part of Teresa's mind that was the source of her power. "Your powers are very new. It will be years before you can control a beast like this." "I don't need to control him, I trust him," Teresa replied. They were out of the cell by now, and walking along the narrow ledge that bordered the chasm that ran the length of the hallway. "Oh, all right, he can follow us," the woman conceded silently. "But he follows behind like a dog, and he sits outside on the mat like a dog, do you hear me?" "Yes, ma'am." As they went out, they passed the prisoner who had summoned the woman. He cringed away from her as she passed. The woman led Teresa to her own cell and closed and locked the bars behind them. Mac waited outside, standing guard, still vibrating with the useless effort to move. It wasn't any nicer than any other cell, except that it contained an instrument Teresa had never expected to see in a prison. A spinning wheel. "How strange," Teresa murmured. There was a tall stick beside it with a hank of fluffy, unspun wool at its tip. In the orange glow of the prison light, the wool almost looked gold for a moment. Teresa looked from the spinning wheel to the woman beside her. "Where could you possibly get wool in a place like this?" "None of your business," the woman replied. "Now why are you here? What was your crime?" "None of your business," Teresa retorted smartly, and instantly regretted it when she watched the woman's face shut down. This was the whole reason they had a cover story, wasn't it? "My name is Tessera of Arian," she added quickly. "I'm here." And just like that, the cover story went out the window. "I'm here to find my mother. She was sent here many years ago. I just hope she's still alive." The woman sighed. "God's damn, sit down." She gestured loosely at a three-legged stool. Teresa sat, and the woman sat on the edge of a stone ledge that served as a bed. She looked at Teresa closely. "You're just a kid, aren't you?" "I'm 19. "God's damn it." The woman shook her head and sighed. "My name is Annie, kid. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but this happens from time to time. Some relative or loved one comes seeking a lost love, a lost mother, a lost daughter. Every time I have to tell them the same thing. Your mother is dead. Women don't live long here. Women don't want to live long here. I'm sorry, but that's life here on Tenebrae. Violent, terrifying, and short." Teresa knew it was unlikely that Megaera was still alive, but she clung to hope. "I think she might still be alive. You survived." "Huh." It wasn't a happy sound. "When was your mother incarcerated? I might remember her. Most of the women who ended up here were memorable, in one way or another." "It would have been 14 years ago." Annie shook her head again. "Then she's gone, kid, and you should be glad. No woman wants to live a long life on Tenebrae. The sooner it's over, the better." "How long have you been here?" "Long enough to regret not dying the first time." "What?" Teresa was confused. Annie rose to her feet. "I'm sorry, kid. Your mother's gone, and now you're stuck here with the rest of us." A bitter look crossed her face. "Even with your guard dog, even with those powers that you don't know how to use, you won't last here. If you'll take my advice, you'll order your guard dog to kill you as soon as you get back to your cell. Mac would never hurt me. He loves me." "If he really loved you, he'd kill you, believe me. But you can learn the hard way if you want." No, wait. They said there was another woman here. One that is in the dark. I need to be sure that isn't my mother. Then we'll just go. Annie threw back her head and laughed until tears came out of her eyes. Oh, kid, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at you. This is a prison, sweetheart. They don't let you out. We have a plan, Teresa insisted stubbornly. Sure, I haven't heard that before. Annie's tone was dismissive, but she was examining Teresa's face, even as her mind was probing Teresa's. Teresa took 3 quick steps to the door. Release him, she begged. I need him to give me something in his pocket. Annie shrugged. I don't much care if he can move or not, but I try to give dead women a last gift, so here you go. Mac groaned, low and loud, when he was released. His whole body jerked as the tension on him was released. Please, Mac, Teresa whispered. Can you just give me the locutus? He reached into his pocket and handed her the small item. Teresa took it back to Annie. Just look at this, she begged. Please. It will just take a minute. She opened the locutus with her voice, terribly glad that she didn't have to reach between her legs right now. The message was only a few seconds long, but Annie went completely still the moment Megara appeared. Teresa turned wide eyes to Annie. That was you, wasn't it? Speaking at the end. Annie had sunk back down onto the ledge that served her as a bed, her eyes fixed on the space where Megara's image had been projected. Tessera, Teresa, she said. Not very original. It didn't have to be. It just had to get me in here. Now tell me, please, is my mother alive? Annie's gaze swung to Teresa, her expression turning calculating. So, you're Megara's get. I should have recognized the eyes, but you look so innocent and young. It's hard to see your mother in you. She stood up. I'll take you to her, if you'll take me with you when you leave. Teresa's eyes slewed to Mac. They hadn't agreed on this, but how could Teresa refuse? Not just because she wanted to find Megara, but out of basic human decency. Of course, Teresa said. We'll take you with us. Swear it! Stumbling over the words, Teresa swore a clumsy oath. I swear we'll free you. You can come back with us. Annie nodded sharply. Come with me, then. Are you afraid of the dark? No, she said aloud and thought, not afraid of the dark, exactly. Afraid of people and things that hid in the dark, certainly. She wasn't stupid. Annie grinned, and Teresa wondered how much of her interior monologue the woman could hear. All she said, though, was, this way. Mac stayed behind them, and Teresa was glad to be the one in the middle as the dark tunnels that made up the prison grew darker and narrower as they went down a steep slope. Always, she remembered the deep chasm that delved between the 2 rows of cells they'd first been taken to. It was nearly completely dark now. Teresa held on to Annie's vest, and Mac had a firm grip on Teresa's shift. She had to trust Annie completely. She had a hold on the back of Annie's vest, but if the woman knew her way around these tunnels, she could steer Teresa and Mac into danger while keeping herself safe. Teresa's grip on Annie's vest grew slick with sweat. Here, Annie said. It was pitch black. Teresa couldn't see a thing. She reached out tentatively to Mac. Can you see? Mac could understand her mental voice but struggled to send back anything more than concepts. It was big, wide, and while he could see, it was very, very dark and very, very dangerous. Annie fumbled with something. Teresa couldn't see what it was. When the spark lit, it was too bright for Teresa's eyes and she had to look away. Annie had a tinderbox in her hands and was carefully lighting a candle from the sudden sparking flame. Teresa looked around. The room was huge, both wide and high, with the stone ceiling of the cavern far, far above them. There was a structure at one end of the cavern that Teresa recognized. This is where the message was recorded, she mused. Columns and creatures were carved into the rock, in such a way as to suggest that massive monsters climbed up and down the columns. It looked like the door to an ancient temple, but the center of it was a sheet of tarnished silver. On the pediment at the top of the columns, there were carved figures of 3 women, a child, a young woman, and an old woman. "The fates," Mac explained. "They are important to the Guardians." "No one said you could talk," Annie snapped. Mac gave a muffled groan as she took away his ability to talk. "He doesn't have to ask permission to talk," Teresa cried. "He has rights. Let him speak." Ani regarded her blandly. "No." "Yes." Aware that this was probably a bad idea, but too incensed to think it through, Teresa reached out with her power, finding the cord that linked Annie and Mac and allowed her to control him. Teresa had never encountered anything like this before. She'd known about her powers for such a short time. She'd healed the torn connection between Kairn and Mac, and she'd spliced herself into their bond, but she'd never severed one before. She focused on Annie until she felt like her eyes were drilling into the other woman. She wrapped mental hands around the cord. "Let him go," Teresa gritted. Annie just stood there. With a massive mental effort, Teresa heaved against the cord. She felt something within her mind stretching and pulling with the effort. It hurt, but she wasn't going to allow this woman to control Mac. It wasn't fair and it wasn't right. She pulled with all her might. The cord broke. Teresa stumbled backwards, and Mac caught her just before she could hit the floor. "What did you do to her?" he demanded, crouched over Teresa, raising her up again. Teresa smiled up at him. "You can talk," she mused triumphantly. Mac only glanced down at her for a moment, all his attention on Annie. The woman was just standing there, watching them, her expression inscrutable. Finally, Annie turned away. "So you are your mother's daughter." She turned and walked away. "What's that supposed to mean?" Teresa demanded, finding her feet and moving out of Mac's hold so she could follow the woman. "Here," Annie said. She'd stopped at the foot of the stairs that led to the portal, looking up at the bare sheet of silver between the columns. "What's here?" Annie smiled grimly. "Not what. Who? This is where your mother is preserved." "What do you mean, preserved?" "She is entombed within solid rock." She ascended the stairs and put her hand on the sheet of stone. "I put her in here myself." Annie caressed the stone almost tenderly as Teresa stared in horror. "Inside the stone?" she asked. "She isn't dead," Annie assured them. "I discovered this place when I first arrived here. They hunted me until I was miles into the dark, and I found this place. The portal was open when I first arrived. I found that time passes differently behind this barrier. I hid behind the silver shield and watched as the men who had been chasing me moved faster and faster until days passed. Weeks, perhaps. Who knows? Perhaps it was even years. Time is moving so slowly for your mother right now that she hasn't even seen us arrive yet. When I realized what had happened, I went back into the portal. By the time I came out this time, decades had passed. The men who had been chasing me were long dead. And I came out a stronger woman. One who will never again be run down in the dark." Annie stroked the pitted, stained silver. "Your mother was held by Zeus for several years. I couldn't help that, but I could keep her here, so that for her, only moments have passed. I couldn't save them all, but I could save one." "Has she seen us here?" Teresa asked. Annie shook her head. "Time moves so slowly behind the shield that she wouldn't have even had a chance to see you before I wake her." Annie's hands began to glow white against the silver. The glow radiated outwards until it spread across the surface of the silver sheet, lighting up the room. Where the glow spread out, first the layer of tarnish, then the silver itself faded away. At last, Teresa could see her mother. Chapter 17. Annie had told the truth. Megira didn't look a day older than she had in her message, encoded in the locutus. She was dirty, messy, but she was alive. Megira didn't notice Teresa and Mac at first. She spoke to Annie. "How long has it been?" Another month, Megara, Annie answered. 11 years since you first came here. This will be the last time I wake you from your sleep. Today, we leave Tenebrae. Megara gasped. Annie. She stopped suddenly. She'd just caught sight of Teresa and Mac at the foot of the stairs. Who are you? Megara asked sharply. In the next instant, the full force of Megara's mind hit Teresa. Annie had been strong. It had taken all Teresa's might to break the cord of control she'd formed between herself and Mac. But Megara's mind was something else. It hit Teresa like a freight train, and she collapsed into Mac's arms. His knees buckled, and he fell back. Megara probed swiftly into Mac's mind first. A beast, she murmured, of a pura magna. Then she was in Teresa's mind, sifting through her memories. The next moment she withdrew with a little gasp. She flinched like she'd been hit in the stomach, and her hands rose to press to her cheeks. Little bug? Megara whispered. Teresa didn't even have time to sit up properly before Megara had rushed down the stairs and flung herself on her knees to embrace her daughter. Oh, little bug, oh, my darling. Oh, my sweet girl, how you've grown. Megara's arms were around Teresa, and Teresa trembled at the familiarity of the embrace. She thought she'd forgotten, but she hadn't. She recognized these arms, this embrace, this voice in her ear. Oh, Mom, Teresa whispered, burying her face in her mother's shoulder. They wept together as Annie and Mac gave them time. Mom, we're going to get you out of here, okay? Teresa asked. My darling little bug. Megara stroked Teresa's hair from her forehead, and familiarity rocketed through Teresa at the gesture. Let me see your plans, little one. I'll be gentle this time. Oh, my sweetheart, forgive me for the first time I looked into you. I've spent so long among rough people that I've become rough myself. It's okay, Mom, I understand, Teresa assured her. While Megara's first invasion had been brutally swift and powerful, her second was gentle but thorough. Megara withdrew from Teresa's mind, her expression troubled. Who is that young man you're with? She asked. She glanced at Mac. Not this one, the one with the silver eyes. His name is Kairn, Teresa said, knowing that her mother would have seen Kairn's name in her mind and not sure what answer Megara was looking for. Are you sure about that, sweetheart? Megara asked. His lightning. Megara stopped suddenly, raising her head to stare into the tunnel that led to the cavern like a frightened animal scenting the air. In the distance, there was the sound of a man yelling. Annie strode down the stairs. On your feet, girl. It's time to get moving. But you can stop them, can't you? Teresa asked, taking Mac's helping hand and getting to her feet. Annie wasn't even looking at her. Like Megara, all her attention was on the tunnel. No, she answered. I had to hide Megara to keep her safe. Your beast was easy to control. He's like a dog. He wants a master. The inmates here are like wild animals. They don't want a master. They want to mate and to kill. If we're quick, we might outrun them. Can you teleport us out of here? Teresa asked. Annie shook her head. Too much rock. If I could shift out of here, I would have done it decades ago. Can you tell how many there are? Not exactly, but there are a lot. There's another way out, but you need to stay right behind me, do you hear? Not one step to right or left that I don't take first, and we move quickly. She wasn't kidding when she said they moved quickly. Megara went behind Annie this time, and Teresa's hand was tangled in her mother's dirty shift that was the same as her own. Running along in the dark, Teresa's ankle turned, and she felt the ground beneath her crumble. She cried out as her weight started to fall. Megara turned when Teresa lost her grip on her shift. In the same instant, Mac's arm snaked around her waist and caught her tight against him. Quick, little one, he urged. Climb up on my back. He was already swinging her around. I've got better night vision than you. Keep your head down and hold on tight. She did as she was told and held on tight. He didn't take hold of Megara's shift, and Megara didn't suggest it. They could still hear the sound of the men in the distance. Teresa could make out individual voices now as they called to each other. She heard the echo of their voices change as they entered the cavern they had so recently vacated. There was a light in the distance. With her chin pressed low against Mac's shoulder, Teresa focused on the light as it grew brighter and closer. The main part of the prison wasn't lit like that. This light was cold and blue, not the sulphurous orange of the inmates' area. As they came closer, Teresa could see the steel walls that matched the ones in the arrival and processing areas, and the bars between the stone tunnel and the steel corridor. Annie and Megara didn't even slow down. Annie shifted to the left and Megara to the right as Megara raised both hands. A blast came from them so bright that it was still flashing in Teresa's vision minutes later. The bars glowed red-hot for a second, then crumbled. Teresa's heart was pounding in anticipation. Once they were on a level surface, Mac put her down so she could run with them. She started to recognize where she was. This was the corridor to the room where she was examined. This was the corridor that led from the landing area where Arlo had met them. When Megara shattered the door to the landing area, there was a different guard there. He was a middle-aged man, tall and powerful but running to fat. He saw them approach and pulled out his blaster. Then he caught sight of Megara. "You!" he cried. "Me," Megara replied grimly. The Salvation was right behind him. The entry slid open and the ramp began to extend. They had to get past him to get to the ship. They halted. The guard shifted his blaster to aim at Megara directly. Mac suddenly surged ahead, trying to put himself in front of her, but he wasn't fast enough. The man raised the blaster, he put the muzzle against his temple, and pulled the trigger. Mac, realizing what was happening, turned to shield Teresa. She didn't see it happen. "Keep your eyes closed, little one," Mac urged. "I'll see that you get onto the ship safely." He swung her up in his arms, and they crossed the landing area. Teresa heard Kairn's worried voice crying her sweet love name. "Tania, Mac, what's happened to her? Is she all right?" "Not going to have her scarred by looking at that mess," Mac growled. Teresa felt him jerking his head towards what she was sure was the remains of the guard. She felt the change in angle as he started moving up the ramp. Once they were inside the ship, he put her down on her feet. She heard the movement of the mechanism to retract the ramp and close the door, so she opened her eyes. "This way," she said to her mother and Annie, leading them to the cockpit. She helped them strap in, then headed for the seat where she usually sat between Kairn and Mac. Kairn set everything in motion swiftly, his strong, agile hands moving quickly over the instrument panel. He opened a channel to the control tower, and they saw Arlo's face again. Teresa reached out into his mind, and Arlo found himself opening the airlock and cycling the system before he even knew what was happening. Salvation rose into the air, through the airlock, and shot out into space. "You're different," Arlo began, then stopped suddenly. He blinked, then made a small, convulsive motion. His eyes went wide, and his hands rose to his throat. "Tania?" Kairn asked. "What are you doing?" "It isn't me," she replied aloud. A thread of power flowed past her, and she turned to look at her mother, then to Annie, whose power was clenched around Arlo's throat. Annie smiled grimly. "Me, this time. And it isn't just Arlo here, who's suddenly having trouble breathing. It's every last man on this god-forsaken rock." "Stop it," Teresa cried, horrified. Megara sat beside Annie and said nothing. All of a sudden, Arlo coughed. He was very red in the face, but he started breathing again, leaning forward until his thin pattern of salt and pepper hair was uncomfortably close to the camera. "Thank you." Teresa glanced back at Annie and caught the look of horror on the woman's face. "That isn't me." Her eyes were riveted on the view screen, her face growing paler by the second. "No," Megara whispered beside her. "What's going on?" Kairn demanded. "Not a god-forsaken rock anymore. came a new voice over the comlink. Teresa groaned, recognizing the familiar voice. At her side, Kairn went very still. The view screen changed to show the captain that Teresa was rapidly beginning to regret having left alive. "Your father was most anxious to see you again, my lord, so he has come to retrieve you himself." Kairn made a thick, involuntary sound in the back of his throat. When Teresa glanced at Mac, she saw that the hair on his arms was standing on end again. The captain stepped back from the view screen, bowing deeply to the man standing behind him. The man was much older, with flowing gray hair that curled down to his shoulders and a respectable gray beard. His face was weathered, and his eyes were the exact same silver that Kairn's had become. "My son," the man boomed, his voice impossibly deep and powerful. Teresa felt the possessiveness in his voice reach out to her like a wave. "Who is that?" Teresa asked Kairn quietly. He'd said that his father was an aristocrat, but this man was no ordinary aristocrat. Teresa wasn't even sure he was human. His power radiated out from him like shock waves moving from the epicenter of an earthquake. It was her mother who answered in a despairing little whisper. "Zeus." Chapter 18. Kairn's hand whipped out and turned off the view screen. "Quickly," he urged. "Mac and I won't be able to get away, but you others have a chance. Come on, you need to hide." He'd thought about this, Teresa realized, as he pushed them ahead of him down to the hold. So had Mac. They moved so smoothly. It was clear they'd planned what they would do if they were caught. Had they discussed this recently, Teresa wondered? Or had they been planning their escape from Zeus all their lives? Zeus. Kairn's father was Zeus, the king of the gods. Teresa didn't know what that meant, really, but she remembered that Leona had spoken of a war between the Alterans and the gods. Leona had been frightened, just remembering it. Teresa had felt the power emanating from the older man. She'd felt the waves of fear coming from her mother and Annie. Mac tore a panel away from the wall. There was a cavity behind it. "Inside," Kairn ordered. Megira made a soft noise of fear. "You won't be locked in," Kairn assured her. "Mac and I won't be back. You will be able to free yourselves and fly the ship back to Solace Station." Reluctantly, Megira and Annie entered the space. The empty section ran the length of the wall, so there was plenty of room for them to move about. "Get in, Tania," Kairn ordered. "No," Teresa said. He turned to her and opened up enough for her to feel his stark terror for her. "I need to know you're safe," he said raggedly. "Do this for me." Teresa shook her head stubbornly. "I'm not leaving you," she insisted. "Besides, he's seen my face, more than once. He wouldn't have seen them, but he would have seen me just now. He knows I'm here. If I hide, he'll search for me, and he'll find all of us." "Tania," Kairn groaned. He thrust his hands into his blonde hair. "He's going to break the bond between me and Mac. When that happens..." He looked across at Mac. "I won't be able to protect you." Mac reached down to his hip and withdrew his blaster. At first, Teresa thought he was preparing to fight the invaders that even now she could hear breaching their airlock. Then Mac raised the blaster to his temple, just as the man had in the landing bay. "No!" Teresa screamed. She didn't even think to use her powers. She just threw herself at Mac. She wrapped both hands around his massive arm and couldn't move him an inch. "Mom, stop it! Stop it! Please!" Her voice was shrill with terror. Mac shook his head. "She isn't making me do this. I'll die before I hurt you, little one. And if you're not far away from me when Zeus breaks our bond, I can't trust myself. Let me go. If I'm not there to be a danger to you, you and Kairn might have a chance to get away." He glanced at his bond brother. "Make her happy." Teresa stopped tugging at his arm and reached up to his face, putting her hand between his temple and the blaster. "I can't be happy without you. I love you, Mac." She didn't even hear the sound as Kairn closed the panel behind her mother and Annie. Her whole world was Mac as he lowered his head to kiss her. She'd never had a gentle kiss from him like this. His lips were so soft against hers, caressing and tender until she thought her heart would burst. She shared her feelings with him, letting him know how very much he was loved and needed. One huge arm wrapped around her waist, and he turned her so his back was to the door, shielding her with his body. He pressed his blaster into her hand. When they broke in, Kairn fought, but Mac didn't. He just let them shoot him. Chapter 19. They brought Mac's body with them onto Zeus's ship. It took 4 of them to lift him onto an anti-grav stretcher. Kairn had glowing handcuffs around his wrists, and Teresa was marched along behind him, crying her heart out. She stumbled so many times, blinded by tears, that eventually one of the men stooped and threw her over his shoulder. They were taken to the most enormous room Teresa had ever seen. It looked like everything was made of white marble, from the floor to the ceiling, to the massive fluted columns that held it up. And gold. Everything was trimmed in gold. The acanthus leaves that topped the columns, and the throne atop a dais at one end of the hall. The room was full of people, and they stood, still and silent, as Kairn, Mac, and Teresa were brought into the room. "Welcome to the House of Zeus." The god himself was sitting on the throne, his arms thrown wide, exaggerating his massive chest that was barely covered by a swathe of fabric that stretched from the waist and across one broad shoulder. The people in the room applauded dutifully. "My son, you have been sorely missed." "You've hunted me down like an animal," Kairn snarled, his voice low. He jerked his head towards Teresa, who was now standing beside Mac's still body. Her hand lay on his chest, completely still beneath her touch as she wept. "Let my mate go and bury the body of our beast." "Your mate?" Zeus asked, disgust twisting his features. "Your mate? You don't have a mate, boy, unless I give you one." "The fates appointed me a mate," Zeus sneered. "Only the part that you inherited from your mother. This," he waved his hand towards Teresa, "isn't mated to your godhead, is she?" A nerve ticked in Kairn's tense jaw. "Nothing you can do can change my love for her." Zeus laughed. While everyone else in the room remained silent, a group of women laughed with him. Teresa hadn't even seen them before. They stood behind his throne, all dressed in simple white chitons, their faces covered by blank masks. "My son, once I unleash you from the restraints placed upon you by your idiot mother, you'll forget you ever saw this girl in your life." He leaned forward, his expression suddenly furious. "You are a god, boy. You don't answer to the fates answer to you. You are destined to rule the galaxy. Every god in the realm will bend the knee to you. This human is no match for you. Step forward." "No." Once again, Teresa felt that massive surge of power. It was immense, as powerful as an earthquake, as inevitable as thunder following lightning. Every muscle in Kairn's tense body shook, but he stepped forward anyway. Hardly able to breathe from fear, Teresa reached out towards Kairn. Zeus was in his mind, peeling away the barriers that Kairn had erected around his soul. "Leave me, Tania," Kairn urged silently. "You cannot face him. Leave and let me believe you are happy." Her muscles started to tremble as she pressed forward. "No," she replied. So, Zeus was a god? Fine. There were few people on Earth who knew how to defy people's expectations of her like a chubby girl with ADHD. She'd spent her whole life showing people what she was capable of. She reached into every bad memory, every teacher who'd said so pityingly that she could do so well if she just tried harder. Every shop assistant who'd looked at her with disdain when she asked if a dress was available in her size. Every person who sneered in disbelief when she confessed she was struggling to focus because when her hyperfocus kicked in, she was so focused she forgot to eat or move around in her chair. Right now, all of it was just fuel to the fire. She wasn't just the weird kid whose uniform was patched anymore. She was an adult now. She was powerful. And Kairn belonged to her, god damn it, and she'd be damned if she'd let some old guy take him from her. "No," she said aloud through gritted teeth. Zeus's gaze slewed to her, and she was aware of her appearance. Her dirty shift, her carefully tangled hair, and the stench that oozed from every pore. Let him look. Let him sneer. No. He's mine, Zeus snarled as Teresa threw everything she had towards the threads he was tangling around Kairn. She tore at them with her mind, ripping them from him like sticky cobwebs. He was mine first, she snarled right back, teeth bared as she strained with all her might to free the man she loved. And then Zeus peeled back the last layer of Kairn's barriers, and his lightning poured free. Teresa was knocked to the floor even as Kairn's feet rose off it. His body was still frozen, and it lifted into the air. Sparks brighter than any sun glittered from his fingertips and along the strands of his blonde hair. His eyes weren't just silver anymore. They were incandescent, burning with platinum-hot fire. Sparks skittered along his skin and tore at his uniform shirt until it fell away and his broad chest was revealed. The lightning glowed inside him, burning from the center. Slivers of light shot around the room. One narrowly missed Teresa. Another struck Mac's still form, making his body jerk with a cruel facsimile of life. People around the room finally started to make noise. They started to scream as Kairn's lightning ravaged them. From her position on the floor, Teresa reached out to him with her mind. His lightning was so bright she couldn't get anywhere near him. No, she repeated. She gritted her teeth and got back to her feet. She took one step towards him, feeling the electrical pulse in the air that thrilled through every nerve and made her hair stand on end. You are mine. Do you hear me? She demanded, her voice hardly even audible over the sound of people screaming and the zing of lightning around them. Mine! She flung everything she had at him. She met the insane power that was corrupting his mind, turning him to his father, and she battled it. Kairn was her mate. Hers. She started to run towards him, bare feet slapping against the marble floor, pushing against the waves of power that tried to repel her. She threw her arms wide and jumped, pushing beneath her with powers she'd never known she had, and felt like her whole body was becoming something new. Teresa rose in the air to meet him. Her body crashed against his. The lightning from his skin skittered over hers, but she ignored the sharp stings that raced all the way to her heart and threatened to stop it. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Her mind was wide open to him, and she poured all her love into the kiss. He belonged to her. She belonged to him. She could taste the electrical burn of the lightning in his mouth, but she pressed deeper, stroking his tongue with hers, kissing him desperately until their teeth clashed. His arms closed around her. They floated gently back to the ground, mouths still joined. Kairn's tongue was tangling hungrily with hers now. Every stroke of his tongue healed the stinging pains where he'd pierced her mouth with his lightning. The touch of his hands on her skin soothed her aches until she surrendered and let him crush her against him. Their minds were still entangled, and it was as intimate as making love. She was completely open to him, and for the first time, he was completely open to her. All the walls in his mind had fallen, and he gave her all of himself as his mouth ravaged hers. The lightning was still there, but now it was hers, as much as his. She used the lightning to bind them together. Instinctively, she reached out for Mac, where he had always been, as the third part of their bond. She sobbed into Kairn's mouth. He let her break the kiss, then wrapped her close in his arms so that her head rested against his bare chest. His hand cradled the back of her head, caressing her dark hair. Mac was gone, and yet it felt so much like he was still there. Faint, but there. Mac? She whispered. She turned in Kairn's embrace, just in time to see Mac raise his hand to touch his chest wonderingly. He turned his head to look at them, drawn inexorably to them. Kairn's lightning, she realized. He'd struck Mac. He'd brought him back to life. Mac sat up. There was awe on his face. Awe and love. He swung his legs off the stretcher. No, Zeus bellowed, his voice so loud that the columns in the great room trembled. Kairn's arms tightened painfully around Teresa. There was a noise as if the air itself was singing, and a massive lightning bolt struck the space between Kairn and Mac. Zeus's face was twisted with rage. "You think you can tame my son?" he demanded. "Well, let's see if you can tame the beast. Your bond with my son will never be complete unless you bond with the beast as well." He passed his hand from right to left. Teresa turned to look at Mac and gasped in horror as all traces of sentience were wiped from his face. He slipped off the stretcher and landed on all fours, sniffing the air. He lunged towards Kairn and Teresa. Kairn shoved Teresa behind him. Mac ran towards them on all fours, then launched himself towards them in a mighty leap. Kairn deflected his attack, but it made him stumble. He whirled to face Mac again, and this time Mac tried to throw his arms around Kairn, lowering his head to bite at his shoulder. Up on the throne, Zeus laughed. "Good luck taming that one, little sister. My son, you might as well come up on the throne now, if you can get away. She'll never bond with such a rabid animal." "Guards!" The guards, Teresa realized, hadn't done a single thing to save the people when Kairn's lightning was ravaging the room. They moved to obey Zeus's command, snapping to attention. "Take the beast into custody, throw him in the zoo. I'm sure the whole court will enjoy watching our little sister taming the beast." He laughed, like it was funny, instead of horrifying, to watch Mac tearing his guards apart before he was restrained. "Take my son and his companion to his chamber. See that they don't escape." A dozen of the guards towed Mac, bound with ropes, hands manacled behind his back, to one side of the room. More guards grabbed Kairn and Teresa and hustled them towards an exit on the other side of the room. They weren't rough, Teresa realized. They were cautious. After all, Kairn might be the next Zeus. Guards who annoyed him might not have a very long life expectancy. As soon as the door closed behind them, Kairn took Teresa in his arms once more. "Tania, Tania," he murmured. "You took such a terrible risk. You were so brave, so beautiful. I love you so much." She had no words to say what she felt for him, so she just opened her heart and let him in. His lips landed on hers again, tender, and yet every bit as desperate as when she'd been quelling his lightning. "Oh, wait," she breathed as his lips traveled down her throat. "I need a shower. I'm covered with muck." Kairn laughed. Laughed. "What's so funny?" she asked, shoving at his chest and not moving him an inch. "Tania, look at yourself. You're not dirty or smelly. You look like the goddess you are." "What?" She looked down and blinked rapidly. "What's this?" she asked, her fingers finally abandoning his chest to pluck at the gold chiton she was currently wearing. The last she'd checked, she was wearing a short, dirty shift. Now she was wearing a gold floor-length chiton elaborately belted around the waist. Her hands were clean and fair, her skin was sleek, and as she drew in a breath, she could have sworn she smelled wildflowers. When did this happen?" "When you saved me. When you tamed my lightning and bound my godhead to your own beautiful soul. The Alterans are the original gods. You know, they're what the people impersonating the gods today wish they could be. Even my father is a shadow of what the real Zeus once was. This dress..." His finger traced the neckline of the chiton in a way that made her forget everything but her own name. "This dress manifested when you came into your power. Let's find a mirror and you'll see." He drew her across the room and they opened a few doors before they found a bedroom with one wall that was all mirrors. "Zeus likes the look of himself," Kairn explained. "I suppose he thought I'd be more like him, but all I want to do is look at you." Teresa stared at the girl in the mirror. She was as chubby as ever, but all of a sudden, that was a good thing. Kairn stood behind her, and he was massive, dwarfing her figure. Her curves looked lush and inviting, rich and sensual in the gold dress. Her hair tumbled over her shoulders in artless curls that usually took hours with a curling iron. Her cheeks were glowing, but not polished with powder, and her pink, pouting lips were naturally rosy. "God, Kairn," she breathed. Goddess, he corrected, and bent to press a kiss to her shoulder, just beside where the chiton was held together with a jeweled brooch. His blonde hair fell forward and caressed her skin. Teresa's arm wrapped around his head as he continued to brush feather-light kisses over her skin. So soft, he murmured, so sweet. My own precious Tenia. His hand came up to align with hers as she held his head to her, then slid down her arm to stroke her side and waist. Kairn, she breathed. Her head went back and his chest supported her from behind. She remembered when they were in the baths together and she'd leaned her head back against Mac's broad chest as Kairn kissed her. Kairn, what's going to happen with Mac? Kairn sighed and rested his forehead against her shoulder. Zeus has severed our bond completely, as we knew he would. Mac has reverted to his animal state. He has no sentient mind until he bonds with someone again. How do we do that? Kairn looked up to meet her eyes in the mirror. When a beast is a child, a cub, the bonding process is easy. When a beast is an adult, the process is different. I'll do whatever I have to do, she insisted. Kairn smiled, a little sadly, and his hand caressed her waist through the silk of the gown. I know you will, Tenia. I won't pretend I'm not afraid for you, but I know your bravery and determination, and I'm here to support you, not to fight you. But, sweetheart, this won't be easy. How do I do it? Kairn's eyes were serious as they held hers. The only way to tame the beast is to mate with him. I wish you would reconsider because he isn't safe in this state. His hand tightened on her waist. I won't be able to protect you. He buried his face in her hair and took a deep breath. But I know you love him as much as you love me. Now that I'm fully open to you, Tenia, I know the depth of your love. I know you won't give up on him. I love you both, she whispered, finally giving voice to the feelings inside her. She'd told Mac that she loved him several times already, but she'd never dared say the words to Kairn. Ah, Tenia, Tenia, Kairn groaned. Mac will be rough. He'll hate himself for it, but he won't be able to help himself. He looked up at her in the mirror again. This might be our last night together. Let me love you, Tenia. Let me give you everything before you. He buried his face in her hair. Yes, she whispered. Chapter 20. Afterwards, they bathed together in the large pool located in Kairn's ensuite. Kairn was so gentle as he washed her that it brought tears to her eyes, and she had to hide her face against him. She was worried about what bonding with Mac might entail, but she loved him. She couldn't abandon him to his feral side. Kairn dried her as gently as he washed her, smearing the dampness from her skin with a soft towel, then dressed her in the gold chiton again. He pulled on the black trousers that were all that remained of his guardian uniform, even though there were other clothes as well as a replicator in the room. Being a guardian is who I am, Kairn explained. I'm not going to wear clothes Zeus has picked out for me. He kissed Teresa's tumbled hair. I'm yours, not his. He pressed his face to her hair and breathed in her scent. Come on, there's something I'd like you to take for me. He guided her over to the replicator. Holding her eyes, he said, 1 vial of elixir amore. A tiny bottle appeared in the replicator's aperture, made of the finest crystal. The liquid inside was as pale as pink champagne. He handed it to her. What is it? She asked curiously. She withdrew the stopper and leaned in to smell it. It smells like roses and almonds and apples? Kairn nodded. Well spotted. The 3 fruits of love in our culture. Is a rose a fruit? Teresa asked teasingly. Eventually, Kairn said. Once the roses have bloomed and winter has come, rose hips form. Love can be so beautiful in the beginning. Color, form, fragrance. When it faces hardship, that's when the fruit can be found. This elixir is the essence of love. Do you remember that Mac mentioned the wedding wine when we were back on Shoros? Teresa blushed and couldn't help the small smile that came to her lips remembering that night. They'd made her feel so loved. Yes. Part of the wine's effect is to allow a woman to bond with her partner without pain. While it won't have its full effect until all three of us are together, it might help you open up for Mac a bit more. Teresa sniffed the vial again to hide her embarrassment. What she was planning to do was so explicit. She was going to let Mac mate her, in his feral state. She was terrified, but also a little bit excited. She wanted to save him, but she also wanted to share herself with him. Do I drink it now? Yes. Give it time to work. Teresa raised the vial and swallowed the elixir amore. Roses and almonds and apples flooded her senses, flavor and fragrance alike. Warmth followed the elixir down into her belly and radiated outwards. Oh, she said, surprised. I didn't think I'd feel so warm. Warm was not the word. Hot. Hot was the word. She looked across at Kairn. He looked literally mouth-watering, dressed in his black uniform trousers, his broad, muscular chest bare. Kairn caught her elbow before she could take action. I think it's working, he said dryly. Come on, I hear the guards approaching. It's time. Teresa made a moue of disappointment, but she did what she was told. The guards didn't take them straight to a zoo, as Teresa had expected. Not that she knew what to expect of an alien zoo that held a man as feral as a beast. They went back to the Great Hall. This time, it was set up as a banquet hall. Long, low tables ran the length of the room, and scantily clad women danced between them. People reclined on couches behind the tables, and they were just as scantily clad as the dancing women. Zeus presided over all at a table and couch that towered over the rest. My son, he cried as they were announced as if they were guests and not escorted to the banquet under armed guard. Sit at my right hand with your bride. Teresa exchanged a glance with Kairn. What's going on? She asked privately. He's playing with us, Kairn replied. Don't be taken in by it. He wants us both dead for defying him. Teresa repressed a shudder. They were guided to the couches by Zeus's right hand and lay down. Teresa had never lain down at a table before, so it felt a bit odd. Following Kairn's lead, she lay down on her right side. Kairn lay between her and Zeus, so his broad back was between her and the god. Zeus clapped his hands and thunder rolled through the room. Teresa tried not to flinch. Let the banquet begin. Servers brought in heavily laden trays of food. There were meats and vegetables and concoctions that Teresa couldn't even name. Don't swallow one bite of it, Kairn warned. Not one bite, Tania. Teresa sent back a silent agreement, but it was difficult to shake her head every time a server knelt before her with a tray of delicious-smelling food. The last time she'd eaten something was before they'd gone into the prison. She wished she'd been this hungry when they were in their suite and they could have gotten something safe from the replicator. Unfortunately, she'd been a little distracted at the time. Other appetites had taken precedence. There was an empty space to Zeus's left side. After Teresa had been saying no to the servers for a very long time, a man entered the banquet hall and walked right up the center of it, between the tables. He bowed to Zeus. You're late, Zeus growled. My apologies, O father of the gods. He didn't offer an excuse, Teresa noticed. He just continued to his place next to Zeus. She cast her eyes down in case he recognized her. She'd recognized his face, those lean cheeks slashed with scars the moment she saw him. It was Baelor, Chapter 21. He positioned himself at Zeus's left side, reclining comfortably and accepting wine that the servant had ready before he even lay down. He raised the goblet for a toast, but then his eyes fell on Teresa. Her first instinct was to quail, but she'd been through too goddamn much to quail anymore. She'd been abducted, taken as a slave, sold, threatened, beaten, rescued, hunted, imprisoned, captured, and had the bond severed between her and her mates. She'd taken as much as she was able to take. She'd also transformed into something that looked enough like a goddess to pass for one. She'd tamed Kairn's lightning, and later tonight, she was going to tame her beast. She hadn't let her fear of the lightning stop her, and she wasn't going to let her fear of the beast stop her. She wasn't going to let her fear of this man stop her either, no matter how dark the shadows that swirled in his soul. Teresa met Baylor's gaze directly. Something swirled in those black-on-black eyes. "Daughter of Nemesis," he said. Teresa tried not to react to Baylor's use of her mother's name. She'd never heard her mother called by that name before until Drax had used it back on Solace Station. It had seemed unrealistic before, but it sounded badass enough to suit the Megara she'd known for less than an hour. "The daughter of Nemesis," Zeus repeated. Suddenly, the recalcitrant look in his eyes turned speculative. His eyes swept over Teresa. "I suppose I can see the similarity. But never mind. You will be my plaything as your mother was my plaything. I have kept her imprisoned for the last decade and more. If you please me well enough tonight, I may well do the same to you. How would you like to be locked in the darkness like your mother?" "Like my mother?" Teresa asked, trying to keep her voice light when she wanted to shriek and run away. "Are you sure she's still locked in the darkness? I mean, really sure? Have you checked lately? No one can escape from Tenebrae. The guards are incapable of disobeying me." So that was the source of the block Teresa had discovered in Arlo's mind. Teresa shrugged. "It's no business of mine if you can't keep track of your prisoners." She gestured to a servant. "Bring me a glass of wine," she ordered. "It may be poisoned," Kairn warned silently. "I can handle this," she assured him. She inserted herself into the servant's mind. As Kairn had thought, Zeus had ordered the servants to serve Teresa special wine. Special wine, special food. As the servant approached the table, Teresa guided his hand to the wine set aside for Zeus himself. The servant returned with a goblet and knelt low on the other side of the table. "My lady," the servant murmured, offering her the goblet. Teresa smiled and let lightning spark in her eyes as she looked at their host. "You taste it for me first," she ordered the god. "No," Zeus retorted sharply. Teresa laughed, then reached out and took the goblet. Kairn's long body was tense as he lay beside her. He'd followed her thoughts as she'd manipulated the servant, but he was still worried. She took a deep swig, feeling Zeus's immediate rush of triumph, quickly followed by his confusion when she didn't start to scream in pain. It was pain he'd had planned for her, pain followed by her eventual death, but it was the pain he'd looked forward to. She chuckled again. "Delicious," she approved, her voice low and throaty. She glanced up at the god. My, she murmured. "I do hope no one mixed up the wine." Baylor put down his goblet in a hurry. "I thought you were going to make a toast," Teresa asked Baylor lightly. "You seem to have lost your appetite." Baylor's eyes narrowed and she felt him probing at her mind. He'd never done that before. It probably hadn't occurred to him that she had any powers since she hadn't used them. She hadn't even known they were there. No one had known, until the attack on Solace Station. She'd spent long enough battering at Kairn's mental shields to know what construed an effective mental barrier. Her lover's mind joined hers, and they repulsed the dark emissary easily. "You seem different," Baylor remarked, gesturing to a servant who brought a plate of roasted meats low in front of him. "Let me think back to the first time I saw you. Was that before or after I assaulted your cousin?" He smiled pleasantly. Kairn couldn't help the growl that rose low in his throat at Baylor's casual admission of such a heinous crime. The fake smile slipped from Teresa's face, remembering the sight of Sarah's blood-stained shoes in the infirmary. "What's the matter?" Baylor taunted. "Lost your appetite?" He was still probing Teresa's mind, trying to find a way through her defenses. She felt the moment that he caught the memory of Sarah's blood-stained shoes. He flung his goblet to the floor, spilling wine like blood all over the white marble. "That bitch had better not be dead," he shouted. "She's mine." He leaped to his feet. Teresa's eyes went wide, and she shrank back as Baylor stalked across the banquet hall, shaking an admonitory finger at her. "The daughter of Ivarius belongs to me, do you hear me?" Kairn leaped to his feet and positioned himself between Teresa and Baylor. The dark man stopped his approach suddenly as Kairn growled, "You go any closer to her, and you die." Baylor scowled. "I don't want the daughter of Nemesis. The daughter of Artemis is my bride. And if the fool guardians can't control her, I'll take her to the house of Ivarius myself." He strode from the room. "No," Teresa cried. She clambered to her feet and tried to hurry after Baylor, but something wrapped around her waist and pulled her back. She looked down. There was a band of light wrapped around her waist. Zeus had his hand extended towards her, and the band of light came from his fingers, the individual strands wrapping around each other to make a broad rope of lightning. A similar band wrapped around Kairn, pinning his arms to his body. "No!" Teresa shouted again. "I need to go. My family—" "Have you forgotten your beast?" Zeus's voice was silky, but hard as a stone beneath flowing water. "You don't go anywhere until we get our entertainment tonight, little girl." Teresa's chest heaved. Against her will, her lip quivered. Baylor was going to take Sarah this time. Sarah had seen it coming and feared it so much that she had given up on life altogether. But Zeus would never let her go until she was bound to both his son and the beast who guarded him. "Let it be now," she blurted, feeling tears sting her eyes. "Take me to him now. I'll do anything." She turned in the grip of the rope of lightning to turn her own bright eyes on Zeus and felt a surge of power come right from her heart. "But you must swear an oath, or I will do nothing for your entertainment." Zeus appraised her. 19 years old and a fraction of his size, a fraction of his experience, but as fierce and determined as a Jack Russell facing down a German shepherd. Eventually, he laughed. "Oh, all right. Entertain me, and I shall grant you a boon." Not exactly the same as the oath she'd demanded, but close enough, she decided. "If I bond with the beast, then you let us go, all three of us." Zeus laughed again. "I tell you what, my little Spitfire, if you can walk out of here after taming that beast, I will let the three of you move on with my blessing." His smile was edged in nastiness. "This is going to be entertaining. By all means, let us adjourn to the zoo." Teresa wasn't sure what she'd expected when Zeus had said that he had put Mac in a zoo. If anything, she'd probably expected a big marble room, like the throne room, with people and animals in cages. There wasn't going to be any escaping Mac in a small cage. Not that she wanted to escape him, she told herself, but she couldn't pretend she wasn't anxious. A beast wouldn't care if she was ready. And Mac was huge. He was so much bigger and stronger than her, too. He could really hurt her without even trying. If Mac was held in a cage, it was all going to be public, too. Zeus wanted to watch her get attacked by an animal. He wanted to hear her scream. She kept her head high, but inside she was ready to run. They ended up in another marble room, this one smaller than the throne room. Most of the courtiers stayed outside, and just Zeus, his guards, and a small entourage of maybe a dozen people entered the room. There were seats in place, arranged in front of a blank wall as if to watch a movie in a theater. Kairn was led to a chair and manacled to it. Guards stood by Teresa at either side and a little behind her. When Zeus and his entourage were seated, Zeus made a little gesture, and the wall in front of them faded from patterned, gray-seamed white marble to an image of a clearing in the woods at twilight. The shadows of the trees were heavy, and it seemed like stars were visible in the sky. Zeus held out his hand, and a guard placed a pair of opera glasses into it. The god raised them to his eyes. Teresa looked closer at the glasses. The lenses in them seemed to be dark red. "Oh, you like my viewers?" Zeus asked, holding them out for her to see. "The lenses are made of rubies. I thought it would be even better to see your blood through a ruby." His cruel smile stretched into a laugh. "He might even snap your neck and save me the trouble of setting you free." "Don't let him get to you," Kairn warned in her mind. "Mac loves you. Even in his beast form, he still loves you. You're his mate. I've already opened you today, and you've had the elixir amore. You can do this, beloved. My beautiful Tania, I love you so much." "I love you too," Teresa sent back, but the thought was tight with fear. The heat raised in her by the elixir had faded the moment they'd entered Zeus's banquet hall, but it started to rise in her again. The guards led her through a narrow corridor and shoved her through a door. It slammed behind her. She jumped. She was alone in the dark. No, not completely dark. The enclosure was lit by a pale simulation of a moon that shone through the trees and gilded her skin silver. Her eyes slowly adjusted, but not quickly enough. An arm snaked around her neck and chest. Teresa couldn't help her scream. All her courage deserted her. Oh, God. She was going to die here. Mac didn't want to breed her. He just wanted to kill her. She hadn't even lasted a minute. Chapter 22. She felt the brush of his skin against the side of her neck and shook. His other arm wrapped tight around her waist and clamped her to him. His breath was hot on her neck as he opened his mouth and bit down. Teresa screamed again. She was going to die. She was going to die. Her scream became a whimper. Mac had bitten down hard on her shoulder, hard enough to break the skin, but not so hard that he was really hurting her. In fact, it felt kind of good. The elixir amore that Kairn had given her was coursing ever more hotly through her system, and the brief rush of pain allowed her to express the emotions that had been building in her body that she hadn't been able to acknowledge all through the banquet. Teresa threw her head back, and it came to rest on Mac's bulky shoulder. That alone calmed her. She reached out to him mentally. There was no conscious mind there, but it was still Mac. She didn't bother sending words. She sent him something he could understand. Love. Desire. She waited as he licked tenderly at the small wound he'd made on her shoulder, and slowly, tentatively, he sent back what he was feeling. Need. Teresa turned in his arms, and he let her. Then she got her second shock. They'd shaved his hair. They'd even shaved his beard off, roughly and carelessly. The curling dark mane on his head had been replaced by skull-cut dark stubble that matched the dark stubble of beard on his cheeks. "Oh, Mac," she whispered. He recognized his name. She saw it and felt it. She kept herself open to him, seeking for the ends of their bond. They were severed cleanly, and she couldn't catch them. His green eyes locked with hers. "Mac, I love you," she whispered. She reached up to caress the rough stubble on his cheeks, and he turned his face into her touch, reveling in the soft stroke of her fingers on his face. "You like that?" she asked. He didn't understand, but he gave a low growl of approval. He bent to lift her into his arms. He carried her across the grass towards the trees, where the sound of rushing water originated, and sat down on the mossy bank, still holding her. Her heart beat faster. She couldn't help but know that he wanted her. Her breathing was coming faster, even as her anxiety faded. Even though he was in his feral state, even though he might not be gentle, he wanted to breed her, not kill her. He didn't hurt her, but his mind and his desires were the mind and desires of a beast, not a man. She reminded herself, time and again, that this was Mac. Her mate. The man she loved. She'd thought he would want her on all fours, but apparently what he wanted was to press her up against a tree. She felt the rough bark behind her, her skin partially shielded by the remains of her dress. She held on to him tightly and flooded his animal mind with her love. At last, it was over. As Mac buried his face in her shoulder where he'd bitten her, Teresa reached out with her mind and found the edges of their bond. They were right within her grasp now. She took hold of them and threaded them into the places that had seemed so empty since she'd lost him. Kairn was further away, but Mac was so open to them both right now that she was able to complete their bond with little effort. It was just as well. She felt wrecked. Her heart still raced, her breath sawed in and out of her lungs, and every muscle in her body trembled with exertion. Mac's emotions were swamping her. She felt them change from pure need to satiation to more complex responses. Love, gratitude, relief, commitment, remorse. He pulled back to look down at her, and she watched the expression on his face change to despair. He glanced down between them, and agony tore across his face. She gave a little cry as his pain hurt her, too. "Gods," he groaned. He opened his mouth to speak again, but nothing came out. She felt the tremor that ran the length of his body. His big hands flexed where they held her. He took a step back from her, releasing her. No longer supported by the press of his hard body and the tree behind her, her legs went out from under her. Her arms were so tired from holding on to him that she couldn't even clutch at him to hold herself up. He caught her, moaning softly beneath his breath. He didn't lift her in his arms. He just guided her to the soft moss beneath their feet and looked down at her. For the first time, she felt exposed, with the ragged edges of her torn gown gaping open around her. She gathered the edges of her dress and covered herself. With another moan, Mac turned away and stalked into the forest. "Mac!" she called. He ignored her. She reached out to him mentally and gasped when she realized that she wasn't feeling his emotions anymore. "Mac, are you all right?" she asked. He had gone to the riverbank and was on his hands and knees. He looked like he was being sick. Teresa got to her feet awkwardly and followed him. Still holding her gown in front of her with her left hand, she knelt beside him and placed her right hand between his shoulder blades. There were scratches all over his shoulders and a bite mark where they met his neck. She blushed when she remembered how abandoned she'd been during their mating. He was shaking all over, his head still hanging low. "Mac, are you all right?" she repeated, stroking him. He jerked away from her with a low, warning noise, getting to his feet and keeping his back to her. "Mac, what is it?" He turned back to look at her. He was still naked and magnificent in the moonlight. Even the mark of her bite on him added to his raw, masculine beauty. "I wish I was dead," he growled. He stared at her accusingly. "I chose to die. You should have respected my decision." Teresa felt like every joy she'd ever known crumbled to ashes in that moment. Not just the joy she'd experienced in his arms, but every moment of happiness, every moment of shared laughter, every cuddle, every sunset. It was all meaningless. She could hardly breathe past the hot, hurting lump in her chest that used to be her heart. "Mac." "Gods." He raised his hands to thread through his hair, and she saw that he only then realized that they'd shorn him. She saw the bulge in his muscles, saw his hands clench into fists momentarily before he lowered them. He swallowed hard. "Where are we? I want to go home. I wish I'd never met you." Teresa's cry was lost in the sound of applause. She looked up. The viewing panel where Zeus and his entourage were watching was above them, looking down into the clearing. Teresa felt sick when she realized that they would have been able to see every moment of what she and Mac had shared, what she'd thought they'd shared. Apparently, they hadn't shared anything. "Most entertaining," Zeus commended. "You mate like an Olympian little spitfire. Go on, my son. Go down to your mate. Let me see your touching reunion." The bands that held Kairn disintegrated, and he sprinted from the viewing room. A moment later, she heard him shouting at the guards at the door. Then he was there. "Oh, Kairn," she cried, throwing herself sobbing into his arms. "Tania, Tania," he murmured into her hair, holding her close to his chest. "My own. My beloved. So brave. So beautiful. Are you all right, Tania?" They both turned at the distressed sound that came from Mac. His expression was one of utter despair. She didn't get a chance to answer. "Guards," Zeus said, almost lazily. "Kill them." Chapter 23. The first guard to run towards them slashed at Mac with his sword. Mac caught the blow on his arm as he reached out and snapped the man's neck. Kairn picked up the fallen sword and shoved Teresa behind him. Teresa could hear booted feet running, more guards coming, dozens of them, and Kairn and Mac were only two. She stood up straighter and prepared to use her powers to kill men she didn't even know as Zeus clapped his hands above them. It would be a last stand. An ending. Bonding with Mac had meant nothing. Making love with Kairn had been for the first and last time. All she could do was hope that her mother was on her way back to Solace Station and that she would be able to heal Meggie and the others. She didn't know if her mother's powers stretched far enough to reach her, but Teresa reached out anyway. "Mom? Tell Meggie I love her," she thought, and prepared to die as Kairn and Mac battled the soldiers already upon them. Teresa cried out as she felt for one terrible moment as if her mind was being cracked open. The next moment, a voice thundered through the clearing. "Stop this at once!" Everyone stopped. Soldiers froze, hands holding weapons raised above their heads. Kairn and Mac froze, in the middle of killing a man. Even Zeus stopped clapping his hands. Teresa glanced up. Zeus's expression was one of horror. "Nemesis," he whispered. "That's right," Megara said grimly. She looked different. Gone was the dirty shift and matted hair. In their place was Megara in her goddess form. Her white chiton was bound by a golden breastplate, and she had a helmet on her head and a spear in her hand. Megara only glanced at Teresa, but Teresa knew that the momentary glance took in everything. Megara looked back to Zeus. "I will complete my mission, imposter. I will save my planet, and I will save my family." "I am Zeus," the god roared. "You will not defy me." Megara scoffed. "You are not Zeus. The real Zeus was my own father, a god so powerful that only the lord of the underworld could match him. You are a puny bully, a pretender. You aren't even really an Alteran. You are descended from humans. You cannot even match me, and I am barely more than a child compared to my immortal father." Zeus shook with effort, and Teresa felt his rage, but Megara's power was a shield around them. Megara held her arms wide, and there was a blinding flash of light. The next moment, Teresa realized she was on board the Salvation. Kairn and Mac were there, along with her mother and Annie, who was standing in the door of the dining room with a bowl still in her hand and an astonished expression on her face. Kairn reached for Teresa. "Tania," he began, but Teresa pushed him away. "Just fly the ship," she insisted. "We need to get back to Solace Station. I need to get back to my sister." Mac strode off towards his quarters in brooding silence. Kairn obediently went into the cockpit, and Teresa heard the whine of the engines change as he accelerated. "What happened?" Megara asked, holding out her arms for Teresa. "My little bug, what happened to you?" Teresa gripped the edges of her torn dress together, feeling like she was holding the ragged shreds of her composure at the same time. "I don't want your comfort," she snapped to her mother. "I want my sister. You were never there for me. I needed you then, and you weren't there. Now, you're here, but I don't want you." She turned on her heel and strode off to her own quarters as Mac had. Once the door closed behind her, she fell to pieces. She collapsed back against the door and let the tears run down her cheeks. She didn't even get herself fresh clothes or walk into the shower. All she could do was cry. She could still feel everyone on the ship. Kairn was in the pilot's seat, anxious. Hurt shot through Megara like she'd been pierced with her own spear. Annie still hadn't gotten over her shock at Megara's changed appearance and the fact that she was able to teleport at such a great distance. Mac was in his cabin, on his knees beside the bed, his face in his hands as he sobbed. He hadn't been lying when he'd said he wished he was dead. Teresa recoiled from him. His emotions, pain and fury and grief, were as hot as a dying star, and they scalded her. They'd promised each other that they'd always share their tears, and here they were, each crying alone. She'd stopped crying by the time she heard the door chime. She didn't have to ask who it was. She could feel her mother's pain on the other side of the door. She caught her breath enough to speak. "I don't want you." Oh, how that hurt. Megara didn't budge, though. Her voice was measured. "Please, let me in, Teresa. I am a healer. I can help." "I don't need help." "Yes, you do, Teresa. Open the door." "No." Teresa scowled when her mother materialized in front of her. "I'm sorry, little bug, but I need to heal you." Teresa drew her knees up closer to her body, making sure the torn chiton covered her. "I could have been naked, for all you knew." Megara knelt beside her. "Let me see your neck, Teresa." Teresa had forgotten about the bite on her neck. Her hand went up to cover the wound that started to throb as if it knew they were talking about it. "It's fine." "It's not fine. Teeth can carry some terrible infections." "Let me see." "Are you going to heal Mac too, then? Because I bit him too. I got carried away." She could feel Megara's terrified curiosity, so she answered the question her mother was afraid to speak. "I consented." Megara clearly didn't believe her, but said, "If you say so. He was very rough with you, though. Let me heal you, Teresa. I know I failed you dreadfully by not being there for you." Her voice lowered. "Let me start to make up for it now." Teresa closed her eyes. She wanted to cry again, but she nodded and let her mother heal her. It was different from when Kairn and Mac had healed her back on Shoros. Megara's touch was lighter, more precise. It was only moments before Teresa felt the pain disappear from her neck. Quicker and more delicate, the bruises Mac had left all over her body were erased. "I think I want a shower," Teresa said. Megara's lips twisted. She could see that Teresa wanted somewhere private to cry over the damage done to her body and her heart. Megara stood and helped Teresa to stand. "I'll make a fresh chiton in the replicator," Megara said. "I'll have some dinner ready for you when you come out. Would that be all right?" Unable to risk speaking, Teresa nodded and went into the shower. Once in the bathroom, she activated the stream of water that fell like a warm rain shower from the ceiling. With trembling hands, she stripped off the remains of her torn dress, then stepped into the shower. She washed herself with trembling hands. Mac had touched her here, and here, and here. And after he'd taken his pleasure in her body, after he'd been restored to his own mind, he'd withdrawn from her and said that he wished they'd never met. Then she bowed her head beneath the water and cried and cried. She'd forgotten that her emotions weren't private anymore. She was reminded of the bond she shared with the two men who should have been her mates when she heard Mac's angry howl, the rage-filled, helpless cry of a wounded animal. Then Cairn's quick footsteps and his rich tenor voice outside the bathroom as he spoke with her mother. She heard her mother weep. Then Kairn was opening the door of the bathroom. "Go away," she sobbed. He closed the door behind him, towed off his boots, and stripped off his clothes. "I can't leave you alone like this, Tania," he said, gently, but firmly. He stepped into the shower. She went willingly into his arms. "I'm so sorry, Tania," he crooned. "I should have found another way. I should never have let this happen. I'm so sorry." "Please don't," Teresa wept. "I don't want to talk about it right now." She felt Cairn swallow hard, felt the flex of his hands around her as he cradled her to his chest. "I'm here, Tania. I love you." That only made Teresa cry harder, because he shouldn't be the only one saying it. They should be 3 together, not 2, and she felt like she'd lost a limb. Eventually, she stopped crying. Kairn toweled her dry and helped her dress in a fresh chiton her mother had replicated for her. Megara wasn't in the room when they came out, but she'd prepared food, just as she'd said, keeping warm on the replicator tray. Spaghetti bolognese, sweet rose-scented halva, chocolate milk, her favorite foods when she was a kid. "It's been 14 years since these were my favorite foods," Teresa said scornfully, but it hurt so much that her mother didn't even know what foods she liked anymore. She sat down at the table and Kairn placed the food in front of her. There was enough for two. Maybe Megara had thought they'd eat together. My tastes are slightly more sophisticated now than they were when I was 6. "Do you want me to get you something else?" "No, this is fine." She took a bite of the spaghetti, and it was like memories were carried on the sauce. No one had ever made spaghetti bolognese like her mom. Tears sprang to her eyes. "It's actually really good," she conceded. Kairn agreed, and they ate in silence. Once the spaghetti was gone, Teresa picked up the plate of halva. "The other kids at school used to laugh at me for having funny foreign food in my lunchbox. They'd ask where my parents were from, and I didn't know." She put a piece of halva in her mouth and closed her eyes at the familiar taste and texture. "I've never had halva quite like this since I was a kid. Maggie used to make it for me after Mom died. After she left us, that is. Maggie wasn't a great cook back then. It never tasted the same. I used to throw a lot of it out until I realized that there wasn't going to be enough food if I didn't just eat it. So I'd sit around the corner of the playground and ate my funny foreign food in private." "Some of the kids would tease us too," Kairn said. "They'd ask what was wrong with me that I needed to have Mac following me around like a dog, and they'd make him bark and beg for scraps." "That's awful," Teresa cried. Poor Mac. Unwittingly, she reached out for him mentally, but he was completely closed to her. She withdrew. "How long until we reach Solace Station?" "We should be there within the hour," Kairn assured her. "We're at maximum speed." "And where's Mom? And Annie?" "They're resting. Both of them have been through a lot, and Megara is going to have a lot of work to do when she arrives at Solace." "Do you think she'll be able to heal Meggie?" Kairn chose his words carefully. "I know that she'll do everything in her power." Another hour, and they were exiting a wormhole close to Earth's solar system, and soon they reached Solace Station. It was one of the longest hours of Teresa's life. Kairn tried to urge her to rest, as her mother and Annie were doing, as he assured her Mac was doing, but she couldn't. She paced. She fretted. She regretted every choice she'd ever made in her whole life. Finally, the little blue ball of Earth appeared in the view screen, and they shot past it, to the sparkling spires of Solace Station where it hid behind the moon. Megara, Annie, and Mac joined them in the cockpit for the docking procedure. They didn't speak beyond essential words. As soon as the door slid open, Teresa grabbed Megara's hand. "This way," she urged. Meggie and Brav's quarters were 2 transfers away. Teresa hurried them all through the transfer stations. She swiped her hand impatiently over the door chime 5 times in quick succession, but no one answered. "Open the door," she shouted. She sensed someone beside her. "What?" It was Mac. "I can open the door," he said. Teresa moved aside. "Kairn, I need your help." Mac drew a short metal bar from his belt that Teresa hadn't noticed. He pulled at it, and it expanded until it looked like a crowbar. One edge inserted between the sliding door and the door jamb, and he pulled. His muscles bulged beneath his uniform as he strained. The door resisted his efforts at first, and then began to buckle beneath the pressure he was exerting. The tendons stood out in his neck as he strove to create an opening. Eventually, there was a small space that Mac and Kairn could get their fingers into. They pulled at the door with all their might, and with a groan of agonized metal, it finally gave way. Teresa was the first to enter. Everything looked normal, if a little messy. There were dishes on the sink and clothes on the floor. "Meggie?" Teresa called. "Brav?" "Brav?" Megara asked. "Meggie's mate." Teresa explained and watched shock and grief wash over Megira's face. She hadn't known that Meggie had a mate, and those missing years hit her hard. A small groan answered her in the bedroom. This time, the door wasn't locked. Meggie and Brav were in bed, wrapped in each other's arms. For a moment, Teresa was embarrassed. Then she realized. They weren't in bed because they were making love. They were holding each other because they wanted to die in each other's arms. Chapter 24. No, Teresa whispered, unable to take another step. Kairn's hands came to clasp her arms from behind when she swayed. Megira pushed past her to kneel beside the bed. She lay her hand on Maggie's brow, and a golden light washed over Maggie's pale skin, flowing from her to Brav. Meggie stirred and opened her eyes. "Mom?" "I'm here, darling," Megira whispered, stroking the hair from Maggie's brow. Meggie stared at her mother, then turned to her mate, reaching out to touch his face. "Brav? Are you okay?" Megira rose to her feet. Mac put out a hand to steady her as she swayed, then withdrew it quickly. "Take me to the others," she ordered. "Annie, you come with us. I may need to share your power." "I will show you," Mac said. They left the room. Meggie struggled to sit up, and Brav helped her. She was dressed in a nightgown, and Brav was wearing soft sleep trousers, but Meggie blushed and glanced at Brav. "Now we've been in bed in front of everyone," she whispered furiously. Brav threw his head back and laughed, then caught her close for a quick kiss. He paused to press his forehead to hers. "I love you," he murmured roughly. Maggie's hands tightened on his arms. "I love you too," she replied. Drawing a deep, shuddering breath, she turned to Teresa. "Oh, Teresa, you made it! You found our mom! Honey, I'm so proud of you!" She opened her arms and Teresa flew into them. "I'm so glad you're all right," Teresa whispered, hardly able to bear the intense feeling of relief at her sister's recovery. She'd really thought for a moment that Meggie was dead. Teresa occupied herself cleaning up Meggie and Brav's suite. She hummed to herself, deliberately. She'd lost Mac, and that felt like a vital part of her heart had gone forever. But she wouldn't think about that right now. She focused on folding clothes and washing dishes and humming like there was nothing else in the world but the dish in her hands and her sister, wrapped in a robe, protesting that she should be allowed to do her share of the work. She couldn't have Mac, but she had Meggie and Brav too now. She had Kairn. Maybe. He'd gone to help the others once he was sure Meggie and Teresa were all right. She even had her mother, which was something she didn't quite comprehend. She'd recognized Megira in the message hidden in the locutus, but she hadn't recognized her in the prison or in her goddess form. Neither of those were the woman she remembered. She'd brought home a stranger. She hummed louder and smiled wider. At one point, Meggie got up from her chair and put her hand on Teresa's arm. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. "Never happier," Teresa lied, and wouldn't meet her sister's eyes. It was hours before Megira and the others returned. By then, the suite was sparkling clean, and Teresa was desperately trying to think of some mindless task to keep her hands busy and her mind clear. She must have hummed the same song 50 times by now, and Meggie was looking really worried. Teresa stood in the middle of the small kitchen and wrung her hands. Meggie took hold of those quick, plump little hands. "Honey, what is it?" A whole dam of tears threatened to burst, but the door opened and Megira entered. Teresa held back the flood with an Herculean effort. Megira was pale and her step slow. Mac had his hand under her arm, supporting her. On the other side, Kairn held Megira's other arm. Annie followed, her expression equal parts awe and worry for her friend. "Oh, my girls," Megira whispered and collapsed. Mac caught her and carried her to the couch. Meggie followed them anxiously, folding a soft fur around her mother's half-conscious form. They heard footsteps running down the hall, and Teresa felt a pinch of dread twist her soul. Jesson appeared in the doorway, closely followed by Tarn. Jessen's face was gaunt, but vivid with determination. "Where is Sarah?" he demanded. "And Bess," Tarn added. Megara struggled to sit up. "Sarah and Bess?" she asked. "My nieces? Are they here?" The pinch of dread turned into a spear. "Baelor took them," Teresa whispered, her gaze locking with Kairn. She knew it, without even being told. "I'll kill him," came the growl from the doorway. "If he hurts her, I'll kill him." It took Teresa a moment to realize that the deep, savage words had come from Tarn, not Jessen. Gone was the civilized, urbane gentleman, and in his place was a rough, rage-filled man, ready to tear the world apart if the woman he loved was harmed. "Did you see them?" Jessen demanded. "Where are they? I'll rip his head off." Teresa shook her head. "I just know that he was coming here, that he wanted to take Sarah away. I thought, when we didn't see them, that we must have beat him here." "You were delayed," Mac said. He rose from his crouch by the sofa, and Teresa recalled what she'd been doing with him when she'd been delayed. For a moment, his mental shields faltered, and guilt came off him in waves. She reached out for him, but he strode away. "We have to get to a ship. Salvation is still in the dock. She'll be faster." Megara sat up, throwing out an arm to Annie as her head swam. "Stop!" she cried. Mac, Jessen, and Tarn were already halfway down the corridor, but they halted at her shout. Megara rose to her feet, then raised her arms. There was another flash of blinding white light, and the next thing Teresa knew, they were all aboard the Salvation again. Kairn and Tarn were already moving to the controls while Jessen, Mac, and Brav went to the arms locker and began donning their battle armor. Megara was unconscious, but her form was so slight that Annie, Meggie, and Teresa were able to get her up onto the bench where the Guardians would sit against the back wall. Kairn was rattling off instructions to the control tower while Tarn used the instruments to scan for Baelor's ship. Suddenly, Jesson froze, his hands stilling on the strap of his breastplate. "They're behind Jupiter," he breathed. He knew he'd never make it out of the solar system. His fingers went back to work as Kairn and Tarn eased the ship away from the docking port and shot out into space. "Can you hear her?" Teresa asked Jessen quietly. He nodded curtly. "He hasn't hurt her yet. She's kicked him in the balls, though." He gave a quick, fierce grin. "She hasn't gone quiet. She's still fighting." Teresa knew that Jessen was just as worried about Sarah's mental state as her physical state. As long as she was fighting, he had hope. She glanced across at Mac, buckling the last piece of armor in place, and found her own courage. She wasn't going to let him go without a fight, either. Brav and Mac took Kairn and Tarn's place at the controls so they could arm themselves. As they approached Jupiter, Teresa hurried to Mac before he rose from the co-pilot's chair and threw her arms around him. His green eyes went wide, and his gauntleted hands clasped her waist to push her away from him. "You come back to me safe, do you hear me?" she demanded, and planted a kiss on his lips. His eyes closed for a moment, and she countered the despair coming from him with all the love she had in her heart. For the briefest moment, his lips moved against hers. Then he was putting her away from him and rising to his feet. She turned to Kairn, aching, hurting with the need to feel love coming from the two of them when Mac was completely closed off to her. Kairn's kiss was gentle, and it reminded her of the first kiss they'd ever shared. "Come back to me," Teresa whispered when their lips parted. Kairn's green eyes, no trace of silver now, gazed intently into hers. Memorizing her, he realized. Her face was the memory he wanted to take with him into the dark. Then he slid into the co-pilot's seat beside Tarn. They found Baelor's ship in the shadow of the mighty gas giant. The instant it came into view, a bright light shot from it, spraying across their bow. "Son of a bitch has a particle beam!" Kairn cried, jerking at the controls as Tarn fired back. Jesson reached past them to toggle the communicator. "Give them back!" Jesson growled, following it up with a fearsome threat that made Teresa's eyes go wide. Baelor appeared on the screen, holding Sarah from behind, his arm around her neck. She can do that for me when she's my wife, Baelor snapped. Her father promised her to me. I own her. The hell you do, Sarah cried. She struggled, but a band of silver light wrapped around her wrists as she raised her hands, fingers curled into claws as she reached for Baelor's face. The next moment, the Guardians disappeared from the Salvation. It was Jesson this time, whose teleportation powers didn't have the same flash of white light that Megara's did. Only Brav remained on the Salvation, his hands gripping the controls so tightly his knuckles showed white. Teresa had the joy of seeing Baelor's eyes go wide. He clearly hadn't expected the Guardians to just appear on his deck like that. He barked orders at his underlings, who rushed into action, clearly more afraid of their master than they were of the Guardians. They leaped into action the moment they appeared on Baelor's ship. Teresa didn't even quail when she watched as Mac dealt violent death all around him. Kairn fought beside him. Sarah was held by Baelor. Elizabeth by another guard standing close by. All Tarn's focus was on her. He carved a path through the Malias to get to her. Jesson tore through 3 Malias, one after another, on his way to Baelor, but more guards started to stream into the room. In moments, the Guardians were hopelessly outnumbered. No, Teresa said softly. She couldn't fight with them, but she could help. Teresa eased herself into the chair Kairn had just vacated, never taking her eyes off the screen. She couldn't control all of them, but she only had to control one. If she could give Sarah a moment to get free of Baelor, all of this would be over in a heartbeat. "Hey, Baelor," she said conversationally. He glanced up at the screen. "Let them go." "Get lost," he snarled, but she was already in his head. Fear had opened a path for her, and she was finding a way through the shadows that surrounded his soul. His arm loosened. Sarah twisted and shoved back hard with her hips. Her hand, still shackled with silver cuffs, came up to her throat, and Teresa saw that Baelor had already fitted her with a Romean shock collar, the kind the slavers had used to inhibit Sarah's powers. She ripped it from her throat, flinging it in his face. Deep in Baelor's mind, Teresa watched the sliver of fear turn to panic. She saw his reaction as Sarah drew in her power. Baelor vanished just before Sarah's powers swept through the ship. He reefed his mind away from Teresa's control, but not before she'd heard the words, "escape pod," ripple through his consciousness. Sarah's action was swift and brutal. Every Malia guard on the ship dropped dead where they stood. Even Jesson's mouth fell open in shock. Another heartbeat, and the Guardians were back on the Salvation, and only Sarah and Elizabeth remained on the Malia vessel. Jesson lunged past Teresa and opened communications again. "Sarah, don't you dare—" Sarah didn't reply. She waved her hand, and the screen switched off. Jesson roared in frustration. Tarn whispered Elizabeth's name. Long moments passed. Then Elizabeth appeared back on the deck of the Salvation. When only Elizabeth returned to the ship, Maggie swayed on her feet. Brav shot out of the pilot's chair and caught her before she could fall. Elizabeth stumbled, and Tarn caught her, guiding her to the floor. "Bess, are you all right? Where is your sister? Have the Malias still got her?" Elizabeth glanced around like she hadn't quite realized where she was yet. Tarn knelt beside her, taking her hands in his and chafing them. "Speak to me, Bess. Are you hurt?" When she didn't reply, his hand came up to caress her cheek. "Bess, please," he pleaded. She focused on him. "I'm not hurt," she said quietly. Jesson stepped forward. "Your sister," he stated. "Is she hurt?" Sarah's... Elizabeth paused, gathering her words. "She's not hurt. She's got something she has to do." She swallowed hard. "She said to tell you she was sorry." Jesson's face twisted in pain. They all knew that Sarah would never have apologized. Teresa slid out of the co-pilot's chair as Jesson approached. "We'll get back to Solace," he said. "Tarn, I could use a navigator when you've finished holding the pretty lady's hands." Tarn murmured something soft to Elizabeth and rose to his feet. Kairn and Mac were walking side by side, heading back to the arms locker to secure their battle gear, when Teresa stepped into their path and stopped them. Her heart was pounding in her throat. Mac had let her kiss him goodbye. Would he thrust her away again this time? She put one arm around Kairn's shoulders and the other around Mac's, drawing them both in close for an embrace. Kairn went willingly, but Mac's whole body trembled. "I love you both so much," she told them earnestly, kissing Kairn softly on the lips before reaching for Mac. If he wasn't going to bend down to her, she was going to have to invest in a step stool to kiss him. She let her fingers curl around his neck, into the short stubble of hair that was all that was left after he'd been shorn. "I love you," she repeated. Mac's eyes searched her face. His mind was still impenetrable to her. "I will always love you." She was wide open to him, and he opened the gates of his heart just a crack, testing her sincerity. His fingers tightened where his hand rested on her hip. His green eyes searched hers. "Even after what I did?" At last, Teresa understood why he'd turned away from her, why he'd been so sickened after their joining. A desperate hope filled her. He hadn't turned away because he didn't love her. He'd turned away because he did. He'd been afraid he'd hurt her, and it nearly tore him apart. She tugged on his neck, encouraging him to bend, but he stayed upright. "Always," she insisted. A spasm crossed his sensual lips, and his voice dropped to a hoarse whisper. "I don't deserve you." All she said in reply was, "I love you," as he finally let her tug him down for a kiss. His mouth met hers softly, trembling against her lips. Mindful of the heavy armor, he didn't crush her to him, but he did something better. He opened his heart to her again. Joyful tears flowed down her face, made even more joyful by the knowledge that both Kairn and Mac could share her joy. Her heart was overflowing with it. And then she heard her sister say, "Oh my God!" Teresa braced herself for disapproval. She'd forgotten that she hadn't told anyone but Elizabeth that she had no intention of choosing between Kairn and Mac. She looked up at Maggie cautiously. Maggie's face was astonished but full of a cautious joy. "I know, it's, not conventional." "Oh, honey, I'm so happy for you," Maggie cried. She pulled herself out of Brav's arms and launched herself at Teresa. Kairn and Mac let Teresa go so that she could embrace her sister. Teresa had been sure that Maggie was going to disapprove of their three-way relationship, but from her delighted babbling, it sounded like her shock was from Teresa letting them in, not from the fact that she had not just one, but two mates. Little did Maggie know that Teresa hadn't played hard to get for more than a minute. Maggie's happiness was catching, and Teresa found herself smiling uncontrollably. Maggie stroked her hair. "My little girl's all grown up," Maggie cried. Then her face twisted, and she just cried. "What is it?" Teresa asked, getting worried. "What's the matter?" Maggie wiped her eyes, then wiped them again when the tears didn't stop at once. "Oh, don't mind me," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "It's probably just pregnancy hormones." Teresa's mouth fell open. "You're going to have a baby?" she asked. Maggie laughed. "Unless Brav has something else in his heritage he'd like to tell me about, yes. I'm expecting a baby." "A baby," Teresa repeated. She stared down at her sister like she expected to see her belly expand by the minute. Maggie lay her hand on her abdomen. "I'm not showing yet, of course. I'm only a few weeks along. I got the result after you left. Do you remember I wanted to get swabs done to see if Louis was our father?" Teresa nodded. "I had them do it while they were healing you after your fall. It turns out they can do a lot of tests on one swab. Because I'd already been infected by that stage, they were able to use those results to create a serum that slowed Baylor's curse, but it couldn't stop it. It's only thanks to you that we all survived." Maggie turned to see Megira sitting up on the bench at the back of the cockpit. "And you, Mom, you saved us all. I don't even know if I've thanked you yet." Megara's face was bland. "You don't have to thank me," she said stiffly. "I'm a healer. Among other things, it's my responsibility to help where I can." "Coming up on Solace," Jason warned. "Everybody, find a seat while we dock. I've had enough shit today without someone falling over while we land." They ranged themselves on the bench with Annie and Megara, buckling themselves into the harnesses attached to the wall. Elizabeth's fingers tangled in the straps, so Tarn buckled her in, and Teresa saw the look they exchanged as he tended to her. Once they landed and unbuckled themselves, Teresa took Kairn and Mac's hands. They were going to their suite, not just Kairn and Mac's suite, but the suite that all three of them were going to share from now on. They were going to their suite, and they weren't going to come out for days. "Where do you think you're going?" Jason barked. Teresa looked up guiltily. Jason took a deep breath and halted the sharp words Teresa knew were on his tongue. "We have to see Station Marshal Drax," he said, clearly trying to keep his tone kindly. "A lot has happened. He needs to be informed." Chapter 25. And so, a few minutes later, they were entering the large office of the station marshal. Drax welcomed them, going to the replicator himself to serve them cups of krith. He bowed low to Megara. "My lady," he said, and held out the tray holding the cups. "I am known as Megara," she replied. She took a cup and held it tightly. Station Marshal Drax nodded. "Megara. My name is Drax of Carillon Prime. It is my honor and privilege to meet you." He moved on to Annie. Teresa was sure she saw a shock run through him. His eyes went wide and his lips parted. She watched his Adam's apple bob. "My lady," he whispered hoarsely, sinking to one knee. He blinked several times, as if to clear his vision. "Please allow me to serve you." After one long moment holding his gaze with her own wide eyes, Annie looked away and took a cup. "Thank you," she murmured, and he moved on to Teresa. "What was that about?" Teresa asked Kairn mentally. "I don't know," Kairn replied, even more surprised than she was. "I've known Drax for years. He doesn't lose his cool like that, not even for a woman. He has sworn never to take a bride. He refused to even go before the mirror so she can't be his mate. He was never shown his mate." Megara took a sip of krith. As Drax rested back against his desk, she started to speak. "I believe I can explain more than most here," she told him. "I am Megara now, but I was once known as Nemesis. I and my sister were of the race known as the Alterans. Among the Alterans, our family was the most powerful. We ruled not only Earth, but every other planet in the galaxy. Varius was the steward of the Earth, but he wanted more than to steward the Earth. He wanted to control it. My sister Artemis showed us all the danger we were in, and we followed her. Apollo, Ares, Aphrodite, Hades and Persephone, Demeter, and the heroes. Jason, Ariadne, Hercules, and the rest. We drove Iverius to the stars, but new powers arose in the galaxy. They took our names as their family names, and pretended that they were of our great houses when their powers were a shadow of ours. We established a sphere of protection around the Earth, and my sister agreed to maintain it. Most of us gave her our powers and entered into cryosleep, to wait until we were needed again. Thousands of years passed, and Leona awoke. I was already awake. The world had changed beyond recognition, but it was free. People thought the gods were nothing more than a myth, and their names no longer inspired fear. But the people of Earth did not know they were in danger. Those who style themselves as gods today are less powerful than we were, but they are more numerous. They are a danger to us all until we can wake the rest of the Alterans and revive the barrier. Leona held it while she could. I spoke with Sarah, mind to mind, while she was on the Malia ship. She showed me everything that has happened lately. I know that Leona has gone to save Reganus, and I cannot blame her for it. I took over the maintenance of the barrier so Sarah could pursue her goals. Megara's face grew grim. What are Sarah's goals? Station Marshal Drax asked. She met his eyes unflinchingly. Vengeance. She smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. General, I was once known as Nemesis. You cannot expect me to disapprove. How did you end up on Tenebrae? Teresa asked, unable to hold the question in any longer. Tenebrae, Drax repeated, shocked. His eyes went from Megara to Annie. You were held in Tenebrae? Megara nodded. As I said earlier, I woke first. I saw that the shield was failing. I saw that Avarius was rising, and I ignored it because I was young and in love. With Dad? Maggie's tone was skeptical. With your father, Megara clarified, and Teresa wondered why she was being so specific. She didn't mean the man who nominally raised them. Even after he was gone, I had the two of you. I continued to ignore the peril in the galaxy because I wasn't willing to leave you. But you did, Teresa clarified. You did leave us. Megara's lips thinned. Believe me, I had no choice. I learned... She paused, trying to find the right words. Leona and I were a target, because we were awake. Our powers were always strong, but once we were awake, they drew Avarius to us. We needed the other Alterans to help us, but the city of Atlantis was lost. I went to get help, to call in debts owed us by those of the original gods who still survived. I had to leave Earth. I had to leave my girls. She choked up for a moment. I had to. If I didn't, we would have all been destroyed. Well, it didn't work, did it? Teresa snapped. No one came to our aid. The Malias still came and took us. She clapped her mouth shut before she spewed awful words into the room. It did work, Megara insisted. I found Ares. I found Athena. They fulfilled the conditions of their debt. They lent their power to Leona to maintain the shield. I can feel their power even now. Were it not for them, Earth would have been overrun a decade ago. Megara's steady, determined gaze found Teresa's. I know that I missed the most important years of your life. I just want to say that I'm sorry. More sorry than I can say. You have no idea how much it hurts to know that I missed so much. Her teeth clenched for a moment, like it was an actual physical pain. But I would do it again. I would give my life to keep you safe. My life. My happiness. My freedom. I would wreck the whole world to keep you safe. Now Teresa understood why Megara had clenched her teeth, why it was like a physical pain, because she hurt too, hearing her mother's words. This wasn't a woman who had abandoned them. This was a woman who had given everything for them. The false Zeus caught me on my way back to Earth and imprisoned me. Thanks to Annie, she touched her friend's hand. I was kept safe from the worst dangers of Tenebrae. Time moved so swiftly for me, it seems that barely a few days have passed since I was captured. She looked up at Maggie. Did Lewis look after you girls? And Maggie hesitated. Megara made a tiny noise of distress. By the gods, girls, I'm so sorry. Her voice broke as tears overflowed. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Maggie was across the room at once, standing beside their mother, putting her arms around her as Megara shook with repressed emotion. Megara turned, though, and looked at Teresa. Teresa slid off the sofa to kneel at her mother's feet. I understand, Mom, she said. What's important is the years ahead of us, not the years behind. Megara's jaw ticked as she clenched her teeth to hold in the tears. Little bug, she whispered tenderly, reaching out to stroke Teresa's curving cheek. My darling, do you remember me telling you that I had a very special gift prepared for your birthday? Teresa went still. This was what she'd wanted from Lewis's house. Her mother had acted like the gift was a big deal, and 6-year-old Teresa had been unbearably excited to find out what it was. She'd been certain that her mother would have left it in the house somewhere, and then her father told her that he'd just thrown everything away, like it meant nothing. And to him, that was the truth. It meant nothing. It meant everything to Teresa. It was the last thing her mother had promised her, a token of her love. It had been special, and it had been lost. "Do you have it?" Teresa asked hoarsely, feeling like she was 6 years old again and desperate. Megara smiled with more gentleness than she'd shown since she'd first embraced Teresa, back after being freed from the silver mirror. "I told you it was a special gift, didn't I, my little bug? I made sure I had it with me always." She reached up to her shoulder where her chiton was held together by brooches. The brooch on the left was a plain disc, but the one on the right was more ornate. Megara twisted it slightly, and the ornamented part came free with a tiny snick. "Hold out your hand." Teresa did so, holding her breath. Megara placed the little gold figure in her hand. Teresa stared, then felt tears threaten. It was a little bug, a little golden bug with finely detailed wings and onyx eyes as dark as Teresa's own. "Why did you call me little bug?" Teresa asked. "Was it because I was annoying?" "Oh no," Megara cried. "My darling, no. It was because when you were a baby you used to curl up and cuddle so beautifully. Snug as a bug in a rug, as the humans say. It wasn't because I didn't like you. It was because you were so beautiful it hurt." She handed Teresa the little golden ornament. Teresa's hand closed over it. It was too precious even to look at. "Oh, Mom!" she cried and threw her arms around her. With a low cry, Megara gathered her in her arms. Meggie joined the embrace, resting her cheek on her mother's hair. This strong, brave, determined woman, Nemesis herself, bowed her head and wept. When they left the general's office, Kairn's arm slid around Teresa's waist as Mac's arm encircled her shoulders, reminding her that they had unfinished business. "I'll see you tomorrow, Mom," Teresa said. "You need to rest." "I'll look after her," Meggie promised. "I've got lots of baby questions for you, Mom." Tears welled in Megara's eyes again, but she just nodded and let Meggie lead her to the sweet station Marshal Draex had prepared for her and Annie. Kairn and Mac led Teresa away. She found her breathing coming faster, and all they were doing was walking. Walking back to their suite, where they would be alone. Alone together. Once the door slid closed behind them, Kairn turned at once to kiss her. His arm still supported her waist, and Mac's hands came up to release her hair from its braid. His fingers threaded through her hair as Kairn's mouth caressed hers. "I love you so much," one of them whispered, and Teresa wasn't sure which one said it. Both of them were open to her now, and she'd never been so full of joy as she was at that moment. They were flooding her with love. When Kairn ended the kiss, she turned to Mac, wanting his lips on hers, too. "I love you," she whispered. He closed his eyes tightly for a moment. "I don't deserve you." "Yes, you do. Now, come here." His lips were hesitant against hers, so Teresa took control of the kiss. "My beautiful mate," he muttered raggedly when she withdrew her tongue from his mouth. "My mate. Will you marry us, Teresa?" "This isn't how we plan to ask her," Kairn complained behind her, sweeping her hair across one shoulder so he could run a line of kisses across the back of her neck. Teresa laughed, half from the ticklish touch of his kisses and half from nerves. "You plan to ask me to marry you?" "We've been planning it since the moment we met you," Kairn replied. "We were going to take you to the beach at Illis on Hamlin Prime and propose as the sun set. They have the best sunsets in the galaxy. You were going to be so overwhelmed by the beauty of the sunset that you'd say yes." "Yes," Teresa said promptly. She lay her hand on Mac's cheek, feeling his stubble rough beneath her palm. The other hand she lay on Kairn's cheek, and she looked from one to the other. "Yes." Mac drew away from her reluctantly and went to the replicator. He returned with a tray carrying 3 wine glasses filled with a familiar pale pink liquid, the room filled with the scent of roses, almonds, and apples. "Will you drink the wedding wine with us tonight, little one?" Mac asked. Teresa's heart was so full it felt like it might burst as she took a glass. She nodded, her throat feeling like it was clotted with happy tears. Gazing from the pair of loving green eyes to the pair of loving silver eyes, she took a sip of the elixir amore and watched them toast her. She didn't need an elixir to make her love them. They'd done that on their own. Chapter 26. The bond between them glowed bright and strong, and Teresa knew they would never be unbound again. Chapter 27. The next day, they all met for breakfast in the refectory, the big communal dining room where most of the Guardians came to eat their meals. While every room had its own replicator, they liked the communal atmosphere of the shared dining room. A tall, lean young man met Teresa and her men at the door. "We have a table prepared for you," he said. "If you'll follow me." A table prepared? Kairn wondered silently in Teresa's mind. This is a refectory, not a luxury restaurant. The refectory was furnished simply, with the heavy wooden furniture the Guardians loved, but one long table near the kitchen was set up differently. It had a tablecloth on it, with a vase of flowers in the middle. Maggie and Brav were already sitting there. "How pretty," Teresa remarked and watched the young man's cheeks go pink. He shuffled from foot to foot. "Well, we have to make things a bit nicer now we've got such heroic ladies on board. I'll, go fetch the crith." He hurried away. Kairn had a little smile on his face as he pulled out Teresa's chair. "My lady?" he murmured, and Teresa felt her own cheeks go pink. There was such a wealth of love and possessiveness and adoration in his voice. He saw her settled, then he sat on one side of her and Mac on the other. A smirk was playing around Maggie's lips. "Well, good morning," she said archly. The young man came back with a tray laden with cups of crith for each of them, and a glass of juice for Maggie. Brav took his cup and took a sip as Maggie said, "Have a good night, did we?" Brav choked and Maggie giggled. She pounded her mate on the back as he coughed. Teresa shrugged. "No complaints." "Sleep well, did you?" Maggie pressed. "Not a wink," Teresa retorted. "That's why I've got no complaints." It wasn't entirely true. They'd finally fallen asleep, Kairn beside her, Mac curled up still between her legs, his head pillowed on her soft thigh. With halting mental images, Mac had shared a little about his life. From the time he was a child, he'd been treated as less than human. Even once he was bound to Kairn, everyone but Kairn treated him like he was still a beast. He hadn't been allowed to have a bed of his own, but Kairn had insisted that Mac share his bed rather than sleep on the floor. So, young Mac had curled up at the foot of Kairn's bed like a dog. As an adult, Mac had learned to stretch out in bed like any man. But last night he curled up between Teresa's legs, licked the sweetness from her thighs, and placed his head there. She stroked the dark stubble of his hair and told him that she loved him as he pressed the tenderest of kisses to her skin. She'd woken to more kisses. Annie and Megara arrived next. "Good morning, Mom," Maggie said, rising to her feet and kissing Megara on the cheek. "Come sit next to me. Did you sleep well?" Perhaps because she was so open to Kairn and Mac in that moment, Teresa caught a flash from Megara's mind. Haunted by nightmares, Megara hadn't been able to sleep. Deep into the night, Annie had appeared in the doorway and the two friends had held each other through the long, sleepless night. "Like a log," Megara lied, accepting a cup of crith from the young man who hurried to their table with another tray. It was so nice to sleep in a bed again. She took a sip. I haven't had crith since we were in Olympus. Really settles the stomach." "Really?" Maggie asked. "I found I'm hardly able to drink it these days. It doesn't agree with baby." "Probably because you're not used to it," Megara commented. "Your father used to bring me a cup of crith first thing in the morning to settle my stomach when I was carrying you and Teresa." Annie sipped her drink silently. She looked different this morning, her long red hair confined in a braid, dressed in a clean white chiton like Megira. Jesson joined them. From the looks of him, Megira wasn't the only one to spend a sleepless night. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his hair was mussed. He accepted a cup with a rumble of thanks. Elizabeth and Tarn were right behind him. "Have you heard anything about Sarah?" Meggie asked as Jesson sat down. His face was bleak. "We've heard nothing yet. She's just gone." Reaching out for them unconsciously, Teresa laid her hands over Kairn and Mac's hands on the table beside hers. While she'd known that Jesson was devoted to Sarah before, now that she'd gone through so much with her mates, she understood how much Jesson must be hurting right now. Wanting to comfort him, she reached out mentally to Jesson, only to find that he had mental shields even stronger than Kairn's. There was an astonishing amount of power there. It wasn't bright and unpredictable like Kairn's lightning, but something as solid as a mountain, and inexorable as the glacier that carved its way to the sea. He sensed her presence and let her feel his appreciation for her compassion. She was a little surprised. She'd always thought he was bossy and abrupt, but there was a lot of warmth in his response. "Don't worry about me, sister. I'll be all right," he said mentally. The server appeared at Maggie's elbow and put a meal down in front of her. "Thank you." He placed another place before Brav. "That's my favorite," Teresa exclaimed as a plate piled high with fluffy pancakes and maple syrup was placed before her. Meggie had a bowl of cereal. Elizabeth was offered a plate of bacon, eggs, and toast. All the Guardians ate something that looked like a kind of porridge but wasn't sweet. "How did you know our favorites?" The server bowed. "Your mates have informed the kitchen of your preferences, my lady. If you would like something different, you need only say the word and we will bring you anything you desire." "Oh." Teresa turned to look at Kairn, then at Mac. "You're so sweet," she whispered. That called for a kiss, Kairn's tender and Mac's possessive. Across the table, Meggie and Brav shared a soft, gentle kiss. Blushing, Elizabeth murmured, "Thank you," to Tarn. He looked down at her fondly, longing open in his eyes. "How did you know this was my favorite?" "I pay attention," Tarn replied softly. His voice lowered even further. "I wanted to be able to please you." Elizabeth took up her cutlery, her cheeks still red. "You do," she whispered, barely audible. "How was Sarah able to just fly off like that?" Meggie asked. "She doesn't know how to fly a starship." "She doesn't have to know how to fly," Megira explained. She and Annie had both received a meal of fresh fruit, bread, cheese, and eggs, along with a little dish of golden sauce to dip the bread into. "She just has to know how to move. Sarah's powers are immense, and don't forget, she is the daughter of Avarius. Malia technology is designed for her, just as Alteran technology is. I felt it when she meshed her mind with the ship. She can control it with no more than her mind now." "What is she going to do?" Meggie asked. She lay a hand on her still flat belly. "She should be here with us. What about her baby?" Megara smiled. "My darling, Sarah needs freedom. She always has. Life on Earth was never going to be enough for her, and there is no reason a pregnant woman can't fly a starship. You should have seen some of the things I did when I was pregnant, and Leona back when she was Artemis. She was saving the whole planet when she was carrying Elizabeth." "Really?" Elizabeth asked, her eyes shining. Megira's smile turned gentle. "Yes, darling. You are born of a brave and strong woman who has done extraordinary things." "What about my father?" Elizabeth asked. "What was he like?" "Reagan?" Megira's gaze stretched out until it was like she was looking into the past, and her voice became very gentle. "He loved your mother very much. And you and Sarah. You weren't born yet when Reagan was lost, but already he loved you. And Sarah. Artemis might have been impregnated by Avarius, but it was Regan who was a father to Sarah. He loved that little girl. She was the light of his eyes. Teresa edged closer. What about our father? It was like he hated us. Why would you leave us with him? Teresa. Maggie's voice was low as she admonished her sister. Gently. Teresa set her chin. Maggie had tried to iron out her stubborn streak for 14 years and was still no closer to success. Well? She asked. Megara dropped her gaze. I spent some hours with General Drax last night trying to understand what happened. Hercules was a good man. Megara shook her head wistfully. I was lucky. It was an arranged marriage. A financial transaction, as were nearly all marriages back then, but Hercules was a good man. So many women were trapped in terrible marriages, but I had a husband who adored me and he adored our children. I had no reason to believe he would change so dramatically. He wasn't our real father, though, was he? Teresa pressed, remembering Megara's hesitation the previous night. A nerve ticked in Megara's jaw and she focused on the tablecloth intently. She swallowed hard. No. Maggie exchanged a glance with Teresa. Not my father, or not Teresa's father? She asked. Neither. Megara cleared her throat. I met someone before the end of the Age of the Gods. And you were born, Maggie. I'd been married to Hercules for a while by then, and we'd never been blessed with children. He always thought you were his. Teresa's mouth fell open. You mean we're only half-sisters? She cried. We're not half anything, Maggie said firmly before their mother could reply. You're my sister, Teresa, and that's that. Teresa struggled to contain the emotions roiling through her, but Megara had more to say. You're not half-sisters. You have the same father. Teresa's mind moved quickly. After 3,000 years. I would have been conceived after you woke from cryosleep. Was he in cryosleep too? Megara still didn't look up, but she shook her head. He is immortal, as we are, but he is of a different race from the Alterans. It wasn't the first time I'd left Earth when the false Zeus captured me. I'd gone before to find Atlantis. There were tools there, guardians, who could have helped us secure the Earth. I met your father, and under unusual circumstances. It was a very long time since we'd been together, but he was the same man. Is he alive? You said he was immortal, so he must be... She cut herself off at the violent shaking of her mother's head. We don't die of old age, but we can be killed by injury. The way she kept her eyes on the tablecloth, the set of her shoulders, the strain in her voice, the way it broke on the last words. Megara was holding in some very big emotions, and she was close to flying apart. Teresa reached out and took her hand. It's okay, Mom. We don't have to talk about it now. Megara gave a small, helpless sob, then pressed a hand hard against her eyes as if to stop the tears. She looked up, her eyes bright. I've got my girls again, and that's everything. I love you both so much. Across the table, Teresa squeezed her mother's hand as Maggie engulfed their mother in a hug. Beside Teresa, Mac wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Kairn put his arm around her waist. Teresa's heart was too full to be sad as her mates leaned in to comfort her. She slipped her arms around their waists and let them surround her, both physically and mentally. Kairn's spirit was so bright, and his love for her was as powerful as his lightning. There was so much love in Mac's heart, and he gave it unreservedly. She rested her head against Kairn's shoulder, then against Mac's, and let them surround her with their love. She was with the people she loved, and nothing else mattered. She felt blessed beyond measure. Somewhere out there, Sarah was riding a starship into the unknown. Teresa glanced at Jason's shuttered face as he ate, and at Elizabeth and Tarn, who were still exchanging shy glances. She breathed in the warm scent of her lovers, and wished that everyone could be as happy as she was. Epilogue, Sarah. It had been like being born, that moment when the Malia ship became hers. When Sarah tore off the hateful collar that Baylor had bound her with, she'd felt the ship right there. She could reach it. She could own it. She could become it. She'd stretched her powers in a way she'd never moved them before and felt like someone who had spent their whole life crouched in the dark and was allowed to stand up for the first time. The controls of the ship meshed with her mind. The hull was her skin now, the engine, her beating heart. She could see through the ship's scanners, further than she'd ever been able to see before. Sarah and the ship were one. She'd left Bess. That was hard, but a part of her always listened out for her sister in case Bess called for her. Sometimes it was necessary to do hard things in order to do what was important. Sarah turned her scanners to Clarion Quint, where she'd been sold as a slave. That would be the first place to feel her vengeance. She flexed her gun arrays experimentally. Yes, Clarion Quint, first. Find allies. And then on to Regulus Prime, where Baylor was going to run. As Sarah's metal hull sang through space, she felt free for the first time. She was never going to be captive again. Ahead of her, Regulus Prime and Baylor awaited. The end. I hope you enjoyed listening to Defying Zeus by Catherine West, Book 2 in the House of the Gods series. The story continues in Deceiving Apollo. The alien king's fake bride. Sparks fly when this alien king needs a fake bride. But can they ever really be together when he's promised to marry someone else? They have shared one stolen, passionate kiss when Elizabeth agrees to become Earth's ambassador to Tarn's planet of Garia. Newly ascended to the throne, Tarn is determined to right the wrongs of his grandfather's reign and bring peace to his planet. He will do anything to stop the war, even if it means making a political marriage with Samara, the daughter of his enemy. In order to ratify the marriage, Tarn must take his new bride to the House of Apollo. But Samara refuses to go. In desperation, he asks Elizabeth to accompany him and pretend to be his bride. It isn't hard, pretending to be in love with the man who has already captured her heart. Torn between duty and desire, they embrace the deception as the only time they can ever be together. But can they escape execution when Samara's father arrives at the House of Apollo and threatens to expose them? And after everything they have shared at the House of Apollo, what will they do when they return to Garia and Tarn has to marry someone else? Prepare to be captivated and thrilled by this steamy science fiction romance series where powerful women and their fated mates traverse a dark and dangerous galaxy together.